It all comes down to this. After 5 rounds of racing, 12 hours lie in front of us, and our championship winners being crowned here in the IVRA Endurance Series powered by Heusinkveld. 12 hours at Fuji. It'll be interesting, and with no rain on the forecast, it's all about dry conditions and sprinting to the end. Welcome along, Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Lorenzo Bonder, with qualifying moments away from getting underway. Lorenzo, it's been an interesting season to say the very least, and now a handful of teams head into this final round with some confidence, but 12 hours here in the shadow of Mount Fuji, you can never expect things to all swing in your direction.
Absolutely, and it's going to be an enticing race with some teams coming back from what was like from the bottom of your class to the top of the class with mathematical possibilities to be champion. So this round should be very enticing and full on attack from the get-go.
And full-on attack that I think is going to start in some ways in qualifying. Wonder how important that session is going to be for drivers to kind of set the tempo. There you can see everywhere that we've been. This, though, is kind of what we have in store. That has just gotten underway as well, with qualifying getting ready to rumble. GT3 qualifying will start, and then the GT3 Pros will roll out on track before finally the GTPs get the track all to themselves for their final 15 minutes of qualifying. A bit of a warm-up, and then 12 hours of racing. Lorenzo, we've started mixing in distance-based races alongside the more traditional endurance time-based races, and so we've had a mix of 1,000-kilometer races as well as the 8-hour race at Watkins Glen. 12 hours always makes it quite interesting for the prototypes trying to figure out fuel strategy, especially with the halfway points playing their way through.
Absolutely, and it is one of the 2 time-based races in this season. The other one was Glen, like it was 8 hours. This one is 12 hours. But I think this time-based races, I think, make it interesting with the yellow flags and everything, because there's always that mathematical range of if your fuel is right, is going okay, and all the other strategies that make this a race compelling. And of course, teams fighting for the top, not only for halfway points but full distance points as well.
And this, of course, a format that the drivers are quite familiar with in terms of the separate sections for qualifying for each individual class and the wait times that arise as a result of that. Let's talk, though, about, well, championship standings, and start with the GT3s, who are getting ready to roll out on track right now. It's relatively close at the front between the Rusty Spatulas and Olympus Esports. Just 26 point splits. The 2 teams that have not grabbed a victory so far this season in the GT3 class. Lorenzo, often we talk about these drivers being bullied in many ways by the GT3 Pros, by the GTPs. They're just trying to stay out of trouble and accumulate the points.
Yeah, and it's insane how regularity brings you up to the top, right? Like you said, Rusty Spatulas have not conquered a win. Got like 2nd place in Road Atlanta and Watkins Glen at the end, but it's gonna be, I think a race to, be mindful of. I think Fuji is one of their best tracks, so we can definitely see their first win, their maiden win here at the Entrance Series, and the win that could seal them the championship.
And what an important win it would be as well, with the stakes being quite high, championship on the line. Drivers have gotten their instructions, though, to begin rolling down to the end of pit lane, and momentarily qualifying will begin. You can see the green number boards on the side there of the 144 Orion race team entry. That implies the GT3 Pro car. Note the purple on the top of the windshield banner, and you'll see it on the number boards as well. Purple meaning the GT3 class, and now just waiting to go. This qualifying session should be quite interesting. The way that it will work is drivers aren't allowed to take the free tow back to pit lane if they crash. Instead, they have to drive their way back into pit lane. Otherwise, their session is done and dusted. Lorenzo, that means a little bit more pressure on the shoulders for the drivers as they get ready to go racing.
Hey, in a track that I don't know if, how would you rate it, Arjuna? I think compared to the other tracks we've had this season, we have it in Interlagos, Glen, Road Atlanta, Sebring, to go on, and Spa. I think you can rate this one because it is a highly technical third sector of the track where you basically are going from turn to turn. You don't have a single straight to go on. This could be like very close at the very top. So the one thing we're not probably going to see over here is a lot of people, giving toe to one another at the corners because they wash out pretty quickly. But at that straight, everybody wants to have a little bit of a toe.
Through that chicane, where I think we are going to see a couple of moments of chaos in traffic, probably especially the first time by. One thing to note, if you're new to the world of the IVRA Endurance Series powered by Heusinkveld, is that, you know, we actually have way more GT3 cars than we do anything else, and so in terms of the prototypes, and so sometimes the first couple of passes by, because there are so many fewer GTPs, they take some more risks, they do some more desperate things, and we tend to see the separation build even more. There's the conditions. You can see that it's going to roll through the course of the evening here, and then we will flip the switch on to the race day with slightly earlier conditions to work through the 12 hours of racing. The drivers now will begin their first time laps. How important is draft going to be here, Lorenzo? Because of course you've got that stonking launch straight away, but then plenty of technical corners in the midfield as well.
I think it's going to be important for you to get maybe, you know, 2/10 down the board whenever you start your lap, but the important thing is over here getting this you know, the twisty part right. You're gonna have the elevation, this mid to high speed corners where like I said, you can wash out the car with an arrow wash, so it's gonna be quite key for you to nail down the arrow setup right, and then the adjustment of the car coming into the corner properly. So it's gonna be quite interesting, as we saw Harry Midden, you know, leading this whole GT3 class with the Rossi Specialist Ferrari.
Of course, the championship leading car, 2 second place finishes, Road Atlanta and Watkins Glen to their name, but watch the precision through the chicane, just trying to make sure you place just enough of that car on the curb, not too much to unsettle and potentially risk cutting the course. Then uphill, you climb momentarily in through this final sector. And it's a very difficult left-hander here where it kind of squares off on the exit, and then you're led up into this final corner where you always want to try and open it up, but if you open it up too much in the race, you present the opportunity for a car to throw it up the inside, and that then would compromise both of you all the way down this long straightaway, basically going up through the gears. We're going to probably end up talking, I'm sure, in the course of the race itself about BOP, how the various manufacturers stack up in a straight line, but the Rusty Spatula's Ferrari first to the board, towing around the Torque Freak Porsche, and therefore, as expected, a little bit faster for the 281, but currently quarter of a second splits about 4 cars or so in that first run. Lorenzo, will see the times surely start to tumble though.
Yeah, they will. As we see those 140s, I would expect maybe 130, 139s, 138s, maybe for this GT3 class, and those who get actually the lap properly, you might see those 38s, but there will be high 38s with these low degrees, right? It's not a hot track per se, so just trying to find the right strides in the right moments. And then again, getting the sector 3 perfectly will bring you down that time very well down. The problem is getting that sector 3 right with the corners and the elevation changes is just so complicated. It overheats the tires pretty easily if you just miss one corner.
I don't think everyone set a valid lap time last time by. Ethan Bass in the Orbit Motorsport entry won 2 races this season, most recently at Spa last time out, but also at the season opener. Problem is 2 race wins, yes, but 2 0 points finishes at the end of races at Watkins Glen and Interlagos somewhat puts you on the back foot. And so, you know, as much as this team has wanted to try and make a charge for a championship, not necessarily gone their way. In the draft though, running out of that final corner back towards the timing beam. Remember, 1 by 1 we'll send these classes out, so GT3 Pro watching on from the sidelines. They'll be up next. GTP will be up after then as well, and we'll be closing in on the race start and drop the green flag for the 12 hours of racing that lie in front of us. Orbit Motorsport in that draft and to the top of the timesheet for the first time in the 139s.
Yeah, like expected. And it's going to be, and I think maybe they're going to come back to the pits. I think one of those traditional, you know, aspects of GT3s, you know, maybe get a 2 slow out laps, 1 fast lap, then come into the box to get more fuel and maybe tires, or just keep the same tires on. It depends on per car perspective, but it's interesting how GT3's qualifying goes as in comparison to the GTP ones.
A couple of the Pro machines sitting in the box, but there is the Maniti 278 that is off and away. Now all 14 of the GT3 machines have set time so far, currently split by just under a second or so. The conditions only going to cool off, and remember, these are identical cars to GT3 Pro. There's no BOP adjustment between the two classes, so Lorenzo, oftentimes we do wonder how far up the leaderboard the GT3 pole position sitter is going to be relative to the GT3 Pros, because on the race start they'll be wheel to wheel and fighting into turn number 1.
Yeah, which is insane to think about, and I think we've seen a few occasions here and there of GT3 leaders being like in the top 5 of GT3 Pros, so there's that possibility. I don't know how GT3 Pros take it that way, but having a GT3 car around, just this mix of both classes makes it quite compelling for you to start with. But I think this one makes this GT3 class in general very interesting here at IVRA, because everybody has a chance for placing on the grid regardless of the class you're in.
43 minutes left on that clock, but don't forget we've still got 2 more classes left to go after this one. These drivers only have around less than 10 minutes left to go. There is the Kinetic Racing 266 being followed into the opening corner by the 215 of Matthew Molnar in the Archer Brothers car that qualified with a time that you necessarily expect out of them. Have been relatively consistent in terms of their pace over the course of the season. What are they going to be able to do, though? Working through 100R. It's a long right-hander. Look how the car sweeps out left. Mount Fuji, or at least one of the mountains in the shot for a second, as then into the braking zone you go. Downhill. Where do you think, Lorenzo, these GT3 cars are going to be most worried about the GTP traffic coming and overlapping them? Because let's not forget, both classes make their speed in very different ways.
Yeah, I think I would argue maybe the 100R, where they just gone around the long right-hander, then the hairpin, and then right there at the down crest hill of Dunlop, I think might be the most critical spaces, and then all that turn 13 and all the way down to Panasonic, which is the final corner where the GTPs can kind of like make a dive. And we've seen multiple times, not just here at IVRA in the entrance series, but also in club sport, yellow flags being thrown just because of a car being overly optimistic trying to make a overtake and overlap.
We do have live safety cars, live race control when we get into the 12 hours of racing, but we hope not to be talking about that. We hope that the drivers can keep it on the track, keep it clean and green, and that our race is relatively uninterrupted. Stop and start racing does tend to lead to more chaos and cautions in and amongst itself, so maybe that will be a factor. Talk Freak Racing once on top, back up to second, and only 29 thousandths off of Ethan Bass's time for John Goodwin there as he crosses the line in that Porsche. Currently does sit as Ferrari, and then 3 Porsches at the top of the timesheet, then the first BMW. We don't have any other of the manufacturers represented inside of the GT3 class. On board with Ryan Robertson in the Satellite Racing car. Winners back at Watkins Glen. 2 third-place finishes, Road Atlanta and Interlagos either side of that. Coming to this one 7th in the championship.
Yeah, and I think basically their car kind of like survived the whole ordeal of Watkins Glen. Everything happened at Watkins, because I think we were saying, GT3 takes, the beating of the bunch in terms of traffic and everything, and Watkins Glen, I think, happened everything and then something, right? But let's see how Robertson's lap is going to go on through. I think he just left by the Orion race car on the final sector, as we now dabble to another M4 GT3.
40 minutes to go, remember, until we'll get ready to flick on over to the race itself, but drivers ticking down their final laps probably here in the first part of the qualifying, with just the GT3 cars out on track. Kinetic Racing up to 8th position. We now have about half a second splitting the 13 machines up towards the front. The Ultra Brothers machine and a couple of tenths outside of that bracket, but still only, what, 7 tenths or so through the field, so pretty competitive. This is a corner where I've seen both the faster right-hander in use. I've also seen the chicane in use for multi-class action. Chicane, a bit of a heavier braking zone, invites a little bit more side-by-side with the GT3 cars, of course, having the ABS, the ability to slow down a bit more effectively than the GTPs, which are trying to regen some energy as well. Big green machine gets some tow on the run to the line. Norbert Frank in the 278 jumps into the 139s and jumps up to pole by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, now putting everybody on the back foot and on the back burner to try to catch up, and it's going to be a little bit of a work. Like I said, you know, draft is going to be important for you to get those maybe down 0.2 in this long straight. It's nearly 1.5 kilometers of straight. It's 1.475, 1 kilometer point 475 kilometers. You know, it's insane how big of a track this is, and it was meant to be longer because turn number 1 back in the old days was actually a good old huge you know, banked corner, but Fuji suffers so much modifications through the years.
And you know, it's an interesting track in its modern guise. I'm not going to say I'm a huge fan of it, but the little racing that we do tend to see around here, you know, mostly now used for Super Formula, Super GT. Occasionally we do get to see endurance racing out there as well with the World Endurance Championship, but definitely not the sort of track that we're talking about year in, year out for anything other than the rain that we tend to see here in the world of global motorsport, as much as there is great racing. Satellite Racing jumped to 6th, and that time from Maniti really did open up the margins through the field a little bit more. Deep we go into the session, you have to wonder, as the sun continues to set, will we see the times begin to tumble? Because I did see Maniti heading off to pit entry. Sim Motion, they slide up to 5th position. Paceworks in the Mercedes up to 7th, as Absolute jumped to 4th. Plenty of improvement in times, but no one getting closer to pole. There, though, is the Orbit Motorsport Ferrari, setting up for what will be, of course, one of the final flying runs.
Yeah, because I think, give or take, they have, what, about 1-2 more laps in top for them before the qualifying is done. So that's the crunch moment. Let's see how Ethan Bass is going to be able to do that. And one important thing, no tow whatsoever.
No tow, but we have sometimes seen that drivers don't want the tow, and they will actually eschew any sort of slipstream being given to them. They think they can be more focused on hitting their marks with the lack of driver in front of them. The problem becomes then, of course, you need to try and make up all of that time that you would traditionally gain on the straight through some of these corners. Does that mean you need to be a bit more aggressive on the tires? Ethan Bass looks pretty tiny, all things considered, although that's not ideal in front of him. A bit of a spin for, I believe that would have been Zekarol Esports in the 210 Porsche is going to mean, I think for Bass, at least a half a tenth, if not a full tenth, probably in opening up the corner just that little bit more. Is he now going to have to bail? Less than 60 seconds left to go on the clock. He will get another chance if he has enough fuel to go for another flyer, but being realistic, does he have life in the tire? That's a 142.42, definitely not going to improve. And now the question remains, who behind will try and find some more time as the final lap times begin for these GT3 drivers?
Yeah. Looking over here, I don't think I see any cars on a better lap. Maybe Satellite could make a little bit of an improvement, but I think that's the only one I see regularly on the down on the Delta that we could say it's going to be an improvement on the lap. Oddly enough, for me, you were mentioning about you know, the Archer brothers being all the way down in last place in qualifying. It seemed that previous seasons drove the M4, drove actually quite nicely the M4, and got really good results on it. Not having the best season so far, dabbling around with the 296 Ferrari.
And it's a new pole sitter, John Goodwin in the Torque Freak racing car, 57 thousandths faster than Maniti Racing, of course, who will not get a chance to respond. First driver to cross the line with the checkered flag having flown will be Ryan Robertson for Satellite Racing. Remember, that's the lighter of the blues that you'll see, although he seems to be heading off the driver's right-hand side and practicing what is not an insignificant pit entry. Make sure you stay to the right side, excuse me, a driver's right-hand side, TV camera's left-hand side of the white line. Do not want to be dinged for a pit penalty, something we've seen plenty of on RaceSpotTV. The Orbit Motorsport Ferrari, though, Ethan Bass, no Ford for him. Can he tame the Ferrari? No, the prancing horse does not improve. At the final time of asking, who else will end up crossing the line with the checkered flag officially out? I don't see anybody tracking for an improvement, maybe the exception being Absolute Motorsport. They cross the line and no jump up in time for them. Lorenzo, the final laps, no one really making them count.
No, I think maybe tires have worn out a little bit more than usual, but right at the end, Torque Freak with, I think, an unusual pole for GT3 class, but good to see Torque Freak back on top.
It's a great pole position for them, being an up and down season overall, but second back at Interlagos. Can they build off of that result and try and run from the front? Qualifying then in the books for the GT3 drivers. Torque Freak Racing 57 thousandths faster than Maniti Racing Purple, as the big green machine will push from the outside of the front row. Ethan Bass and Roberto Kovac third and fourth positions, with Orion Race Team then, back in fifth. Sim Motion, Satellite Racing, Zekerl, and Paceworks, along with SRN, all within around half a second or so of the pole time. And, well, 11th going the way of Prestanda Nomad, 12th for Kinetic Racing, and then Rusty Spatula's Archer Endurance by Chips. What a great team name that is, but not a mouthful at all. Rounds out the qualifying results. Now, though, we get ready to go for the GT3 Pros, where two back-to-back victories for BS Plus Turner have set them up in very, very good stead. They are 66 points clear of the Maniti Racing 178, a maximum points total to be taken from this round, by the way, of 134. All they've got to realistically do is stay out of trouble and hope to try and come out on top. Maybe the fight for second might be quite fun between Maniti Racing and the WSR Esports Butt Kicker crews, and of course then some further fights behind Simufy and Maniti's second entry, split by just the 1 point. There's a lot more of the GT3 Pros as well, and as they make their way out onto track, Lorenzo, track positioning, finding clean air, going to be a bit harder for these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have like 20 something cars around the GT3 Pro grid. Is going to be a little bit more complicated for you to find, more clean space, especially going through corners like the 100R and also the hairpin. But it's going to be enticing qualifying. Like, one thing that we often don't talk about as well is avoiding the pre-qualifying, so it's quite open if you think about it for top 6. So I know teams want to wrap up the season up in top, with the team in the bubble I think being German Sim Racing as of now.
Of course, there are drivers not just fighting for championships, but like Lorenzo mentions, wanting to close out the season on a high. There is the split liveried BS Turner machine. It does have to just probably stay out of trouble. That will be their main talking point. There was a lot of talking about BOP in the build-up to this race. Going to be very curious to see how it all plays out. Satellite Racing's GT3 Pro entry pulls out of the way. Now, these aren't timed attempts. Let's not forget, these are drivers just leaving the pit lane for an out lap. So probably see the first time lap be a bit of a banker in many ways. Drivers just getting something underneath their belt for then pushing for the rest of the session. One thing I did note in practice, fastest of them all was the Fiercely Forward entry. I think it was Joe Blewett that set the fastest time. 3-time race winner in the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. Has competed on the eNASCAR Road to Pro ladder as well, but now competing on the road side of things, showing that he's got some speed. But here comes the Team Heusinkveld Ferrari up towards the left-hander that builds you up in towards 100R. Not I'm not sure if it's the very first car in the queue, but definitely at the front of the queue. So will be one of the first cars that we get a benchmark time from, Lorenzo, to see where it stacks up against the regular GT3 machines.
Yeah, absolutely. You were saying about, you know, Joe Blewett being at the top of the standings. Yeah, he was actually the one guy up in top. I think it was 139 low-ish. Maybe for that was his lap, but looking forward to see how it will translate to qualify. I hope that he doesn't blow it. I had to do this pun. It was sticking inside my head for pre-broadcast, so I had to just throw it out. I think this one is going to be very important for everybody to get right, as this section right here being the most important, like I said before.
Just listening on board. And hear how patient you have to be with the throttle pickup, but when you realize that you can get onto the power from there, it's about being as smooth as possible and then getting up to 100% application as quick as you can. So time's beginning to trickle on in, and again, don't expect these to be necessarily the fastest one already, though. Seeing 4 or 5 drivers go quicker than what we saw from the GT3 machines. I say GT3 machines, these of course are the same cars, no change in the BOP, just expected faster times courtesy of the quality of driver. The 189 BS Turner car, provisionally 5th in the GT3 running order, a time that's only a tenth or so quicker than what John Goodwin did to grab pole in GT3.
Yeah, what surprises me is the disparity, right? For now, of course, in qualifying, with Iglesias putting everybody by at least 0.3 of a second, that's first being Beckham just here. In qualifying, what surprises me is like 0.3, but then it becomes more balanced out, you know, marginal gaps between second and all the way back, I would relatively say, to 5th place, and then maybe stretches out after the top 5.
Joe Blewett is still yet to set a lap time, by the way, so you can see the 127 top of the screen. Not just him, SimCity Racing, Delta Sport, 3 GT3 Pro drivers not making that first time count in terms of track limits. Always a fun old talking point. And of course, if you're new to the world of the IVRA Endurance Series powered by Heusinkveld, just a reminder that we have the live race control that will investigate, you know, any cars or car contacts. Then there's a separate incident limit that exists for off tracks alone. So drivers by no means have the free reign of the track when we get to the racing itself, but that's a topic for the future. Time's beginning to improve. Davidson to within 40 thousandths of the provisional pole time from Sim5's Tristan Iglesias. Where does everyone else stack up, though? Still waiting for Blewett to cross the line. He does so with a 139.9. That will jump him up into 14th. SimCity Racing, they're onto the board in 4th position, but currently half a second, Lorenzo, splits 7 drivers.
Yeah, it's relatively close, but then again, I know we're going to see that come down a little bit, and as you can now see, Maniti Red in now 4th place. Not the car that we're looking at is their sister car. I would say the better position car that is fighting for the championship. But of course, it's all mathematical for the time being, in a good spot in comparison to the 189, which is sitting for now in 10th place.
Alexander Davidson is in that new Audi Evo 2 for WSR Esports butt kicker. And of course, remember, there is that fight second in the championship. Even if BS Turner do stay out of trouble and very much make sure that the championship is effectively theirs, and all they do is solidify their grasp on it, might still have the fight behind them between Maniti and the WSR Esports butt kicker team, who currently, by the way, not just sitting in 2nd spot, sitting in 3rd spot as well, and practicing a bit of a pit entry in the case of Alexander Davidson, something that we will see plenty of here today, Lorenzo. I'm wondering how much you're expecting cautions to be a factor, because, you know, this is a track in which there is runoff, so there is places where drivers can park their car, and hypothetically we could end up in a situation where we don't end up needing the safety car to come out.
I'm trying to think. I would have to take a proper look because I think last time we came into Fuji was in Club Sport, and Club Sport didn't use this layout. They used the layout without the chicane, without the Dunlop chicane. It was actually the right hand kink, and I think we had 3 yellow flags back then. Wondering over here, I think the only possible area that could be affected is maybe the mid-late portion of the race where the strategies can be reset. But other than that, I think this first half of the race is going to be quite calm in terms of if a yellow flag is being thrown out, if all strategies are blown out of proportion or blown out of the wind.
Manisi Racing Red have jumped to the top. Delta Sport up to 6th position, but right now 3 drivers, less than a 10 splits them at the top of the qualifying standings. Remember, after this, still have the prototypes left to go. 1 more class to come, and we'll finally get to see how the high downforce machines rumble their way around with the hybrid, kicking them out of the corners too. Delta Sport quite tidy on the flick through the left, building up towards 100R, which again, we'll see a couple of different approaches. I would assume some drivers electing to open it up a little bit more, some drivers being a bit tighter to the apex, and it will be interesting to track that. Niels May in the 121 works his way very gingerly in many ways in that Instinct racing car through the chicane. Another one that's got some clean air in front, Lorenzo, but he's towing around the 187 Nürburgring Esports car behind.
Yeah, and not only he's going to tow the, I think there was a team Heusinkveld he was towing, but now he's going to tow the Visceral car that I think did a little bit of a mistake.
I think that is Beckham Dressier in the Visceral Esports machine as well. Look how long that train is. Simify at the front of it, German Sim Racing, Heusinkveld, plenty more tucked up behind. On board with the Instinct racing cars, it breaks the timing beam, improves by around 0.2 of a second, will jump up to 6th position, and behind Nürburgring Esports jump up as well, but only to 18th position. There comes Delta Sport as well, and you can see them practicing that pit entry, Lorenzo. Very deep are the cones, signifying when you have to get onto the limiter.
Yeah, I think I could argue maybe this might be one of the most complicated pit entries in the entirety of the season, right? So because you're coming out in a high-speed straight and you have to dab on the brakes immediately, so it's a little bit complicated for you to get it right. But looking forward to see if anybody's gonna make that mistake of just like I said before, getting it wrong on the pit entry and maybe getting those 26 or 40 seconds of unsafe pit entry or speeding in pit lane.
Keeping an eye on the race control board, because at least so far hasn't been much out in pit lane that needs penalizing, with the exception of one car that left the pit lane when they weren't meant to, and so that means the 164, so that is the satellite racing car with the darker blue highlights that you'll see on the livery. The GT3 Pro car is going to have to serve a 20-second penalty at the start of the race. It's a car that does have 12 penalty points as well, so they need to be careful about penalty points that would then carry on over into potentially future seasons in the IVRA calendar. Beckham Dressier up to 4th, just over a 10th behind Alex Bennett's pole time so far. Lorenzo, who do you think comes out on top in this qualifying session? Because right now, I get the sense it's a battle of the Porsches.
Yeah, good question. I'll put it out Tristan. I think Tristan might actually pull something off, even though Andrew Caron and Davidson are being, the ones that are trying to put up a united front, if you want to call it, on those Porsches. But I think the Porsches, oddly enough, this is the track that sits above sea level. You would think that turbo engines would be benefited more than the flat engines like you would have in the Porsche. So slightly surprised to see that happen.
I guess that is as well something that comes to the BOP that's been placed in effect. So we're not totally reliant on just the natural elevation playing its part with the turbos. There's those little micro adjustments that will come into play with BOP as well, which is the same sort of topic that now, you know, with the advent of this modern era of prototype racing on iRacing, where we have all 4 of the prototypes available to us, I guess that does end up meaning that we end up in a situation where, you know, BOP across of our classes may be the only thing that benefits the case for those that want the LMP2 car to be added. In terms of the power adjustments, the BMW, the Ferrari, as well as the Porsche and Mercedes all getting a small little adjustment in terms of power. Audi does have 15 kilograms added to it though, so keep that in mind. Tristan Iglesias by 8 thousandths to the top with the 138.899. Where does everyone else go? Caron to 4th. Where does Davidson stack up in the 116? You can see Reed Muller's going to break the timing beam in the 179 as well, so could have 2 of the Maniti cars inside of the top 5 if he runs well. Will improve, and that will jump him up the board, I think, albeit maybe not in terms of positioning. I'm getting tense now, Lorenzo. These drivers have got no margin left in this qualifying session.
You know, they have to get everything right. So as we look into Ruben Bonga's perspective right now, sitting in 8th place, 0.3 of a second, I think it is arguably the best placed BMW in the whole grid, as far as I recall. So it's a little bit interesting to see them, you know, struggle with qualifying so far, but let's see how that would turn out into, you know, race pace, where maybe the BMW can be stronger than those Porsches and Audis as the race on with the GTPs and everything.
They are the best of the BMWs, so they'll at least keep that in mind, but are they going to be in for a frustrating 12 hours of being on the back foot and trying to stay out of trouble? Alexander Davidson shortcuts his way through the chicane, but that was all just in the aid of trying to get out of the way of those on-flying laps. See some of the prototype cars, by the way, getting to the end of the pit lane, so I think that means 60 seconds left to go in the session. Drivers are either going to cross the line and start their final time, or in the case of Ruben Bonga, bring that car to pit lane and say that my Bonga drums can take me no further than the 139.244 that I've got right now. It's Porsches and Audis at the front of the qualifying session, and as the likes of Akira Iwata and Alex Bennett run their way in through the middle and final sectors respectively, I do wonder, Tristan Iglesias watches on from pit lane. Lorenzo, has he done enough?
8,000 of a second isn't enough. Did I just hear a car break its engine in the background?
There was definitely something that went on. I heard it too.
Yeah, I'm not. Thank God I'm not going crazy. I know it's early hours for you, Arjuna. It's kind of like late hours. It's midday here in Portugal for me, but at least I'm not going insane for the time being.
No, don't worry. You're not going insane from playing too many hours of Top Spin 2K25. Here comes Alex Bennett. That's not Alex Bennett, excuse me. That is the 144. The Orion Race Team car heads out of the final corner. Got me confused for a sec there, but Akira Iwata, again, second best of the BMWs, down in 14th, and he's not going to improve either as he heads down to pit lane. And that does mean, I think, effectively, checkered flag flies in the session. Don't know there are going to be any drivers on improvement of lap times. The only driver I can really see pushing out there in terms of timing, Alexander Davidson, maybe SimCity Racing as well, and Mr. Z, Dalton Zavadil, hoping to try and bring that eclectic liveried machine up towards the front. Audi looks very, very balanced though for Alexander Davidson as he waltzed it up through the final sector. Just has that long final corner left to come after this left-hander. And are there going to be drivers with improvements? I don't think Davidson's really tracking to try and break the 138.899 that would get him to pole position. Will there be anybody? That is kind of the question right now. And no, he heads on down to pit lane, and that effectively, session done and dusted. Tristan Iglesias on pole. Lorenzo, you were right.
Yeah, I'll, come back with the Prediction King moniker again.
You can see the prototype cars down there on pit lane ready to rumble. We don't have too many of them either. Quick look at the results where, again, Iglesias, Bennett, Davidson for Simufy Maniti, and then the first of the WSR Esports butt kicker cars, second one directly behind it with Andrew Carone piloting it through, and then Beckham Jasir for Visceral Esports, fifth SimCity Racing, Instinct Racing, and then BS Plus, Turner, Delta Sport, and Maniti the top 10. 11th for Impulse Racing's Ferrari, 12th for the Heusinkveld Ferrari, and then Brandon Rosebar for the Geodesic Racing team. We saw him on Monday night in an IndyCar, make the switch to a GT3 machine here today, with the Ryan Race team behind, German Sim Racing following, and then Nürburgring Esports, Door Esports Academy, Fiercely Forward, Racer Esports, and Paceworks Esports, the top 20. About a second or so through those cars. Satellite Racing, of course, have a 20-second penalty to serve, down in 21st, with Delta V Racing, Echelon Simsport, and Fury Simsport, the rest of the GT3 Pro qualifying grid. Here's, though, championship standings when it comes to the prototypes. And, well, Movano have in some ways been the class of the field. 2 victories to open up the season. Maybe a bit less consistency at Watkins Glen and Spa, but a second-place finish at Interlagos has meant that, Lorenzo, they come into this round of the championship with what is not an insignificant 58-point advantage over BS Plus competition. BS Plus, no points in either of the first 2 rounds of the championship, but 2 race victories on the bounce. Second place at Spa on the form book. They come in with some confidence, come in with momentum, and thinking the championship could still be theirs to play for.
I mean, 58 points is nothing, so everything can happen, and they got the motivation, they got the upper hand, and you could argue, I think they have nothing to lose in this race. They're probably going to go with this mindset. You know, top 6 is important, but the championship is right there for the taking. Question is how well performing is going to be that BMW M8 hybrid in comparison to the Acura. So I think it's going to be the talk of the town as we go into qualifying right now.
And we'll quickly talk BOP for these drivers as well, because Acura getting 13 kilograms of ballast. It's also got a healthy dose of power and fuel taken away from it. BMW, 6 kilograms of ballast, a small power adjustment, at least relative to the Acura. Cadillac's got a no changes. Porsche's got a bit of power and fuel taken away with it, from it rather. So, you know, there are some changes up and down through the field. There you see the split in qualifying, where the fact that there's only 14 or so of these prototypes, they still all manage to somehow find each other on track, Lorenzo, as we get the qualifying lap times underway. And I'm not expecting the first times to be the quick laps here. Probably going to see them build up in terms of speed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be maybe 2 slow out laps, or relatively slow out laps, and then 1 push, as they probably wanted to retain as much of the hybrid power as well into those cars as well. We have to keep that in mind.
You can see Movano heading out through the opening corner. Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel of this number 3 machine as they dive down through the chicane. Danny Lorenzo is in the number 89 BS Plus car and does seem to be going a little bit, yeah, he's going all the way around the outside of 100. Oh, that's a banker lap. This is him just banking some energy and getting some heat into the tires. And now Mr. Hamilton's decided to bail as well. Does so at what is, let's be honest, not a great place to do so. Entry into the chicane. And this is the problem with playing qualifying games. Why not just make your way through the chicane like normal at full racing speed? Instead, we invoice for lawnmower services.
Yeah, just quite surprised for him to take the rally cross route around Dunlop.
Yeah, not the regular racing line, but I guess, you know, it's a line that can be taken. Maniti Racing, Nürburgring Esports, Project Valorous all on the board, but again, expect these times to actually end up improving as these drivers just get their temperature build up into the tires and work their way through their energy cycles as well. If you're wondering, by the way, what the meme is with Marcus Hamilton, goes back to Friday Night Primetime last season. We were covering the IMSA iRacing Sports Car Championship, and Mr. Marcus joined in a handful of the races, not with this account that he's racing with today, but a second iRacing account. Some would call it a Smurf, with an interesting name that will forevermore stick on RaceSpotTV. Look, bottom corner of your screen, Lorenzo, 3 cars fighting over track position. Imagine that.
I know Racing Show is going to be looking at that, even though I quite enjoy it. I'm not gonna lie.
Imagine having the entirety of the track to play with and finding, well, a friend to then navigate your way through. The 14 machine, the one that's kind of punching the hole in the air / holding them up, depending on how you want to look at it. Delta V Racing, all as we're going to see proper benchmark lap times, I would assume, this time by. As we come back around to the line, second time laps ready to be thrown onto the board. See the hybrid kick them through the gears as well. Remember, the GT3 times 1:38.9 for the pole sitter, so already a good, 10 seconds quicker than that. WSR Esports butt kicker to second. Maniti still staying on top though, so Lorenzo, interesting that the first time by, the lap times holding up strong.
Yeah, so far I think a Porsche up in the top. Movano now second in the board, so we got a Porsche, Acura, we got a Cadillac, and then another Porsche. So well distributed through the field as BS competition. Well, Lorenzo just, thinking, I'm not gonna take this one. Basically, I'm gonna reset myself all over again.
And I guess that's a bit of an indication, right, that he recognizes there's still time to go, doesn't want to put too much pressure on himself, and thinks he can still deliver. It's not a one-lap qualifying shootout like we've had on occasion in the world of sim racing, most recently for us here on RaceSpot, of course. VCO Infinity last week, drivers only got the one lap time, regardless of track limits, etc., to deliver. It's a little bit more favorable, if we're being totally honest, to them. Maxime Naz in the number one machine, not for long. It will have the number one next to its name. About 12 hours from now, a new team will have the right to put that onto their car. Maxime Naz, though, wants to make sure that that car signs off on top, and it's an improvement in lap time. It's a full 10th now at the front, but it's still a big green machine on provisional pole.
And right now sitting in fourth place in the standings, 3 points behind the Hydro Race Geodesic one. So let's see if Hamilton's lap is going to be an improvement, as they, I think, told by the Orion car that's sitting right behind. This could be an improvement or not. Actually, not an improvement at all.
I think that was, again, just setting up the battery capacity of the car. Track Esports jump up to 10th. Geeks Energy fiercely forward up to 6th position. And now just waiting for the ATRS Academy car, which has Sebastian Hove on qualifying duties to get a time on the board for all of our 15 prototypes to have set something. A couple more things have filtered down to race control. No other penalties from the GT3 portion of qualifying. Already one incident that has been reported in the prototype section that will get investigated, so unfortunately for race control, having to be probably a little bit busier than they would have wanted to. But 8 minutes left to go. Let's not forget, after this, Lorenzo, it's not going to be straight over to the race. We get that brief warm-up session, a opportunity for the teams and drivers to get their mindsets ready for the 12 hours of racing ahead.
Yeah, or maybe try to put a little bit of Hatsune Miku so they can actually get themselves ready for the race itself. Well, it's Japan. They can basically do, you put Hatsune Miku or anime or something like that for them to get, in the groove for 12 hours of racing. It's going to be quite interesting for us, as now Hamilton is going to come back into the pit lane. And with 7 minutes, I'm not going to lie, you said pressure for BS competition. I don't know if 7 minutes is something that I would like to see on my board, and I'm sitting down in 14th place.
Definitely not. But I guess that's why they're, out there and willing to deal with the pressure, because he could have, still come back around, and as long as the lap time hadn't been invalidated with an off track, could have set something that maybe would have put him inside of the top 10, but did not feel the need to do so. Up on the jacks as well, getting some fresh Michelins in some cases for qualifying, it would seem, for these drivers. Remember, you have to drive your way back into pit lane. I don't think you're obligated to do a full service, though. You could potentially do what in iRacing we call getting a new car back on track for the Orion race team Cadillac, though. Behind the wheel, Ilka Happela gonna head back out for that final run. Now, where is some of those drivers that are still out on track going to end up stacking up? Because I did see a couple of drivers staying out there, Lorenzo. Christian Hilgard's in that Satellite Racing 64, and I believe he's on a relatively quick lap this time by.
Yeah, he is sitting third place in the board right now. So really impressive, outcome for them. Just hoping that it translates to the race. That him, Sai, Adam, whoever drives the car today, can actually bring up really good points for the Audi. Because their season is, has been that either it's glory or the wall.
It does seem as though it's going to be Adam Crane in that car alongside. So 64 out of the final corner. And again, remember, a Cadillac that has been untouched in terms of the BOP adjustment. So hoping that they can build on that. Maybe the car needed a bit more assistance. That was not a fast lap time, it turns out. It was setting up for the next time by as it breaks the timing beam and dives down into the opening corner. Who then is tracking at least on a decent lap time in through turn one for that satellite racing car, towing around Project Valorous, I should mention. I would assume Daniel Lorenzo finally in a spot where we'll see him put that zebra onto the board in the final sector now. Remember, this is where these drivers, I think, are also going to be a little bit more vulnerable to the GT3 machines with the ABS they have. They'll be a bit more performant under the brakes. Prototype drivers are going to have to recognize that and understand how to make sure they avoid getting into trouble. So now all of the horsepower being used, the hybrid spooling up as they power down this long straightaway, and with the 126.6 to beat, first time by, Lorenzo gets within half a tenth. Lorenzo, that wasn't a bad time.
No, not at all. I think the fact that the car was so snappy on its, on its rear end, you can even see kind of like Lorenzo having to, do minor adjustments to keep the car traction in the track itself. I think they made him lose that 4800th of a second again the top time, because I was looking, I think he was purple at a certain point before the final sector in his qualifying lap. So good promise so far for the number 89.
A little bit of understeer there for Mats Heusinkveld through the chicane. At least it seems as though from up above, seemed a bit sluggish and trying to respond. Porsche 963, very distinctive from the front, of course. Got a decent mix of the manufacturers as well. Porsches, BMWs, Acuras and Cadillacs, but right now it is a Porsche from a BMW and then an Acura, 1, 2 and 3. Vanity Racing's number 1 currently on provisional pole. Can the number 17 join them? 26.9 to beat. Will not improve this time by. Has a couple more chances to do so. There's a look at the sun, and we did mention, Lorenzo, we're heading off into the evening here, so track conditions have actually been cooling off. It should only be getting better.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting how the race will progress. Oddly enough, is a race in the, not the rising sun. As you can see, the sun basically setting down over Mount Fuji right there. A beautiful take. Thank you, Hugo, for putting up us with that take. But instead of racing the land of the rising sun, is the race at the setting sun.
We'll have, of course, the slight reset in terms of weather conditions when we get ready to go for the 12 hours of racing, but that's still about 2 minutes away and some important qualifying laps away as well. Here comes Marcus Hamilton, of course. Remember, it's a championship to play for here. That's a car that wants to try and make sure that it does not allow BS competition a sniff of getting up towards the front. Hamilton with no improvement. Another one of those setup laps in terms of the energy conservation. And the time is not going to strike zero by the time he next comes back around to the line, but the battery probably not going to be in the condition it needs to be in. Cadillac thrown down through the left-hander. Satellite Racing on a heater.
Yeah, just taking a quick look, and they're on the purple, so they could actually improve this lap, and this could be a lap that could put them on top of the board. Let's see.
Look at the chicane, a little less understeer than I noticed from the Porsche a little bit ago. Riding on board, interesting camera perspective in that Satellite Racing entry as you see the hands at work. Climbing up to the top of that left-hander. And this is where you hope you've got enough battery power left in your reserves to run your way down in towards turn 1 in the race itself. But here today, it's just the charge down to the start-finish line, but Satellite Racing going to practice a pit entry, and clearly no improvement on the board for them. 40 seconds left to go. Now, who still has a chance? Marcus Hamilton surely will be hoping to try and improve. Here's the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car, heading up to the chicane now. It still has the final sector to navigate its way through. Marcus Hamilton has crossed the line, goes to second. It's 100th between him and Maniti Racing. Who else will cross the line and try and find some improvement? BS Plus Competition are still out there on track as well and have just crossed the line, Lorenzo, to start what will be their final lap of the session.
Yeah, I saw that reset, and that was actually slightly purple when they crossed the line. So a good projection so far for Lorenzo, but this is it, crunch time. Let's see if the BMW is going to get out on top.
So final attempts, who's going to really deliver? Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward will be next to the timing beam, but I don't think they're going to improve. This is the onboard, though, with the Zebra. What does Daniel Lorenzo have in his back pocket? Remember, there is a slight deficit in terms of championship points that BS Competition have coming into this race. 2 DNFs effectively in the first 2 rounds of the championship. But then in the 3 races since, 2 wins on the trot, second place last time out at Spa. Momentum's on their side, but a little bit too sideways, a little bit too optimistic. And that's probably the lap done for the BS Competition machine.
Unfortunate, but that's why you push for every ounce of the track itself. As you see the WSR car that is sitting in 5th place, not far behind, tugging beyond. A little bit of a mistake coming into the final corner, a little bit of snap oversteer, but I don't think that's going to be a massive improvement for them.
Cadillac is going to run its way to the line, up into 7th gear as well. 126.827 jumps up to 4th, and that is session done and dusted. Maniti Racing, last time that they have the number 1 next to their name, and Maxi Naz makes it count. The big green machine will lead us to the green when we get ready to go racing for 12 hours. The championship ready to be determined, but all in what is still going to be a very fascinating fight across the race itself. We'll grab a look, of course, at those qualifying results, and now in the warm-up session, we just wait to go racing. Maniti from Movano 1 and 2, and then BS Competition back in 3rd. Tanguy Bion for WSR Esports Butt Kicker qualifies down in 4th with Satellite Racing, Maniti Racing, and then the Hydro Race Geodesic. Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, Orion Race Team, and Project Valorous cars making up your top 10. 11th for the Nürburgring Esports crew, Prestanda Nomad 12th with ATRS Academy, Trek Esports, and Delta V Racing. 15 machines, and all with around 1 second splitting them. How important, Lorenzo, is this next 10 or so minutes where the drivers, get rid of their qualifying nerves, and now, well, they get replaced with the race nerves instead?
Important, really important. Is you have to basically switch the mindset for you. Say this is a 12-hour race. Every lap is important. Don't risk anything. Don't put your car into risky scenarios where you might find yourself between the wall and glory. So looking forward to see how the championship is going to close after 12 hours. One thing that we haven't talked about is important, Arjun. I was looking at the regulations. GT3 Pro fight is going to be important between Maniti and WSR Esports Butt Kicker, and eventually Visceral. They're a little bit outside mathematically, but they're in it mathematically. Is top 2 qualifies for the 24-hour series esports. They get an automatic entry.
That is why I was talking about top 2 in the championship maybe being so important. That's why the fight might end up being rather for 2nd, as we get a look at some of the drivers just sitting in the pit lane and waiting. Others, of course, getting out there and getting ready. As mentioned as well, we have seen the weather sort of leap forward in time. It's now early morning. Great shot of the cars working their way around the final sector of the sun in the horizon, just beginning to creep itself up. And 12 hours of racing. Lorenzo, it is currently virtual standard time, 5:30 a.m. By the time we get through the course of the race, I don't know if it will be totally dark, but we're going to see all sorts of changing track conditions.
No, I think we are. I think we're going to see a little bit of sun glaring down into turn number 1, just for the happiness of the drivers. Maybe if it picks up a little bit of skies. You can see it's overcast right now, but the track conditions are much more colder than it was in qualifying. 19 Celsius on ambient, but 12 degrees on track. The humidity is sitting around 59%. The winds are not too strong, but one thing we're definitely going to see, Arjuna, maybe strategies on the long run, they might have to change, because the track eventually will be hotter as the race on progresses in a hot Japan that we know can scorch out the tires.
Of course, planning in a race like this, you know, with safety cars, it's really hard to do so, but there are the halfway points to be paid out as well 6 hours in. It's not going to be, you know, the full allocation of points being handed out. No, instead it's actually 1/3 of the points available at the end of the race, so 100 points for the race winner at the 12-hour mark. 6 hours in, if you lead, you get 34 points. Slightly gets rounded up. That's where we mentioned the maximum points total to be 134, and it is hypothetical that we could have the championship locked and loaded by the time we get to the 6-hour mark in a handful of our classes. That pit entry as well, that white line, got to make sure you're on the right side of it as a driver when you're practicing the entry, and you also just note as well how deep, how committed they are going to be when getting their way down into the lane. One of the few places they can make some improvement. What are the trouble spots around this track, Lorenzo? Where should we be keeping an eye out for potential troubles that see the safety car being needed?
Turn 1, obviously. It's where everybody's gonna basically come together. For GTPs is, I think it's 300 plus kilometers per hour, breaking down to turn number 1. The opportunity of you diving around other cars, trying to save a little bit of time. And then, like I said before, after that, I think it's 100R, maybe the 100R all the way down to Dunlop. That could be a little bit problematic. And the invitations for dive bombs around turn 13 all the way down to the final corner, which is turn 16, where if you just leave a little bit of space, Arjuna, chaos can happen.
And there's no towing in qualifying, remember, there's no towing in the race as well, so drivers need to request permission, and that is where the safety car often gets brought out when a car is stranded in a place where it cannot be reasonably recovered without the intervention of a safety car in the real or virtual world. We'll throw it here in the IVRA Endurance Series powered by Heusinkveld. It's only the second time-based race of the season, which of course does mean a slightly different planning strategy in terms of fuel and tire usage. Something I guess is important, Lorenzo, both when it comes to the full 12-hour race distance, but also the 6-hour mark when it comes to both the GTPs and GT3s.
Absolutely, and I think we saw this season, and even if I remember, even in Interlagos, we saw that like teams actually going for the halfway points. So and like I said before, I think this halfway points are going to be important, more important than everything, because there are some teams, especially in GT3 class, where you're fighting for every tooth and nail on the track. Every advantage you can get on the opposition is going to be vital as the race is going to progress. So 12 hours looks like a race of survival in the Japanese track, but it's going to be, enticing to see how strategies and everything are going to play out as the race goes on by.
Of course, if any of the drivers' teams want to come and chat with us over the course of the race, they're more than willing and able to do so. If they are willing to join our RaceSpot team speak and jump in for a quick chat, would be interesting to get some of their thoughts, opinions as we work through what's going to be a long day, and we'll have a couple of different commentary teams as well to carry us through 12 hours of coverage. We may step aside here and there just to let the roar of the engines carry you through a lap or so, because let's be honest, as much as I'm sure some enjoy listening to the sound of some voices, sound of a race car engine, a much preferable option, all things considered. I guess when it comes to championship, let's talk, each individual class respectively. Let's start GTP, Movano BS Plus competition. over 50 points between them. It was, what, 58 points. 12 hours of racing. BS Competition will know that probably they want to try and cut that margin down with the halfway points. Movano know that if they can deprive BS Competition, then realistically their job becomes that much easier. But the drivers have been told their time for warming up is done. Instead, the sun will shift its position in the virtual horizon and we get ready to go for 12 hours of racing. We can take you down trackside, run you down through the starting grid, and what a blockbuster field we've got in store. 15 of the GTPs and Porsche fastest of them all. Number 1 for Maxime Naz, both on the car and both on the qualifying timesheet in that Maniti Racing big green machine. Marcus Hamilton in the Movano car, 72,000 off, with Danny Lorenzo for BS Plus Competition and Tanguy Bion for WSR Esports butt kicker, 3rd and 4th spot. Satellite Racing and Maniti Racing on the 3rd row of the grid, with Hydrace Geodesic and Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward sharing the 4th row behind them in their very similar liveries. Orion Racing, Project Valorous, 9th and 10th spots, with the Nürburgring Esports crew alongside Prestan and Nomad, and still, of course, within a second of the pole time. ATRS Academy, Trek Esports, and Delta V Racing. The 15 cars that get ready to go. GT3s, of course, going to be mixed and matched between the GT3 Pros and GT3s, but at least in the GT3 Pros, Tristan Iglesias, fastest of them all in the Sydney 5 Porsche, with Alex Bennett alongside. Only 8,000 split them in qualifying. Alexander Davidson, Andrew Coronin, the pair of WSR Esports butt kicker Audi share row 2 with Visceral Esports, and then Sim City Racing on row number 3. Instinct and BS Plus Turner, 7th and 8th, with the Zebras hoping that the championship isn't going to be impacted by a potential lack of speed in their BMW. Delta Sport and Maniti Racing round out your top 10. Impulse and Team Heusinkveld 11th and 12th, with the Hydrace Geodesic Racing squad alongside Orion Race Team, German SimRacing.de, Nürburgring Esports, and then Door Esports Academy and Fiercely Forward make up your top 18. RaceR Esports and Paceworks, pair of Mercedes on row number 10, with Gerard Caroni and Satellite Racing's 164 having to serve a penalty for a qualifying infringement. Delta V Racing rolls alongside with Echelon Simsport, Fury Simsport, 23rd and 24th. That, of course, the GT3 Pro field, going to be mixed in with the GT3s, where Talk Freak Racing and James Ewan going to lead us to the green at the mid-pack of the GT3 Pro marking. Maniti Purple and the 278 alongside, with Ethan Bass for Orbit Motorsport 3rd, Absolute Motorsport Aslith rolling in 4th. The Orion Race Team, SimMotion 5th and 6th positions respectively, and then Satellite Racing, Zephyral Esports, Paceworks, SRN, Cristana Nomad, and Kinetic Racing, along with the Rusty Spatulas and Archer Endurance Racing Team. The 14 cars in GT3, 53 cars in total. Lorenzo, what a great field we've got in store for the 12 hours that lie ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting for us to wrap up the season with the nearly full-on grid. I think we missed out on a few GTPs, but still a good field nevertheless. A plenty field in GT3 Pro and basically the entire GT3 field on the track itself. Looking forward to see this 12 hours. Are going to be me and I think you or Juno are going to cover those 3 first hours, but it's gonna be, I think these 3 first hours, especially the first one, is going to be very important to dictate where you're going to be on track for the remainder of the race.
Work our way to the start of this one with the pace car peeling off and away. Remember, our drivers must also ignore the iRacing green flag, and instead it's left up to each respective class leader when we make our way in towards the starting zone to get the race underway. Traffic going to be pretty relentless as well, and that's, I think, going to be the talking point. Who can navigate their way through the most efficiently, most effectively, and make sure they stay out of the trouble. Lorenzo, how many safety cars? 12 hours of racing. How often do we end up stopping and starting here today?
I'm going to be very light on this. I'll put up 3.
Only 3. That's not too bad, but never know. It could be one of those races where we just have these long green flag runs, lots of green flag pit stops that split the field up as well, of course. Could also be the kind of race where stop and start championship on the line. We end up needing pretty frequent interventions from that safety car. That back straightaway, or the main straightaway, going to see all of the 53 machines lined up and ready to go, but just focus at the front initially. The 15 prototypes heading off to the starting zone. And the final race of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series, powered by Heusinkveld, is ready to go. The big green machine streaks away at the front. Green flag flies for the 12 hours of Fuji. 3 wide in the heart of the pack as we dive down into the opening corner. Satellite Racing fending off the challenge from Movano momentarily, but they look to the inside in their IVRA. Single file at the front as we work onto the brakes. GT3 machines roaring up and revving through the gears on the run up towards the opening corner. The prototype's going to flick it to the left though through Coca-Cola with no change at the front. Meanwhile, it's a battle between the Maniti and WSR Esports teams down out of the opening corner. Maniti have the inside for now, but it gives the Audi the inside line on the run up towards the left-hander. Simufy and Maniti 1 and 2 and holding on to their spots as WSR Esports butt kicker going to slide into line single file. Look at BS Turner though, trying not to run into SimCity Racing and almost going off the track through 100R.
Yeah, and they're probably going to lose the position to the car right behind. Got a little bit, scruffy as they nearly make contact again. 7th place, and Instinct Racing may be able to go through. Meanwhile, bad jump from Movano at the start of the race over there, Arjuna, going from 2nd to 4th place.
Bit of smoke in front. I think that might have been from the ATRS Academy car that's dropped down to the tail end of the GTP order, but out of the chicane, BS Turner trying to get back up the inside of that Instinct Racing machine. Definitely not any patience from Ruben Bonga in some ways, as he just wants to try and minimize any time lost to those up front, try and stick with them. Already Simufy 1.7 odd seconds clear out of the final corner and trying to make a break for the hills. End of lap 1 though. Maniti leads from BS Plus competition in GTP. Movano losing 2 positions on the start. And Sebastian Ho brings the ATRS Academy car into pit lane. The only seemingly victim of a rather clean opening lap. Look though at the margin at the front of the GT3 Pro class. Do Maniti go defensive into the opening corner? No. WSR Esports butt kicker sit in behind and don't force the issue.
Yeah, but Bonga already trying to overtake just at the back of the frame over there. Can he make it work on the Instinct Racing? No, he can't. So Bonga's impatience is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger as they see the direct competition, being up there in the front for now.
Keyword being for now. Look at this, heart of the pack, and it's in amidst the GT3 cars where Kinetic Racing see behind them, bit of side-by-side between Fury Simsport and the Archer Brothers Endurance Racing team. Trying to charge back up through the field, of course. Matthew Molnar qualified down the very tail end of the GT3 running order. Has gotten past both the Paceworks and Rusty Spatula's machine, but that Fury Simsport car is a pro, intermingled amongst with all the AMs. If we do get safety cars, should say when we get safety cars, we will have a class split that will see the GT3 Pros in front of the GT3s. Not something we see though on the initial race start. Moves being thrown into turn number 1. That was Geeks Energy fiercely forward, having a look on Maniti slightly further back in line. Didn't play out though for them in their favor. No changes into the opening corner, although almost lost them a little bit of momentum, and eventually heading up in towards Coca-Cola. I think the move does end up being made. Settles into a rhythm, Lorenzo. This is what happened between Orion Race Team and ATRS Academy.
Oh, bonk. I think the damage came in from the impact from Percent and Nomad. But then again, no blame on Percent and Nomad. They were the innocent bystanders, just saw the car being, halfway across in front of them.
Came in like a wrecking ball with no real chance to avoid it at the end of the day. Something that I think would be quite familiar to those that watched the wrecks yesterday at the Barber Motorsports Park with the Indy NXT Next Series, however they want us to call it. Huge incident that they had on the road to Indy ladder. We'll have 5 minutes complete or so next time across the line, and already I am getting the sense that, Lorenzo, we're not even into the traffic just yet, but we may end up in that sort of a race where you were hoping for only 3 cautions. They're definitely taking it calm right now.
Yeah, but then again, it's the calm before the storm. Yeah, but I don't want to take it too positively, but we'll see how this one will progress as the race goes on by. But looking good so far. Looking good for maybe potential 3 or less yellow flags.
Lorenzo mentioned top 2 in the championship can grab spots in the 24-hour Series Esports Championship, and so that's something that it's going to be important given that they've got their final 12-hour race next Sunday, 12 hours of Barcelona. So keep an eye on RaceSpotTV for all of that action as well. Some of these same teams will be in action, albeit in some slightly different machinery. Back over to the GT3s where the Paceworks Mercedes, remember this is the back of the pack, continuing to try and work their way on forward, coming up through the final sector now. Did see that German Sim Racing had a bit of a slip up, and so they have lost a whole handful of positions and dropped down to what is 47th overall. Crazy to think about that as they head off down into the boards turn number 1. Change for second as well in GT3 Pro as WSR Esports butt kicker up in front now of Maniti Racing and trying to bridge the 2.7 second gap. Lorenzo, that is a huge margin at this phase of the race for Simufy to already enjoy.
Yeah, it got really insane how much Tristan kind of like broke away from Alex and everybody else in the field. Alex being Alex Bennett. You're gonna look at what happened to Dennis Brizic. Small contact with the Orion GT3 Pro car. I think that is where, right around Dunlop, that could be. Yeah, that's right after Dunlop. So unfortunate to see that happen, but basically the gap was over nearly a full second when they got into turn number 1 at the beginning of the race.
A couple of incidents, but nothing major. That's the important thing. And race control, different things being investigated, but nothing too major. Remember, the only penalty that we have coming out of practice and qualifying is the 20 seconds for Satellite Racing's GT3 Pro car, which was an infringement for just rolling out a little bit too early. This the look on board with the WSR Esports butt kicker machine that's hunting down Maniti. So Andrew Caron wanting to try and fight his way forward. Don't think you'll have a look down into turn number 1 though. No fuel saving though either, Lorenzo. Quite interesting.
I had my finger up over here. Of course, we don't have cameras for you guys to take a look at that. But I was just waiting for him to actually lift off and try to save fuel save. Interesting to see that happen.
Just wondering if that's maybe related to the conditions. Maybe also just the fact that they've lost so much time to your race leader. Don't think that it's worth them saving any fuel just yet, but still a long way to go. And of course, if you're not saving at this point, you're somewhat on the back foot. This is GT3, by the way, where Orbit Motorsport riding behind Torque Freak Racing. Ethan Bass just behind John Goodwin. Do think that WSR Esports butt kicker Andrew Caron just got past Alex Bennett in the Maniti Racing car, so swap around has happened there as well. And I wonder if now WSR Esports butt kicker can somewhat use the fact that they're running nose astern, Lorenzo, second and third, to try and work forward. Will Visceral be the next one to make their way forward on Maniti?
Yeah. Interesting to see. This kind of like it's been the tale of the tape of sorts for many, you know, really good qualifying, but struggle a little bit to translate that to race pace, especially early on. I think they're a little bit more conservative than the other teams.
There's been drama at the back. This is a replay, I do believe. I'm not sure this is live because I do see, you can see Movano taking through the bollards in the chicane shortcut. Traffic plays its part the first time by, and I'm wondering what's happened to BS Competition, because they're going very slowly right now in the GTP class, and they're going to be coming down to pit lane. Championship drama.
Wow. It looks like it was them that actually got cut up. We saw maybe Satellite being checked up as well. But wow. What just happened transpiring in the first passing of the cars?
So that was a replay, I'm pretty sure, that we were watching. This will, I guess, also be a replay for Danny Lorenzo, who goes up the inside and it's self-inflicted the kill as well.
Ay.
Lorenzo, what do you make of that?
I'm in shock. Then again, remember when I said the dangerous places in the track where you invite for dive bombs and everything, and the mismanagement of speed can happen? I said Dunlop was one of those corners, and and bang on, it was just like that. I'm surprised. I'm speechless right now. I'm truly speechless.
First cycle through of traffic, always expected to be the most chaotic, and right now no chaos for the front of the GT3 field. A little bit more chaos for Maniti Racing, WSI Esports, Buttkicker in the GTP class as they continue just to work their way on forward. BS Turner looking very comfortable, but no real drama for them. I think this will be another replay as we look on board. And you just see a little bit too deep. It's not even that the car in front's slowing down through all the traffic. He was never making the corner.
No. Like I said, mismanaged the speed as well. I don't know if SRN got a little bit checked up with the GT3 cars in front, but I think you hit the nail on the head. They were never going to make that corner properly.
10 minutes complete, and there's the first sign of chaos, Lorenzo. I guess I was getting a little bit too optimistic.
You were saying Impulse just having a little bit of a drift. Oh no.
And they've lost the rear end on that car as well. Now, is this going to result in the first caution? It was Hydrace Geodesic that they got tangled up with, I do believe. And surely, on the outside of 100R, 2 cars stationary. I think the camera from up above would probably show us a little bit more, but that is going to be a case where, Lorenzo, I think the safety car surely has to come out.
Yeah, we're probably going to have our first yellow flag of the race, barely 10 minutes in.
And there it is. You heard it. Yellow flag flies, and will slow things down, at least for now. The margin that Simify enjoyed comes to an end. There's the contact, and I tell you what, did Hydrace almost actually flip over there?
They had a Max Mark Webber liftoff in Valencia-esque moment, yes.
My goodness. Safety car out for the first time today. You were saying 3, right?
Yep.
So not quite going over, but I mean, no control of the car, and that is big drama. And we're talking championship drama here as well, I think, right? Because both Mivano and BS Competition got tangled up in that incident through traffic and dropped down the order. BS Competition, I think, getting the worst of it, all things considered. Heavens, I'm trying to figure out the implications on the championship here, Lorenzo, across all 3 of the classes, because you noticed something in the GT3 class as well.
Yeah, I noticed that Olympus is not on the GT3 grid, so all the mathematics can go away. And Rusty Spatula is not in the front. Priest Work is not in the front. Zachary, okay, it was kind of at the front. SRN was fighting over there mathematically, but was still over there. Percent and Nomad over there as well. Like, you have about 7 teams fighting for 8 teams fighting mathematically for top spot, as we see the beautiful look. Well, grimace look as well from Graham Sanders being launched all the way down into, you know, the wall of 100R. And also this has also some championship implications as well, because they weren't in 3rd place.
Just to confirm, that was a replay, by the way. That was not a live shot, in case you were wondering, but these are going to be lengthy caution laps as well, as we just trundle behind the pace car. I'm sure these drivers, Lorenzo, kind of expected an early caution, though, so it probably isn't a surprise to them right now, is it?
Yeah, like I said before, I think your early yellow flag, I don't think is going to affect them way too much. From what it looks like, the pits won't open. That's what Jack Styles has, or who's belongs to Orbit. He drives for Orbit Motorsport, and a fellow RaceSpot commentator has mentioned in our YouTube chat, in our broadcast chat. So let's see if that's gonna happen. But interesting. At least it wasn't like spot lap 1 at least.
So 15 minutes or so going to be complete as the field just stacks up behind the safety car. Again, confirmation, short yellow incoming, so pit's not going to be opened. So this first stint going to be extended slightly in terms of fuel for the prototypes for the GT3 cars. If we do get a subsequent caution, you would suspect that they would come in again. Wow, BS Turner. Now, if they hadn't had any contact with any of the prototype cars, through traffic, they might have some damage anyway as a result of that.
Yes. And to make matters worse, pit lane is closed, so it's like, do you take the opportunity to come into the pit lane, take the L, maybe get an end of line penalty if all things, so you can repair any potential damage that you have early on in the race, and then get yourself out cleanly as the race goes on by?
Yeah. Strategists, engineers having to be put into work, and that's where even some of the smaller teams here, Lorenzo, I say smaller teams being, you know, we got BS competitions, you know, Movano, some of the biggest teams in the world of sim racing, and then we got community teams, right? A lot of the teams that, you know, people have put together and built up over the course of the years here in IVRA. And so, you know, I say big versus small, not to, you know, demean or, you know, denigrate anyone, but more just to recognize the lack of resources that they may have, not having people that traditionally would be dedicated support staff. No, but for these sort of races, it's always more helpful having an extra pair of eyes.
Yeah, every eyes that you can get, every, you know, extra set of hands, you know, calculating the numbers and making everything look shiny on their prospects. I think looks good. Looking forward to see how this disparity of, you know, resources is going to affect maybe some of the you know, lesser teams, especially a GT3 in my opinion, as the race goes on by, to see how they're going to be affected with strategies and all.
John Jones asks, how do the caution work? How do the cautions work, rather? It's all just based on whether the cars are stationary in a place where race control deems them to be able to be towed back without the intervention of the safety car. If they feel like the car is in an unsafe place, that is when the safety car will come out. So keep that in mind. Again, just remember, I think in both of our cases, Lorenzo and myself think that both Impulse and Hydra Race, in that case, very, very innocent parties. Just a bit of a racing incident, right, Lorenzo? As lights are off on the pace car.
Yeah, 100%. There was a slight contact with the Impulse and Manidi. I think just a self-inflicted spin cause from Impulse when they got back into the track. Just Graham found the Impulse car, nothing he could do over there. Both are innocent bystanders of a unfortunate incident.
You can see from up above the look at the car, single file for now. Thomas Cope jumps into the chat, by the way. Olympus esports driver saying he's sad he can't be here, but he's at least happy to be able to check in and wish his opponents traditionally good luck for the rest of this 12-hour affair. Lorenzo, we've bunched the pack up, single file restart. Are we at least going to see a little bit more of a orderly restart here? And then once we get back into traffic, probably more chaos.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be like those of 10 to 20 minutes of calm before the storm, before they reach the GT3 field again. Hopefully the next passing will be calm as well.
So lights are off. Let's see what happens as we get ready to go. Field getting a bit of separation as well to the safety car, so I wonder if the big green machine is hoping to try and pick up the throttle basically as soon as they enter into the zone. After that, field behind knows their regulations as to when they should and should not pass, so it's going to make it a little bit more simple for them on the run down into the opening corner. There's a look from up above at the drivers all just waiting eagerly to get onto the power. Some drivers just a little bit out of line, recognizing they want to be able to see when the leader goes. Some will be told exactly when by their spotter. Christian Hilgard not waiting though, as Maxime Naz gets the big green machine fired off into turn number one. Satellite Racing Challenge down around the outside. Fiercely forward, Geeks Energy sit behind and wait to pounce in the wings, but as Hilgard gets pushed the long way around, Maniti Racing hold on, down out of turn number one. No other side-by-side moments for the prototypes as they flick to the left for the first time. High speed for GT3 Pro, Simufy, trying to now build up their advantage once again. Lorenzo, Tristan Iglesias has got the rear-view mirror filled of WSR Esports butt kicker.
Yeah, for the first time, he actually might find himself into a small trouble, even though he's opening 6/10 of a second already early on. But this is the first time he actually has a car in close, as now also Ethan Bass has the Torque Freak car and other GT3 cars in the same class right behind him as well.
First lap tends to be, for these drivers in GT3, the one where they're all just trying to stay within the draft and hope that they don't get challenged whatsoever. I think the only bits of side-by-side we have are Instinct Racing and Delta Sport on that run up towards the chicane. Might end up seeing a couple of things based on that restart being reported to Race Control, who, let's not forget, already having to work their way through a couple of different things. From the race start, can tell you that the Maniti, number 17, not your race leading car, does have a 20-second penalty. That was the move, though, that saw Orbit Motorsport jump in front of Torque Freak Racing. Orion Race Team stricken in the center of the track, though. It's caused a bit of a slip-up. Couple of cars filtering in either direction. German Sim Racing, poor Dennis Prizik once again gets forced off the track. I think that's probably the third time so far today, but no major drama for the rest of the cars. Down onto the pit straight.
Which car that actually made contact? Was a Ferrari that made contact with them. Cold tires, maybe, Arjuna?
Could be. Another look from up above will just show you that first there was that spin. Satellite Racing's GT3 Pro car got very, very, very lucky. It's the Fury SimSport car. It's the white and green with the Pro number boards on it as well. Maybe slightly out of positions for Matthias Tem. Race Control will definitely be taking a look at that. Have seen the drivers now all starting to stretch their legs somewhat in this GT3 Pro and GT3 class. It means that German Sim Racing dropping back, but SimCity Racing alongside of Maniti with contact between them into the chicane. Maniti almost go deep and oversend it, slow it down just in the nick of time, and hold on to what is sixth position.
Yep, and there's this entire T13 and all the way down to T16 that can invite maybe potential overtake, but I think for now Dalton Zelvador is basically going to cook that car all the way down to the long 1.5 kilometer nearly straight for a potential overtake as Alex Bennett struggles continue on in this restart.
Yeah, they are dropping like a fly right now. That Porsche was fast in qualifying, but maybe a little bit more compromised with how they set the car up in the race itself. And just look at the margin that BS Turner already have. If they thought they were at a bit of a disadvantage when it came to the BOP for the BMW, well, doing their best to minimize the pain by getting in front of maybe a bit of a cork in the bottle down out of turn one. Already your GTPs, by the way, as we see these drivers down through the opening corner, heading out through the final sector. So Lorenzo, we're not far away from traffic once again, rearing its head. And it was the first time through traffic that immediately saw the chaos erupt.
Yeah, just I'm praying that it doesn't happen again. I think we're looking from the front end of the field, we're about a lap and a half, maybe 2 laps away from the second passing of the GTPs around the GT3 cars.
But with each passing cycle, let's not forget that the GT3 is going to get more and more filtered out. We have just 15 of course of the GTPs. I think confirmed retirement now, unfortunately, for the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing crew. We then have, out of the 53 cars in total, you know, the 38 GT3 cars split up into 24 GT3 Pros, 14 of the GT3 cars. So 3 races being run out on track, of course, to all try and follow and to keep an eye on. Simufy, though, they probably are the one team that most affected in some ways by the safety car, Lorenzo, with their almost 3-second advantage being totally cut out.
Yeah, 100%, and already finding themselves into trouble as Alex Davidson's right on their backs.
Audi is there. Andrew Carone doesn't sit too far behind either, and so WSR Esports butt kicker in a very comfortable spot. Will they be saving fuel? We'll have to wait and see. ATRS Academy 4 laps down and passing in the grass.
Yeah, got a little bit of a scary moment right there, but it was all it was, a scary moment.
And I guess sometimes, right, in traffic situations, you just want to make the move happen before a particular corner. That was on the entry into the left-hander before 100R. I don't think you want to get stuck behind a GT3 before the long right-hander, and so maybe that little bit more urgent and willing to force the issue around the outside. So at the front, 3 cars, very, very steady, and then second or so back to Visceral Esports, where Beck and Jasir in the 196 just sits in a bit of no man's land, wanting to close a little bit more, not to be left behind out of drafting range, but also not too far off of being in a position to drop Ruben Bonga in the BS Turner car and leave no draft there as well. On board with this Audi in the second position, Alexander Davidson, a little bit tighter through the final corner, Lorenzo. Interesting to note the difference between the Audi and the Porsche.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I want to see it here on the main straight if Alex and Caron are going to be able to save a little bit of fuel. Last time, by the way, they weren't saving fuel. They were actually pushing the car all the way down into the entry of the braking zone on turn number 1. So there will be some lift. Yeah, there is some small lift there, Arjuna, but I don't think it's going to be a massive effect into the fuel saving itself on the long run.
Seems to kind of be one of those things where you can save some fuel, so why not? Nothing else too untoward to that. We have seen the lead gap open up to 3 seconds in the GTP class, and Maniti doing very well. Of course, they will be into traffic sooner rather than later. These GT3 Pro leaders will be the final drivers that the GTP cars are actually going to end up passing, so they have quite a ways before they have to worry about looking in the rearview mirror for the faster class. Race control out of that first 20-odd minutes, by the way. So plenty for them to work their way through. We'll keep you updated with the race control decisions as they cycle through, but right now only 3 penalties, 1 of them from qualifying, 1 of them from the initial race start, and then 1 for a driver who had already had to take a trip down to pit lane and slightly fell afoul of the rules in pit lane itself. Let's talk about GT3 then, because Satellite Racing, the lighter blue on the front end, tells you that's Ryan Robertson in the 267. Now they are, only a handful of cars behind Orbit Motorsport and Ethan Bass. They've got Absolute Motorsport in front of them, Talk Creek Racing in front of them as well. Helpful thing for your race leaders, though, class leaders, I should say, Lorenzo. Orbit Motorsport do have 1 GT3 Pro car between them and the rest of their class.
Ethan just being, the cream of the crop of the class so far, and so far looking really strong. Might not get the championship because they're down in 10th place in the standings, 310 points, basically 122 points away from the leading car in the Rusty Spatulas, which sits down in 10th place. But again, this GT3 car, after the absence of Olympus and the fact that some of the leaders in the championship are so far behind, I think it's right as of stands now, the mathematics are all thrown off.
They get word from Olympus as well that they don't have an AM driver available, so they wouldn't have been classified as 3 wide down at turn 1 for some of their GT3 competition, who are still in the race, and that technically still, makes sense as to why we don't see the Olympus car, and it goes to show how those driver ratings from IVRA do sometimes dictate how the teams plan out their approaches. Danny Lorenzo has hopefully fixed up any damage that the BS competition car had, albeit mentally, because they haven't brought it down pit lane, and so after whatever happened through the chicane in the first cycle through of traffic, hopefully the mental ghost put to one side. Oh, Tanguy Billon for WSI Esports butt kicker. Runs a little bit wide, and then Prestanda Nomad. What happened to them?
Yeah, looking really, really clunky outside of Dunlop right there.
So, we'll see what happened. But Lorenzo, this of course is all of the chaos. Talk us through the incident that begins with the Prestanda Nomad GTP apparently, although the GTD's already off to the side.
Yeah, looking for to see what happened with GTP. Did the Prestanda Nomad car actually got into contact with another GT3 right behind into the entry of turn 13?
Could have been. Here's the traffic though down the main straightaway. This is where the prototypes will want to use their better top end speed to pass as many of the GTs as possible, but then onto the brakes. ABS helps out as well, let's not forget. Oh, Movano A little bit of contact to the back of the Ferrari. Another thing for race control to take a look at, and those incident reports starting to add on up. Not 3 wide up towards the left-hander of turn 2, but for a moment I did wonder if there were some drivers further up through the field that maybe did take it 3 wide. We jump on board with the Acura for WSR Esports butt kicker, riding behind Marcus Hamilton from Movano Racing. 6.5 seconds off of your race lead. 30 minutes done in this first hour of the race.
Yeah, I think more importantly is I think Movano might be actually exempt from being the one to blame right there. It looks like the from what it looked like on the replay, from my perspective, the percent of my car was a little bit offset, as there is now 3 wide and a little bit of contact for the WSR GTP.
And it was all around the Nürburgring Esports car, and Danny Lorenzo at Zebra had a pretty good view of all of it, and in the thick of it as well. This is where the hybrid really kicks into gear and spools you up. 50 extra horsepower for you to then propel yourself down the main straightaway. Lights flash from the Acura. And as Movano tries to get to the inside of Team Heusinkveld as well, not going to have the chance to open up the corner. 3 wide through the braking zone, and WSR Esports butt kicker going to be followed through potentially by BS Competition, who don't get the chance to throw it up the inside. Move made as they rise up towards turn 2. Traffic continues to keep them apart. Lead 2 though within half a second. Satellite Racing right there with Miniti.
Maxime just lost so much time on the traffic itself. That is quite surprising. It was nearly 2 seconds that that was the gap initially. Now it's only extending half a second.
Championship, by the way, for Movano looks relatively comfortable as long as they just stay in front of BS Competition for the day in the GTP class. So that will be their main target, I would assume, when it comes to the GT3 championship. Still technically wide open, but we'll try and keep an eye on who's got the best chance moving forward. Trek Esports around the outside of the Instinct Racing machine, I think that was, and got very, very squirrely for a moment. Project Valorous, as well as the Nürburgring Esports crew just in front as we jump on board with Jason Dilworth and head on to this long run into turn 1 once more. Side by side in front, Lorenzo. This is where, again, if you're being smart through this traffic, you're taking your opportunities. Trek Esports get balked, and there goes the run for Bristanda Nomad.
Yeah, very well cooked from Bristanda Nomad as they do the overtake. I don't know if Track also got checked. They got checked up at the GT3, but I don't know if they kind of like intentionally let Bristanda Nomad go around. But then again, it's hard to know as they go nearly 300 kph.
Around the outside, long way around. BS Turner, the one that's closed up to Visceral through all of this. Don't forget that if you enjoy golf, then there's not just motorsports around Mount Fuji. There's apparently like 9, or at least 9 golf courses around.
Yep.
That you could combine a weekend of golf with a weekend of racing as well. That would be quite fun and entertaining, but one of those things that you don't necessarily think about when you jump onto the sim on iRacing. There's the lap time comparison, by the way, between Ruben Bonga and Beckham Jasir. You can see the 3/10 loss on lap 17 just with a bit of traffic, but previous 2 laps chipping into the margin bit by bit. And now Beckham Jasir, a full 2 seconds off of the leading 3, has lost their toe, Lorenzo. If you're Ruben Bonga, is this a time when you start thinking, right, I can save some fuel, or is it the time that you think, my BMW's at a disadvantage, should I pass and try and close back up to those front 3?
Good question. If I'm Bonga, I'd probably save fuel. The pace I don't think is gonna come down eventually between the Porsche and then the Audis right in front, so it's gonna be a little bit hard for you to get closer.
No shuffling into the opening corner. In fact, there was some fuel saving, albeit ending up resulting in a little bit of a moment there down through the apex, losing a bit of time, a couple of car lengths to the Visceral Esports Porsche, but again, fight for 4th and 5th position. BS Turner just knowing that they want to stay out of trouble in this first half of the race, position them as well as they can for the back half, and for their championship. Satellite Racing, by the way, losing track of Maniti at the front of the field. I do feel as though, Lorenzo, that big green machine, last race that we'll see them with the #1 on their car, and they've shown up ready to play.
Yeah, finish out strong, you know, as let's see how they will perform into this race. Looking really good at Porsche so far. It's impressive. It's quite interesting how the Porsche came into, you know, the fray of, you know, being probably the worst GTP a few seasons ago. When it actually came out, it wasn't on the same performance level as the BMW and the Acura was, and the Cadillac as well. Now to arguably, of course, remove the BOP and everything, put it up in the official series to be arguably the best GTP overall.
I'm not going to get into conversations about what is the best GTP. All I'm going to say is I like that we've got 4 manufacturers available and all 4 are actually being used, because that, you know, would be something that we probably don't too often get to see. And so, you know, Porsche being chased down by Cadillac at the front. We've been seeing the battles of the Acuras, who have been involved in some of the issues, not being easy sailing by any means. BS Turner, by the way, I think they are finally deciding it's time to bonga and might get the move done into turn number 1. There's the Visceral 196. And the BS Turner machine in front, move made, and forward to 4th position.
Gap standing at 2.8 seconds between Bonga and Andrew Caron. As when we're going to look on the replay, there was some contact on the lap previous from Bonga on Beckham this year, but now this time around, clean, done and dusted for the Dutch driver.
And maybe it was just the realization that that gap in front had kept growing, and Steer didn't want to lose any more time himself, and we'll hope that he can try and follow in the footsteps of the Zebra to close up to your race lead. Best of the BMWs so far, of course. Best of the Ferraris is Team Heusinkveld in 11th position. See plenty of the Ferraris, of course, in the GT3 class. Not so many of them in the GT3 Pros. And while we check back in with the Orion race team car in GT3 AM, Ethan Bass in that Orbit Motorsport car, maybe partially because Lorenzo, he's got a GT3 Pro car between him and the rest of his class. Next car in queue, 5 seconds down the road.
I think you couldn't ask for a better start, can you? And what a good start for Ethan and everybody else at Orbit. Good to see, though, given the fact their season, I think, was from, you know, really promising to downright down to the gutter, just like that.
It's so easy to have momentum shift in a championship fight at the end of the day, and that's where, you know, so often we talk about consistency winning championships. What does that mean? Well, sometimes it means just consistently chipping away and being there and being willing to suffer and endure hard times. 12 hours at Fuji, I'll be honest, sounds like a pretty hard time to me. But these drivers apparently enjoy this track a little bit more than I do. It's I don't even think it's like the 3rd best track in all of Japan, if I'm being honest, Lorenzo.
Oh, okay. You know what? I might actually agree with you. I think it is the 4th best track.
I mean, it might not even be the 4th best. Like, you could, there's probably even more that I could come up with that might even be better. Joe Blewett fiercely forward, having a look on the Nürburgring Esports car, but that doesn't work down at the long left-hand hairpin.
Yeah, didn't make the overtake. He's going to have a second shot, though, coming into Dunlop. There you go. There was a little bit of a look for, on Dennis Vika, Nürburgring Esports red and great car. But coming back to the topic, you rate Okayama better than this track?
I never said Okayama was better.
Back, by the way.
That was Paceworks in their Mercedes getting tangled up, by the way. So keep an eye on them. And it has caused not damage to your GT3 leader, but has definitely cost them a bit of time, as they're now only 2 or so seconds in front of the rest of their class. Is that going to put a bit more pressure onto the shoulders of the Bassmaster behind the wheel right now, as back onto the main straight they go? Take a look at what happened. The Mercedes just gets run into from behind, and oh, there was contact for Bass.
Question is that front heavily affected, because I know the BMW is already into the pit lane for Delta V, so can Ethan survive the whole stint without being caught up by John Godwin in the torque-free car and the rest as well?
We do have traffic starting. We're not that far away, I guess, from pit stops. 25 minutes for the GT3s, maybe less than that for sure for the prototypes. Yeah, it's an interesting one. But yeah, not even saying Okayama's necessarily better than this, but
okay, radio best.
I mean, definitely Suzuka's better than this. I'm not even going to argue that one personally. And then there's many other tracks in Japan which I would say are better than this one. There's a super slow-mo. I mean, how close can you get without getting damage? I think Orbit Motorsport are finding out here today.
Yeah, I think they just got away with the skin of their teeth on that one.
And now with the traffic passing, gap to Goodwin shrinking. It's underneath 2 seconds, might even be underneath a second and a half if traffic keeps costing them. But your race leaders having now effectively passed them. That was Maniti and Satellite 1 and 2 in the GTP class. 40 minutes done. Maxime Naz, Christian Hilgard just continuing to pull away from the likes of Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, the second of the Maniti machines, and then the pair of Acuras, WSR Esports Butt Kicker and Movano Sim Racing. Oh, big bit more smoke that time for WSR Esports Butt Kicker. And they'll have a pretty easy time to rejoin, just stay to the left side of those sausage curbs and use the hybrid, get in front of Prestanda Nomad and back out onto track.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion at the back. I think that was involving the Twerk free car, that from what it looked like initially, but it could be very wrong.
Let's see behind the couple of moments just playing out. So up the inside. Self-inflicted mistake and trying to just make a move that was never going to happen. A GT3 car has to turn in eventually.
Yeah, but doesn't it look like the WSR GTP understeered quite a lot into the corner? Not because he was on the braking, but also because there was natural understeering to the car itself.
Probably going to make contact regardless, but did not help, that's for sure. The Nürburgring Esports prototype machine works its way down out of the bottom of the track and now through the chicane. We'll go the long way around on the Orion GT3 machine as they work their way on forward. We're not far away from prototypes pitting though, are we, Lorenzo? Because the short yellow only would have added, what, a lap or so to the mix?
No, we're not far away. I think they're going to do like a tops, I would argue maybe up to 30 laps. But then again, I think this is one of those tracks we ran for 10 minutes, then added up maybe like more 10 minutes with safety caution and everything. We're right on the verge. I would say 30-ish laps before they come into the pit lane.
This is the ride with the satellite racing machine. Love the throaty noise. Being patient behind BS Turner as well. That's important, Lorenzo. Not forcing the issue.
Yeah, that's vital for, you know, long range survival, or not long range. Long range is not the proper word, but long-term survival in a race like this, where we've seen the attrition level not high, but when we see attrition, it can be fatal.
Yeah, again, we saw both Hydra Race and Impulse involved in the incident that brought out the sole caution. They will take no further part in this race. Delta V Racing have been in pit lane for going on 4 minutes now. So those incidents playing their part. Race leaders, now WSR Esports Butt Kicker got the front end in the air momentarily. Alexander Davidson rode on those sausage curves, but shouldn't be any drama there. But you can still see two cars relatively close. Lorenzo, they have dropped Andrew Carone.
Yeah, they dropped but not that much. I think Andrew's right now? About a second and a half. So there's still a chance for Andrew to get closer and get within the draft range again and save a little bit of fuel.
Conversation going on right now about what is the best version of Fuji in terms of configuration years, and one of the responses that came back was the best version of Fuji Fuji is Suzuka, which 10 out of 10 response definitely made me chuckle. But yeah, again, if you don't watch Super Formula Super GT, there are some great tracks around of Asia as a whole. I don't want to just say in Japan, but you know, there are definitely some ones that you should definitely be keeping your eye out for, and some great racing as well, just to continue watching. I would even argue, as much as Motegi is quite boring as a road course, it is still better than this one. Bit more chaos behind. Not sure what's happened to the Fury SimSport car, but another slip up for them. Lorenzo, I'm quite surprised that, you know, we had one caution early, and cautions breed cautions. Haven't seen anything since then.
No, and not at all. And as you were just mentioning, you know, into some potential issues, satellite GT3 being spun around, spinning the Fury SimSport. Kind of parked it on the apex. I don't know if satellite's totally at fault here. It's just like you park it on the apex as this championship battle go on, Arjuna.
And so BS Plus and Mivano, even after the chaos in the opening couple of cycles of traffic, going to be wheel to wheel, and with the zebra on the inside, does Marcus Hamilton really want to defend too hard? I think the answer is going to be yes here. There's championship to fight for, and they'll want to win it out on track by staying in front. BS Competition leaving, well, just a car's width, maybe a little bit less, and a bit squirrely on the curbs. Muvano still on the inside. Through 100, they'll run side by side on entry. The zebra on the inside, and this is also where differences in downforce may play out as well. BMW not going to make it work. Long way around. Mivano holds on.
Yeah, in good respect, despite, you know, the side pod contest they actually made a few moments ago through the Coca-Cola turn. But really good racing so far. But more importantly, you know, there is some gap they have to the next GTP, so they cannot fight way too much. Otherwise, they're going to be hung out to dry, rather. I
guess they're also counting as a bit of a expectation that we are going to see another caution, likely before the halfway mark of the race, where, of course, we pay out those halfway points. Not half points, just to be clear. They're 1/3 points, but paid out at the halfway mark. Should be one of those things where teams have cycled that in to their strategy just in order to make sure they can maximize championship situation. Not close enough this time by is the BS Plus competition car to have a look, and so down into the opening corner it will stay as is this time by. There was, of course, a bit of threat of rain in the offing, but there's been a couple of technical issues about drivers having iRacing crashes with the rain that has meant that, Lorenzo, what we have done for this race in particular, while iRacing just irons out some of the nuances with the likes of NVIDIA, Intel, and AMD with the brand new weather system, is no rain today and just dry instead.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happen, but it is what it is, you know. All for the better sake of improvement. You know, if you're gonna make this more stable as it goes on by, of course, we have to take in mind this new system actually got implemented this season, so still there's some irony out, and you're never going to be able to get it perfect. You can test it 1,000 times when you put it up in live service. Sometimes things here and there happen, and if they're gonna make it better, more stable as the seasons go on by with the Tempest system, I'm all for it.
So still continued chatter going on about this track in chat. What my personal thoughts are: the only great races I've watched here, both in the real and sim, are when there's changeable conditions. And if your track needs changeable conditions to be fun to race around, I'm not sure if it's necessarily one of my favorites. And again, you've got the likes of what? Autopolis, Sugo. I mean, there's plenty of great tracks in Japan that you could think about. So
Ibisu.
Yeah, just keep that in mind. They're side by side further behind. And I do wonder if, by the way, your race leader in GT3 Pro is going to try and break away, because suddenly the draft has been broken and Tristan Iglesias finds himself clear. These drivers slightly further behind, though. Zekerel, for example, really feeling the pressure from Rusty Spatulas. The championship leading car coming into today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that a little bit of a second win for Rusty Specialists. I think they found themselves on the track at least. Looking forward to see if Mutin is going to be able to do the overtake. A little bit of a wide arc coming into the final corner, rather than the Porsche taking more of a tight angle into the final corner. It's those differences of trying to launch yourself with more speed, rather than trying to carry on momentum more than usual. But the interesting aspects of racing so far that we like to cover, as I think German Sim Racing is going to do the overtake on the Maniti GT3 car for one more spot.
Yeah, and he's of course trying to recover. Dennis Brizik's been through the struggles today. It's been not easy by any means, and so it's good to see that no damage to the car at least, and we do get a couple more cautions. Expect them to just continue trying to use whatever strategy tricks they can to pull their way forward and closer to maybe some of these drivers that you see on your screen in front of you. There is the Delta Sport car, the 199, runs an 8th spot. Maniti's second car just behind them. Then Instinct and Team Heusinkveld, the first of the Ferraris, running in queue. Back onto this main straightaway. And with a bit of I'm not going to say clean air, clean mind right now, Lorenzo. Traffic's made its pass. Going to be a handful of laps before it happens once more.
Yeah, I think it's going to take maybe the next set of GTP cars coming around, maybe for the GT3 cars to get fizzled out and closer and closer, or maybe the next set of pit stops for those who maybe try to go for a lighter tank or something like that, as we're barely reaching into the first hour of the race, already raced on by.
Still waiting for prototypes to signal that their fuel is limited and they're due on the lane. Again, remember, one caution slightly extends the window you'd expect. However, nearing around the time you'd expect the cars to be out of fuel, you can see in that rear view camera from the Instinct shot just how close Max Riedmüller was for Maniti, but gap to Delta Sport just growing very slightly, all as they work their way down this back straight. It does look rather cloudy, Lorenzo, so I don't think we're expecting it to get very warm on the track, are we?
No, maybe not. But then again, we have to remind ourselves is the Japanese spring, and Japanese spring can get very hot, even with these cloudy conditions. So maybe track temperature can reach up maybe to its 30s. Not going to see maybe 40s by midday, but it's still going to be a considerable hot track as race is going to progress on. Progressively onto the power. With almost 2 seconds your race lead at the GTP front, by the way. So Maniti and Satellite just continuing to hold each other at bay and run as they are. BS Competition still behind Movano Sim Racing as well on track and in the championship fight. 11 hours and 7 minutes left to go. Heard that fuel saving as well there, Lorenzo. There was definitely some thought about trying to extend the run. Yeah, wondering how that's gonna go, as Marcus Hamilton now on the offensive against Daniel Lorenzo. I think gonna have to take the L at this time by Arjuna. I don't think he's gonna try to outbreak himself into turn number 1 as Movano goes on through. He's got to make a decision eventually, because there was a bit of a shove there into the braking zone. Will he continue to defend hammer and tongs? Oh, BS Plus for a second I thought would try and cross back underneath, but ran out of time. At this point as well, if you're fighting this hard, might not be a terrible idea to come in and get an undercut working for you, Lorenzo. I'm just throwing that idea out there. It might not be the worst thing at all, because not only you're losing time to yourselves, but you're losing time to the competition. Last lap they done was a 130.8 for Marcus Hamilton, and BS Competition that went 129.5. But then again, that was, I think, prior to overtake being done and everything. They're just losing time to Maniti and every other GTP that is in front of them so far. And I guess they have the safety net of knowing that when
if and when a caution does come out. Field gets bunched up, something we don't really have in the iRacing special events. That was the Orbit Motorsport GT3 leader. They just passed by the way, so was continuing to cycle their way through one by one on the respective GT3 machines and not coming in, Lorenzo. Interesting.
Yeah. Are we going to see maybe 40 laps in this car? Say 30-ish, because the potential of, you know, these cars running up to 50 minutes. You know, that's the reality these cars usually does, like 45 to 50 minutes. But I'm impressed they are going for this run so long, even though it's like aggregate 40 minutes into the stint.
Hey, we're actually seeing some GT3 cars come into pit lane. This is a replay. That's the Delta V GTP on the inside. It's a little bit too hot and aggressive, and rear end steps out. Unfortunately, no one makes contact. That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, especially at that final sector where the tire is going to get shot up in terms of temperatures, because you're going to deep braking zones, elevation changes and all. So you can get a little bit frustrated out as looking into Sim City Racing, trying to make the overtakes. That Max Friedmuller that is right in front of her, is that Alex Bennett? Alex Bennett, day and day, just getting worse as every lap he goes on.
Yeah, but at least, you know, the bleeding seems to have stopped in terms of positions. Maybe not in terms of time. Now, let's not forget, by the way, that these GT3 machines will have their pit stop window extended beyond the top of the hour by at least a handful of laps, courtesy of that caution that we had that was going to extend the GTP window. Don't go anywhere here on RaceSpotTV, though. With just under an hour complete, we're going to take in the sights and sounds here at the Fuji International Speedway and ride on board with a RaceSpot fan immersion with Dalton Zavadil in the SimCity Racing 170. Well, welcome back along to RaceSpotTV as pit stop underway for the GTPs. We've just seen an interesting sequence on our RaceSpot fan immersion. The ride, the thrill of traffic, and, well, the agony in some ways as Dalton Zavadil makes his way on forward. Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Lorenzo Bonder here in the commentary booth. And Lorenzo, we are officially now 1 hour into this 12-hour affair. What a long race it is, and we've already seen some action and a handful of retirees.
Yeah, unfortunately, when we had attrition, it was fatal. So for a good portion of the car, especially at the first few minutes of the race, and looking forward to see how the next 2 hours we have in terms of broadcasting. Me, Arjuna will go on by as we look into Marcus Hamilton pit stopping from Ivano, and BS Competition sticking out for one more lap. Is the only car besides Double Green Esports and Percent Nomad that are staying more than 38 laps in total. Of course, we have to take caution of we had safety car laps.
I get the sense that BS Plus actually didn't end up with any damage from the incident that we saw from them, as the drivers fly past the pit lane entry, revving the engine. Ivano drop and roll as well. Where are they going to feed off? It's a relatively long time in pit lane as well. You know, you're spending a good minute and 20 seconds from cone to cone. And BS Competition can actually go one additional lap even beyond that. So it's an impressive streak so far, but see if that fuel-saving mindset carries forward into the rest of the race as well. GT3 stop's going to probably start to begin momentarily as well. Lorenzo Simufy now 2.3 seconds clear at the front of the GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, just leading on the path. But then again, I haven't talked about this. I think I gotta bring this up. Is take note of those two WSR cars behind. I think the last 3 races, endurance races, I've commentated on here at RaceSpot, WSR, or back in the day when they were pure sims, they've always put a rabbit out of the hat in terms of strategies. So those 2 seconds, don't take it at face value. Those things can actually down quickly as the race going on by. So Simify is not they cannot rest easy for now.
You can never rest easy as well, right? Like in a race like this, it just takes one moment, safety car comes out, and your strategy gets turned on a head. So, very, very uncomfortable in that regard. But yeah, you know, mixed feelings on the safety cars as a driver. You know, you love it for the unpredictability, but you only love it when it works in your favor. Prestanda Nomad are in. They're going to be joined by BS Competition. The pit stop's going to cycle through now for the entirety of your GTP prototype class. Now, leaves the GT3s, pros and regulars aside, still out there and circulating around. The bright orange machine of Iglesias, who he's sharing that car today, by the way, in a 2-driver lineup with Gonzalo Vergara from what I can see. So, going to be interesting to witness the speed across the 2 drivers, how it matches up, and where we see potentially a slight delta between the 2. There comes the Zebra, though, up onto the Jackson, into pit lane.
Yeah, the lengthiest stint in the entirety of the field. I'm wondering how they pulled 41 laps on their stint. It's impressive. Of course, we had safety caution laps and all, and they were fighting tooth and nail against the Ivano. But that is a really impressive stint to go on, if at all, as I think they had some tire changes in the car. So looking for a second stint for Daniel Lorenzo.
Now, already Maniti and Satellite have flown on through. That was to be expected. 4 and a bit seconds splits them, by the way, so they have opened up the delta between them in the pit stop window, as well as slightly earlier through all of that. But I will just point out that BS Plus Competition pitting 4 laps later than your race leader. That could be quite significant, and that's a quite impressive amount of saving done as well. Where do they feed out, though, in comparison to Ivano? 2 laps later. And now, did they have a penalty to serve, Lorenzo? Because they did spend a lot longer in pit lane than I would have thought. About 15 seconds longer as well.
Yeah, on the box, it's the same amount of time.
They did indeed have a penalty, so that would have been for the contact that we saw.
But then again, it wouldn't surprise me at all. But then again, also Marcus Hamilton has a penalty, 5-second penalty, and he hasn't served yet.
I am not seeing that on my sheet just yet, but you're... oh, no, it's just come through. Literally, I'm staring at it, and it's updated in real time in front of me. Yeah, so that penalty has not been served. Who else has got penalties that are important to talk about at this point? I don't see anything of relevance, really. So a couple of penalties here and there, but nothing necessarily that stands out and will grab your attention. Officially 1 hour complete, though. There was a warning given for, let's say, aggression on the restart, Lorenzo.
Yep.
What was your take on all of that?
I mean, it could have ended so badly, that restart, but I think that was a case where I think a warning is a fair thing. You know, if you have to defend, you got to defend. If you want to defend aggressively, that is fine, especially during a restart where the driver behind you can try to get the jump on you, and you want to defend the position the best way you can. But it was continuous. They're correct on that. The warning is just fine. You know, if you want to defend aggressively, yeah, just make sure you're blocking a car and potentially being on the wrong end of causing a massive big one.
Last thing you want to do is be responsible for, again, others' demise and leave yourself vulnerable to race control. Also have to factor in there are penalty points that get, you know, accumulated over the course of, you know, multiple races outside of the per race infringement. And we have seen over the course of this season, drivers and teams accumulate penalty points to the point of actually being then suspended from the next race. On board with Dalton Zavadil, who has now jumped behind Beckham Jasir. They both qualified where they run right now, 5th and 6th positions respectively, but now have lost around 4 seconds to BS Plus Turner. Green flag pit stops do tend to see gaps change even more, so I'm wondering, Lorenzo, with these GT3 cars moments away surely from their pit stop window commencing, are there teams that have been thinking and strategizing long term for what they're doing in this cycle down on the lane?
I think so. You know, I think especially for those teams that are trying, you know, hunt for the top spots, like Manini, you know, they're in a good spot so far. Of course, lost a lot of position in the restart, but they're thinking about longevity. Of course, the WSR team's probably thinking about longevity as well, maybe going for a short fuel rather than anything else. They're going to be lapped over here, both Dalton and Beckham by the fiercely forward car. But other than that, I would estimate some teams maybe short fueling just because they went way relatively over the hour on this one.
It's not a bad point. If you do want the short fuel, right, it gets you to the halfway mark a little bit more efficiently. I guess the concern caveat is, you know, safety car comes out 2 hours from now and suddenly you're thrown back into an even and level playing field with everyone else. But, you know, everyone's in that same situation, I guess, so not much that you can really do to complain. Here comes the SimCity racing car, though. Simufy also in from your race lead, and this is what I was mentioning with the aggressive pit entry. That's how deep they have to go in through the corner and very deep onto the brakes as well to actually slow it down at the limiter line. Onto the jacks, though. Fuel and tires done at the same time. Tristan Iglesias, full service for him.
Yeah, wondering which other cars will come around. Not surprisingly, I think you might agree with me, Arjuna, as we see the Ricard, I think the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward GT3 coming in as well. Not surprisingly, WSR cars staying on the lane for one more lap.
Yeah, but I guess I am a little surprised that, you know, they committed to the fuel saving above wanting to stick with Tristan, because unless they're now going to cut out some fuel from, you know, their pit stop, which I'm not sure if that's necessarily if they need to do that. They have a bit of a disadvantage. This Porsche, by the way, does have 12 kilograms of ballast added to it. Audi's got 15, so it's maybe not so bad. It does lose 0.5% of power, though, as well. And back out onto track and some clean air to enjoy. That's great.
That's great. You're not going to lose a lot of time in the process.
And it means that you get the chance to build yourself up, and you'll have some tow from in front as well, which is quite ideal in that regard. Back up to speed again, sharing his machine with Gonzalo Vergara, who will jump in, you'd assume, probably next time by. Alexander Davidson should be into pit lane, I think, next time by as well. And indeed, you can see on the left, pit for him, pit for Andrew Carone. So here come the pair of Audis for WSR Esports Butt Kicker.
Yeah, on the dot. Nearly synchronized, if you think about it. Oh, driver change for one of the WSR cars, from what it looks like, Arjuna.
Yep, indeed. Does seem as though Antoine Lacharite takes over from Andrew Carone. Pair of Canadians swapping out there. Davidson, though, does seem as though he's going to stay behind the wheel. Antoine Lacharite, the... What an interesting story this car is, actually.
Boy.
It's actually making me laugh. Antoine Lacharite defending Porsche Esports, effectively Porsche Esports Carrera Cup champion, even though it was called something different last year. He's fighting for the championship. Would you want to guess with who, Lorenzo?
Andrew Carone.
Yeah, who is the points leader right now after their most recent round at Spa-Francorchamps, albeit with a pretty small deficit between the two of them. Oh, that's a fun little tidbit that I've just realized, and something I'm going to now mention the next time we go racing in a couple of weeks' time. But back out on track, and maybe more significantly, where is Simufy? Already gone. Full pit stop as expected for both of the WSR machines. And would you look at that? The margin will grow. It's up to almost 3 full seconds.
Jeez Louise. I'm actually trying to find how long they were in the lane in comparison to Simufy.
It's about the same. The 116 was a second longer. The 137 was basically the same, but, you know, the 116 would have been the one that, you know, was actually dragging around the 137. They came in a lap later, probably needed to put as much fuel in as possible because they had drained the car that much more. So basically, effectively, I would argue, pretty similar in terms of pit stop execution time. Team Heusinkveld, though, Jan Sammer able to go onto a 42nd lap on the run. That's quite remarkable. Here comes Orbit Motorsport. Lorenzo, they have 18 seconds over the rest of the class right now as they come down into pit lane.
It's impressive, to put it mildly, what they've done in this thing.
That is the Rusty Spatula's car, just to point out. So we do have so many of the other drivers who have already come down pit lane, but finally the Bassmaster slows to a crawl, and we'll see what service the crew has elected to throw onto that car as it hits its marks. And there is that damage, of course, from the front that we saw with a bit of traffic concertina checkups through the final sector. The crew might even get the hammer out and get to the work of trying to write that all out and get it straightened into the correct alignment. It's been 20 seconds and counting in the box, though, and we'll continue just to add on up. I think SRN Motorsports have, of course, gone on to an additional lap for them. The question will end up being, where is Torque Freak Racing, who are going to come out of the final corner right around now. So as Ethan Bass gets off of his box, still on the limiter, of course, Lorenzo, he'll have the race lead. It's not going to be an 18-second advantage, but still going to be looking very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. As now we're going to see him come out of the lane. Wondering which is the next car on the group right here. I think gaps, what Arjuna, give or take about 10 seconds?
Something like that. Yeah, it's healthy margin. Now just praying that the safety car gods swing in their favor. Race control sheet, by the way, just continuing to look through that. There's been a couple more 5-second penalties than I would have expected for pit lane infringements. So Archer Brothers in the GT3 class, Delta V Racing in the GTP class, both getting tangled up there with pretty simple cut and dry incidents. Paceworks, their onboard perspective in the GT3 category sees them currently in 9th position, Lorenzo, directly behind Zekkerl in their Porsche.
Yeah, and again, it's that conversation. You know, a team that is fighting for the championship, there is a chance for them to fight a championship, sitting in third spot. The question is, because they're so far behind, I know this basically is a direct battle because Zekra was in fourth, 3 points away. The question mark, I think, looming large in the GT3 class is like, who's coming out on top on the standings so far with the halfway points? I think so far Racing Specialists surviving, but the question is for how many points they are surviving.
The wide diameter on that Mercedes allows you to be a little bit more precise in some ways with your inputs into the car, and so that Mercedes, quite well known, of course, in many ways for being a choice of amateur drivers in class. Same as well for the Ferrari 488 and now 296. The design of your GT3 car has to accommodate so many different factors. 296, for example, they did the great thing about the rear end replacement that was really put on display during last year's Nürburgring 24-hour race, when 2 minutes to change the entire rear end might have won the car the race, but at the same time you want to make it drivable, and that's where sometimes the Evo evolutions of cars do kind of help. Something that was talked about a little bit more with the 488 to 488 Evo. Change at the front. What's just happened to Simufy and to Tristan Iglesias? Because he is going very, very slowly. This is not looking good.
Oh no.
And that's not even a slowdown, Lorenzo, surely, right?
No, not at all.
Right on board. He's back up to speed. No, he's stuck in gear.
Oh no.
The heartbreak. So his wheel is stuck, Lorenzo. What even can he do?
Nothing. Literally nothing. I'm heartbroken, man. I'm truly heartbroken for Tristan.
It's agonizing. He'll have to come in. He'll have to take the penalty of doing a driver change as well. And there's no doubt about it. They're going a lap down courtesy of all of this. Oh, man. Down to 9th now. The worst part is here, Lorenzo. What happens if this is not fixable?
Ooh. I'm wondering if it can register a third driver.
If the driver is technically already on the entry list, then iRacing allows them, maybe. But if the driver is not added onto the entry list, you can't have a driver who's not on the entry list race. That would be a straight DQ, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Unless Simify sends him like a, you know, express delivery, a new steering wheel to Tristan Iglesias' house.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, World Sim Racing, WSR Esports butt kicker suddenly gifted first and second spot. And not much else to say other than frustration, heartbroken, and everything in between. Up on the jacks, driver change will happen. And at this point, you might as well do your tire change around as well. That's not the Maniti number 17. No, that is the 133 instead. That is up on its jacks. And curiously, haven't gone to do the driver change just yet, Lorenzo. Iglesias seems to be trying to fix the issue instead.
I mean, I think you can, pull out with the quick release, try to reinsert it back again, try to flick up and down the gears and see if it works for you. Or a full-on hard reset on the steering wheel, because fortunately iRacing is plug and play. So,
oh man, no, I think that is the sign that maybe it is over, because now driver change has officially gone through. Gonzalo Vergara is going to jump in, and we'll try and get an update as soon as we can as to whether this is going to help in the long term. Of course, hypothetically, they would be in a situation where they'd be able to bind, you know, other buttons. But as they rejoin the track around the outside, I can tell you right now, there's a second of the WSR Esports butt kicker entries. Both have just lapped the former race leader.
Now what, Arjuna? I think it's more than safe to say 100 and 500% they need a yellow flag, like in the next 5 seconds. And then everybody comes out to the pits and they get their lap back like NASCAR style.
Yeah, they need the timing of the cautions to play out in a way that they will get the wave around, which is possible. Never say never. It's much like in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, where they say just be on the lead lap in the final hour. You'll give yourself a chance. You'll give yourself an opportunity. Gonzalo Vergara now left out on track, and hopefully for poor Tristan Iglesias, he's not too frustrated and he's going to be able to calm down and gather his thoughts, gather his emotions, and reset and get back into the car in the closing stages. Check in with your race leader then overall, because Maniti 4.5, almost 5 seconds clear, Lorenzo. Just behind your GT3 Pro leaders as well, not too far behind. Maxime Naz looking very, very comfortable. Satellite Racing, though, after the pit stop cycle, gap has stayed locked in where it is.
Yeah, and basically the time gap between them are considerably close, right? You know, 4 seconds is quite considerably an okay gap. It was at 5 seconds at one point. But Hilgar's doing a tremendous job on that satellite car. I don't know what Sai, Adam, Christian, everybody else cooked on that car, but that car is looking really good. That Cadillac is looking strong.
And given that we do have, you know, a decent amount of cloud cover, I get the feeling that we aren't going to actually see drastic swings in temperature. We will see swings, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's going to be huge. So, you know, you're building a car for a narrower setup window, maybe potentially as well. That means that you have a little bit more certainty into how many stints on the tires you can do as well. So, a couple of different things just to factor in there. Instinct Racing, as we ride on board with the 121. It's a battle of the Porsches. Delta Sport directly in front of them. In 7th spot, you've got Maniti slightly further behind, and then the best of the Ferraris, Team Heusinkveld, who went 42 laps on fuel. You heard Instinct Racing saving there, but Lorenzo, I can only imagine just how much lifting and coasting Heusinkveld have done so far in this race.
Like Team Heusinkveld TCR levels of lifting and coasting, you can argue at that.
It's been impressive showing of fuel saving there. Is that going to mean a shorter pit stop before the halfway mark to leapfrog their way on forward?
Potentially. I don't think it's going to be massive improvements. I think where they are in the field so far, they're in 10th place. I mean, I would say in terms of jump, if they were looking for halfway points, can be, I think, up to 7, maybe 6th place. It's a possibility. So the fuel numbers looking really good for them. I think they're probably being on the safest one in terms of, you know, trying to do a different strategy in comparison to the rest.
Down through the gears for Niels. Very patient on power. It's a momentary save there into left-hander of Coca-Cola. We just wanted to get a better sense. Then, of course, they are off throttle through 100R, a little bit wider arc for the Delta Sport machine. Clearly no traffic given how much they opened up the corner and allowed a door that a GTP would have been only too willing to take. Sun, though, instantly shining. So, Lorenzo, there's plenty of cloud cover. Our track temperatures that we analyze only actually measured at the start-finish straight. So, keep that in mind. It could actually be warmer around different parts of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be really interesting, of course, with the new Tempest system going on. I think this makes it a little bit more compelling for everybody to run on, and looking forward to see how maybe the more covered parts of the track, how the track temperature is actually looking like. Because from my perspective, I think because you have so much cloud cover on the track, Arjuna, the temperature level might be actually equaled out on all parts.
It's not the biggest of tracks at the end of the day either, right? So maybe there is part of that. It's not like the Nordschleife, where if we went there, then it would be a very different sort of a situation. Delta Sport building up their margin by a couple more car lengths as they get onto the brakes for what is the 49th time of their race. Your race-leading GTP drivers are onto the 55th lap of their stint, so or race, I should say. So there's not that many more laps. Of course, we did have that one caution period so far. As the cloud cover from up above, you can see the spots from which the sun may poke its head, and just make sure that it's a little bit more sunshine, excuse me, to bake the track and to be a bit of a factor. In terms of strategy, Lorenzo, as an engineer, strategist, how do you try and work backwards? You can't work backwards surely from the 12-hour mark, right? Instead, you work backwards from the 6-hour mark, build your strategy there, and then build another strategy for the next 6 hours after that?
Yeah, my point of view is, actually, for me, it's a little bit more interesting. I would work in quarters. I would work in 3-hour quarters. So basically try to go for maximum fuel efficiency on the first part, try to maximize everything, and then kind of like see if the two strategies I go on through for the first half, like the two first portions I go, are on the dot. If I say like, okay, I got both right, maybe I can, be a little bit more aggressive on the second strategy, the second half strategy with the second two portions, maybe I can actually get to the end without concerning way too much in terms of fuel, and can push the car to its maximum. But it goes from engineer to engineer. I know some engineers actually work with 12-hour strategies rather than 6-hour strategies.
And some engineers do it all, on a piece of paper. Yep. Some people do it in spreadsheets. So I'm sure there's some tools as well that, a handful of teams have, custom built. Maybe factor in data direct from the sim, look at fuel numbers. I know even some smaller teams don't have like full strategy simulations effectively, but they do have data sharing beyond just like the VRSs, the Garage 61s, etc., but ways for them to more readily get insight into how each driver is performing. Look at the visceral machine piloted by now Robin Noborg. So Beckham Jasir got out and handed on over in the pit stop sequence about 9 laps ago. Alex Bennett are trying to stymie the bleeding, of course, after dropping down through the field in the early stages. Where are these drivers on track? Well, found themselves about 16 seconds off of your leader, Lorenzo, so I guess it could be worse, but they are starting to drop back, unfortunately.
Yeah, because the pace of the leader is just what Davidson's actually putting up on the track is quite impressive. 40.2 last time by, but no one else in the whole field, not even his own teammate in Antoine Lancharit, is actually being able to close down the same gap same pace as the 116 is actually pushing.
I wonder if there's maybe a lack of fuel saving going on in some regards. Have they decided that now that they've gone a little bit long in this first stint, they can short fill to get to the 6-hour mark in each of the next stops? And was that kind of part of the thinking that was going through their mind? Back out through the long right-hander of 100R. It's a very, very long corner as well. Just feels like it goes on for ages. Then you get onto the brakes, through the left-hander, back onto the power, straightening the car up as you bring it over to the left side of the track. Be mindful of traffic, this time going the long way around. And then into that chicane. You've got to be careful of your curb usage here. How early do you turn in? Don't want to clip too much of the inside. Slows you down, can bobble you and get you run over by the car behind. Seen that a couple of times so far today. And get onto the power as you climb. Track falls away from you through this right-hander, so be very careful with the rear end in this Porsche to not pitch around on you. Continue the climb here through the left-hander, and just one more corner left to go. building a setup here, Lorenzo. You know, you're trying to get as fast in a straight line as possible down this long main straightaway, but then you've got the medium, the slow speed corners as well to deal with. It's a really interesting balance.
Yeah, it is. Basically, I was gonna say medium downforce all the way. Putting up high downforce on this track, I think, is a little bit of an overkill, because you need to have that drag on the main straight. The main straight is basically gonna be your main overtaking opportunity over here on this track. So this is what I like about it. Some of the the Japanese-esque tracks like this one. Autopolis, I think, rides a little bit same than Fuji kind of like does, because you have long straights and some sweeping turns. So you just have to be very cautious on your approach, or maybe with the caster angles, with the toes, and also with cambers and things like that. Just make sure the car doesn't overheat the core temperature of the tires and the external parts as you go into the more sinuous portions of the track, like sector number 3.
Looks as though that the race control team have managed to catch up with everything that's been reported so far. A couple more 5-second penalties for a handful of various cars in pit lane, but nothing really major else to note. So that's now officially 31 incidents reviewed, well, reported and reviewed, not all, of course, resulting in penalties. 4.3 at the front, closing slightly. I'm not saying Maniti Racing slowing down. What I am saying is traffic costing them a little bit more than it is the Satellite Racing number 64 behind.
Yeah.
Here's the look between Maniti Racing and Visceral Esports crews. Around the outside, Visceral just a bit deeper into the braking zone and holding on there. But no move being made as they work their way up towards Coca-Cola. Laps ticking away for these drivers. They're on to the 12th lap already in the GT3 Pro fuel run for those that pitted first time by.
Yeah, I think the longest one, I'm trying to find if there's a car that is a little bit longer. There is only the Ricard car down in 15th place, which is 13 laps, but the average is about 12-11 laps for everybody else. So a little bit of a mistake for Robert Norborg right there after the hairpin. Might open up the door for the overtake to be done by Alex Bennett on Dunlop.
I think maybe at this point you've already lost 6.5 seconds to SimCity Racing. What's going through some of their minds? Here comes the Orion Race Team car. Travis Schwenker into the pit lane. So something's clearly happened to the 244, because that not going up to speed as he dives down towards pit lane. One by one. We're seeing drivers bobble and make mistakes in various cases. Going worse for some than it is for others. Still pressure being piled on by the Maniti Big Green Machine, getting bigger and bigger in the rearview mirrors as well of Robin Noborg as the laps tick on by. Now off to turn number 1 in that draft. Two Porsches that probably have relatively similar setups. It's not like they'll be too different. And this time popping out alongside. Is he going to be able to be a little bit deeper, a bit braver into the braking zone? The answer is yes. Doesn't get it totally stopped in time. Runs a bit deep, then winds it down and holds on to the spot, albeit fighting on the inside as the GTP car says, you know what? Let's take it 3 wide up into turn number 2.
Yeah, but managed to make the overtake without too much of a drama, even though they went 3 wide going around the corner. And fortunately for them, being able to do the overtake without losing too much time in the process as well. We're gonna look what happened to Orion. You're gonna love this, Arjuna.
Ooh! Now we have seen a couple of cars use those sausage curbs as propellants on occasion, not intentionally, but accidentally. That was, I think, the first time I've seen something like that actually happen as a result of it, though.
Yeah, same. Even though I managed to do that in practice servers. Yee-hoo! You can put it up like that. I'm wondering, Arjuna, are they trying to, you know, emulate the behaviors of the lowriders they have in GTA San Andreas?
That was definitely a little bit of a wild bucking ride. I wasn't thinking so much of those lowriders. I was thinking more of just bucking Broncos and whatnot, but definitely still is a valid shout. Back with your race leader, who I'm pretty sure is on the back of some lap traffic now as well. No, excuse me, that's the other one, the big green machines. There are two Maniti cars. Key question, Lorenzo, is there any difference in the livery between the two?
None.
Is there none?
Not that I know of.
Disappointing. Unacceptable.
I mean, I think, Arjuna, I think our issue with Manini has been long, you know, rested with the fact that I think we mentioned to them, try to do something different on the you know, the rear view mirrors, the wing, something that identifies them. You know,
we need something a bit more obvious than that, just to be completely honest. So we'll see. We will come up with a concept, and we'll pitch it to the big green machine team and see what we can come up with. But that is definitely something that will be on our agenda. I think, by the way, that we're probably going to see a few more of those super slow-mos today at that section in the final sector, Lorenzo. It's just so easy, right? Especially when your tires are starting to slip off. You go a bit wide, you get onto the power a bit too early, and then, oops, sorry, you're on the curb.
And it's funny, he did that right on turn 13. You can actually do that as well on the final corner. Even if you kept even the slightest amount of curb, it is good enough for you to see those cars getting bouncing around. I think we even saw that with one of the WSR cars earlier on.
Yeah, the WSR cars. Don't forget that both of those Audis probably running very, very similar setups. The question might be, in each camp, did they make slight adjustments just to slightly suit their driving style? Manuel Suda says, we have a deal, waiting for the suggestion. All right, Manuel, you don't tempt me on this. We'll come up with an idea. And for the next IVRA Endurance Series, powered by Heusinkveld, the Maniti Racing Big Green Machine is going to have some unique highlights. And the reason why it's so important, Lorenzo, is how many Maniti cars do we have here today? We have 2 in the GTP, and then 3 in total across the GT3 classes?
Something like it, yes. Yeah, we have 5 cars, different cars. And it's hard to differentiate which car is the red Maniti machine, which car is the blue Maniti machine. I have an idea.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, do you see they have the 3 stripes, because they have like a lighter green, a darker green, the white and black, right? Put up some red stripes or something like that makes them, you know, that's the red machine, or like blue stripes to make sure this is the blue machine, you know?
I just go back to Team Redline. They used to make it so easy for us, and yes. Someone else says, Maniti JDF, you have 10 hours left. Unfortunately, I'm about to step aside in about 7 minutes time, so we will table this conversation for another time. I'm trying to think who is left to commentate on the rest of the broadcast. Is there anyone who is colorblind? No, I think we're good there. No one colorblind is commentating for the rest of the day.
Really? I'm not colorblind, thankfully.
Yeah, no, I had to think about it. No one colorblind. Yeah, no, I'm still thinking. We do have colorblind commentators, just so you're aware of it. And so,
yeah.
You know, these are things that you may not think are important, but if you are colorblind, for example, and you find something maybe difficult to watch on our broadcasts, do send us a message. We'd be very curious to learn about, you know, how we can make our broadcast more accessible to you, to try and figure things out and try and help us to make these as good an experience for everyone watching as possible.
Yeah, true. Which is for me kind of interesting, because I'm a QA and we're talking about more accessibility to make everything easier for everybody. and more companies are actually thinking about that. So it's a good shout. Not gonna lie. Marius Youngka says their GT3s have stripes on their cars.
Do they? Now, can producer Hugo dial up a couple of Maniti machines for us in the couple of minutes before I'm going to run away from the broadcast? This is behind. This is still the SRN Motorsports car. I'm going to go and look at Maniti on my end. How obvious are these stripes is the question. By the way, I'm being told there is also a very someone that has produced a lot of content that you will be aware of that is also colorblind. So it's a no. It should never limit you. I'm looking, by the way, at these liveries on my screen, and if those are the colored stripes that you think the commentators are going to actually recognize when we commentate on our production feeds, Marius, you need to come and do a broadcast for us so I can make you suffer through the pain. So you remember the red line liveries, Lorenzo? They used to have like the obvious stripe. Like that is a stripe that I can get behind. We're talking like a very small line just below like the headlight. Not on the GTP. Go to the GT3s maybe and we'll see it a little bit better. And even then, you really have to like zoom in to try and see it. So tell me if you can see the highlight on this car.
Is it? Wait. You're seeing the red one just below the headlight itself.
Yes, the reason why
the stripes right after the wheel arch.
Yes. The reason why Lorenzo is struggling is because for us, we don't see it in perfect 1080p, unfortunately, like you, the viewers, do. And so while, you know, close-up shots, I can tell that one's purple. That is the type of highlight that becomes very, very difficult for commentators to pick apart. You know what I'm going to do? Social media. This is a blatant way for me to get people to come and follow me on social media. Let me go and see if I can find a picture of the worst production feed that I've ever had to deal with. And then someone will, and I'll post a picture of this, Lorenzo, where it was legitimately about 7 pixels.
Ouch.
Yes.
Were you seeing like in 40p instead of like 144p?
Basically. And so my point to all teams is that it may look very obvious to you in 1080p and all of your beautiful screenshots, but as much as I am a dumb commentator, make my life easy as a dumb commentator, please. Okay, so I'm looking through all of my Google photos, and I will find this picture, Lorenzo, and I will share it on social media.
Fair.
We're opening up the curtains behind the scenes and talking about stuff that has absolutely no relevance to what's in front of us. But Lorenzo, we got what, 10 hours, 15 odd minutes left to go. It's been an interesting hour and 45 minutes. Only one caution so far, although have I just jinxed it because I see SimCity Racing very slow. Trek Esports got mixed up as well. We have had incidents over the course of this first hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, the good calm before the storm. I hope it doesn't trigger a yellow flag because we got this battle right in front, and I think Bonga is gonna try to find up a move on Antoine Lacherid. It's just a matter of where and when he's gonna try to make that move. But you know, I just hope that the yellow flag doesn't come out, and then I pin everything on you, Arjuna.
Yeah, you can definitely blame me today since I'm running away. I will let you do that one. Very close battle here as we ride on board with the bonga drums. That BMW is coming on strong. This, though, is what happened to the SimCity Racing car. Oh, it wasn't even self-inflicted. And bang, bang. 2 different prototypes come into the mix and shots to the rears from both.
Yeah, that looks like to be the Nürburgring Esports car and the Trek Esports they got tangled with, from what it looks like.
Yes. Oh, man, this conversation about production feeds has really had me reminiscing. I'm going to tell one more story just because Ewan O'Leary is going to be taking over from me, and I think he'll appreciate the story. But last year, we were both out for Gamers 8, and we're commentating from a very lovely studio. It was amazing, fantastic. The only problem being that we were shouting so loud that the Dota 2 commentators and analysts were looking at us like crazy people. But our production feed was on a TV that was about legitimately 15 feet across the room, so like 5 meters away. We couldn't go and look at it in close. We were just looking from afar. But for wise people here, they will have recognized that I use the words TV and not monitor. What happens when you leave a TV on, even when there's still a signal for 24 hours or so? Eventually it turns off, and so in the middle of the race, we're sitting there and we've got no production feed because the TV's turned off, and we're trying to get someone to turn the TV back on for us. Anyway, that's an aside. We've still got 10 hours and 14 minutes to go here in the final round of the 2023-2024 IVRA Endurance Series, powered by Heusinkveld. This 12 hours of Fuji. I'm going to step aside, leave Lorenzo Bonder alongside of Ewan O'Leary, who's going to take you through this middle portion of the race.
Thanks very much, Arjuna. That's a true story as well, by the way. I can verify. Here's a second source. That's a true story. 10 hours 14 still remaining in what's been a great IVRA endurance season all over again. It's 23-24 and looks like we're going to get a fantastic finale, and we've had some good racing so far. This included within it lots of battling going on in GT3 Pro. On this occasion, Don't Sport prevailing in that little battle, but it's been a good opening to the race, Lorenzo. I've enjoyed following along, and it has been a little bit about survival, although watching some of these GTPs especially, you wouldn't think this is all about survival in the first parts of the race, because there's been some very well, I don't call them bad survival tactics, but I guess you could be as strong as that and say that some of the driving has been fairly aggressive for so early on.
Yeah, but then again, it's a track that it kind of invites for you to be aggressive, Ewan, which is kind of insane for me to think about, you know. You have so many corners from that invite for dive bombs, and like we haven't seen a high aggression as we just see the satellite prototype basically overtake, and the Maniti car just lost a full second, I think, of all this action. But then anyway, coming back to the track action, besides that, it's been kind of a clear race so far. Luckily, that incident where we saw with SimCity, and I think that was the I'm trying to remember, the Orion car didn't trigger a yellow flag of all things. That's good to know. By the way, Ewan, was that a tube TV?
What's one of them?
The one that you had to commentate on Gamers 8.
What do you mean?
Tube, like the tube TV, not the ones that are LCD like the old ones.
I don't know what that means.
Oh my!
I don't know whether is that just me who doesn't know what that means. Anyway, I don't know. But Arjuna's not lying. It was about, well, he described it as 15 feet. I don't know what that means, but I would have described it as 2 Arjunas away. That's my unit of measurement. Since I was stood next to him for most of it, I'll use the measurement of how many Arjunas it was between myself and the TV. And I was a bit closer than him, actually, based on which side we stood. Anyway, that's a whole
CRT. All right, CRT. Thank you, Jack Styles.
See, I don't really know what that means either.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna take that away because you are young, so you probably haven't caught the CRTs like myself. And then I show up at my age. Oh, what happens? I'm 32. What can you do?
I'm willing to bet that I do actually know what you mean, but I've not heard it called these names before or whatever. I probably have seen whatever you're talking about, but I'm not technologically strong in that sense. So fair. So I don't know, but if anyone can describe it to me, then I'm willing to listen. Good afternoon to everyone who's been chatting along with us so far. By the way, hope you're enjoying the first couple of hours of the race, and it is a race that's very much hanging in the balance, and it's very much in its early stages. We ride on board with Antoine Lacherie here of the WSR Sports Bookkicker team, using the Audi, which is not particularly common these days, as they try and chase down BS Turner, not only in this race but also in the championship as well. I'm not sure how much time you've had to actually take a look at these championships here, Lorenzo, but because it is so early on, we're even more than 4 hours away from awarding the minor points at half distance. But it's still important, and it's probably the Championship GT3 Pro with the biggest gap, as the Maniti GT3 car looked like it was spun around at turn 15 as we were on board there.
Yeah, that was the purple car being spun around. I nearly say hello there for the GT3 car. For what it looked like, also, that was all on itself.
Yes, I think it was already going around for a spin anyway, and then got into the grass, and that made it even worse. And it takes you quite a while to get back going again.
Grass there though?
Well, whatever it is on the outside, might not be grass actually. You might be right.
There's a slight curb, I think, that if you catch that, it spins the car around.
Yeah, exactly. It might be AstroTurf on the other side, but anyway, it's all going to have the same effect, I'd imagine, or a similar effect. The GTPs are into the pit lane now as well, making our second pit stops of the day. We've been able to keep quite a regular pattern despite the one caution flag so far, because we've had that short yellow at the start, meaning that nobody was able to come into pit lane at the time. Everybody stayed out, and so it just extended the first stint, in fact, and keeps us on a regular strategy. That means that the GTPs are only going to come in for a second time now, even after an hour and 50 in this race. I think the strategies are not being pointed towards the end of the race just yet. It's pretty simple at this stage, in fact. Just go as far as you can on fuel and then pit in when you've run out. It doesn't go much further than that, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, but what's surprising me is the fact they're going 35 laps on the fuel. Like, I'm seeing Maxime, he's still in his own 35 to 36 laps, so that's surprising in my books. No, obviously, like I said before, we have to expect these cars to do around 15 minutes, right? 50-ish minutes on the Senate. They do longer than the LMP2s usually do. Like, the LMP2s go for 40 to 45 minute stop, so it's important to see that as that thing. Now Maxime's coming into the pit lane for his stop finally, but 35 laps, wow, I'm slightly surprised.
Yeah, that brings it to 72 complete so far, which means he did 37 first time round, saved a couple under yellow, I would have thought, even despite the short formation lap to the start. But he'll go up on the Jackson, get that Porsche serviced, and Tom Hooper will get at the wheel of the reigning champions car. Plenty of options for Maniti, of course, in their cars. 6 entered in for the most part, actually across the board in GTP. Now you can only use 4 in each race, so you can't go through all of your drivers even during the 12-hour event. However, it does mean that you have a number to pick from, and Tom Hooper is the only of the British drivers on either of the GTP cars. They've got 2, of course, and he's the only British driver. I'm slightly ashamed to say that as a result you might be making everyone else speak English because everyone else is, because he's English and well, not English, but he's British, so he might be English as well, but certainly speaks English, and might be making the others speak that too. We'll wait and see who else gets into that car. Already seen Maxime Naz, the German, into pits, or out onto the circuit, I should say. Johnny Verhoff, Mandel Sudau, Philip Schiff and Tim Matska are the other drivers who are in that car, maybe able to get in later on when they use their drivers. You would have thought that some of the teams will go through 4 today, because 12-hour race is a relatively long one, and even splitting it 4 ways, you'll be doing 3 hours of driving roughly in a GTP, although it never will be quite that simple because of 50-minute stint times, as you mentioned. It's a bit of an odd sort of number to try and divide down into the 12 hours that we've got here today.
Yeah, I think this, of course, we know that with the first safety caution, they went over the hour, but it's still going to be an interesting race coming down to the halfway mark, as I think we're going to see Nils May make the overtake again on the Manini. It's just like one lap the Manini leads, the other lap the Impact car leads, so it's not the instant car lead, so it's still a little bit interesting, back and forth. kind of a boxing match if you think about it. Not like a Jake Paul boxing match, more like a Delvin Haney versus Ryan Garcia boxing match. But anyway, good battle. As there's a good, fiddle out of the tracks. Now going to the battle right in front, as now Robbie Noble has to fend off the Delta Sport car.
It's pretty to and fro here in GT3. The front straight's so long that you can just exchange positions so easily. In relative terms, of course, as the race-leading Movano sim racing team come into pit lane, as do the bookkicker car, the WSR Esports bookkicker car just behind. So that's the top two in, but BS Competition are able to go a bit further. I wonder if they got their damage repaired after their incident down at turn 10 earlier. I know they haven't served their penalty yet. As far as the last time I looked anyway, they haven't served their penalty yet. They got a 10-second penalty, which they did actually serve at the previous stop, excuse me, so they won't have to do that any longer, of course. But so many penalties have come through, and now Race Control are finally caught up with all of the incidents that they've had to go through here today. There has been a lot of them as well, and so that should sort the field out when we see the GTPs on the other side of this pit stop phase, and we'll do a bit of an update as to who is where at the end of that. Someone letting us know that Tom Hooper isn't the only English speaker in that lineup. Well, yes, but that's kind of what I'm worried about. Can he only speak English, making everyone else speak English? It just makes me feel bad as a British person that we're doing that again.
Now, you have to take account even with the fact that you have the English-speaking people and you have those who are Fraser's gonna hit me for it. You have like your Fraser Williamsons, you have your Ryan Walkers with a thick accent that sometimes doesn't look like they're speaking English, even though they are speaking English.
To some, yeah. Hope they're listening. But, yeah.
Oh no, I know Ryan probably is, but Fraser might be not, unless I get messaged on my Discord, because Fraser I think is in Morocco right now.
Oh right, okay. It's a holiday, I'm guessing, for him.
He said he was going to be traveling right after VCO Infinity in Morocco, maybe Faro here in Portugal. But enjoy your holiday.
Very nice, very nice. Down the inside there for the Maniti car, that was the not reigning champions, the number 17, Emmanuel Sudal, getting ahead of Yao Vaz in the 46 Orion racing team. Interesting to note that Sudal has actually entered into both of the two Maniti cars, so they can sort of flick between. Johnny Mahoff the same, and Tim Matsker as well. So three have carried over, and I guess they just deploy those three as and when required. But it's a somewhat rare thing that you're allowed to do in IVRA, enter yourself into multiple cars. Obviously not to drive it in the same race, I would have thought, but you can indeed drive for different teams over the course of the season. The two Maniti cars are split in terms of their championship aspirations now. We've got Maniti number 1 very much involved, they're 4th, but the other team have not had a good season at all. The last 3 rounds they failed to be classified at the end of the day, and that has seen them down in 15th place in the standings, a long way back. But really encouraged actually for GTP this season. 10 teams involved in a championship fight going on to the final race of the season. Admittedly, Movano being 58 points ahead of the rest is quite something to try and deal with, but it's still great that so many are involved as we see another spin at the penultimate corner.
Yeah, that was Sword Freak. We just saw that actually on the live pictures while we were looking and talking about other stuff. Luckily for them, it was just a normal half step. They lost one position though. I think they lost position P3 in the GT3 standings to the Absolute Motorsport Aslich, driven by Stefano Kovac. So that's a little bit hurtful on the tires, but not hurtful on the track position itself. I think they're gonna still be safe within that top 5 in a GT3 field. Like you were talking about, 10 GTPs mathematically fighting for the championship. I've been saying before, with the absence of Olympus here, even the GT3 battle I think has been really wide open, because Rusty Spatulas, as you see here on stream, battling against Paceworks, are not in your top spots. They are fighting right now. It is top 5, but it's still highly undecided who's going to come out on top.
Yeah,
It's so close to one another.
I think GT3 is the best championship fight as well. 11 teams involved in that one, and that's fantastic to see. So really pleased about that as we ride on board with Stephen McCattry. I've got good news, by the way, from Philip Schiff, who's the one chatting to us in YouTube at the moment. He says Tom Hooper speaks Swedish as well. I'm very proud of him for being British and speaking another language.
Okay, good.
We're shocking at it. There aren't any other Swedes in the team, but he says the others need them to speak English, which is fine. That's I'm very, very pleased to hear that someone in Britain is speaking other languages.
Are you
very
speaking
pleased.
other languages, Ewan?
I am currently learning to speak French, but it's below average. I'll describe it as at the moment.
I mean, you might be better than me, actually, so...
Well, it's better than someone who hasn't spoken French ever before or learnt it ever before, but it's also not good. If I can describe it like that. I think I get found out pretty quickly by a native speaker.
Well, as long as you don't like do your Enzo Gorlami inglorious second name, I would not refrain from talking over here. In the movie from Quentin Tarantino, do that accent. Yeah, I think you should be just fine.
It may not surprise you to know I've not seen that movie.
I recommend it.
My film knowledge is poor, as you may know. Daniel Alves Lorenzo makes his way in then from the lead of the race, and this should sort us out, although we're waiting for Prestana Nomad as well. And Jason Dilworth, who I've not seen driving a prototype for certainly for a long time, maybe ever. He's been at Prestana Nomad for a very long time though, of course, and he's currently flying the flag for them. Should be in the lead in a few moments' time as the BMW pulls to the right-hand side. He changes driver as well. It's Thomas Labudeli who will be at the wheel of that one in the 89 now, the only Frenchman in the 5-driver lineup. And when he drops down off the jacks, he will be underway again. But when we get this all sorted out properly, it should still be Maniti Racing leading ahead of Satellite Racing. 3.5 seconds between those two. And that's a pretty close margin as Prestana Nomad also come in. 2 hours gone now, and only the second stop for some of these GTPs.
Yeah, and they're going over the hour, which is quite impressive. Of course, they're still the team that goes over the time frame longer than everybody else. And if we're thinking about halfway points, they're probably going to be good at it. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this Labudele debut on IVRA?
I will go and do some digging about that, but I'm not sure. As I say, I will find out. We certainly have seen a lot of the other drivers in IVRA history. Jonas Vollmeyer has been around for a long time in this series. I think he drove for Urano last season, didn't he? When they won the GT3 Pro title. Yeah, unfortunately they weren't able to defend that properly this season, which is very sad to see, as we know. They've also got Phil Dinez, who we've seen plenty of times, and Nicholas Bowe as well. Does plenty of driving for them in endurance series, including IVRA, so that's good to see. That's very close. Down into the left-hander at turn 6, literally called a hairpin, as the battles in GT3 continue on. This is from 7th place on back as Robin Nobo tries to hold back Niels May and Max Riedmuller in the Maniti car. They will stay single file on the way down to the final sector, where it will become a lot more difficult to overtake.
Yeah, that nearly struck tragedy for Robin right there. Fortunately, there was some space given, but struggling so far to maintain the car in a really good spot and try to fend them both off. Nils doing a fantastic job for instinct in this race, so gotta give him props as he looks for the dive here, Ewan.
Here we go on the way into the final corner. Thought we were going to wait for turn 1, in fact, but no. Niels May wants to go through immediately, and now the very, very long front straight. Hard to really know what to do at this point, because you're just foot to the floor, hoping that you've got the run out the final corner, which is so crucial at this circuit.
And by the way, this is actually a four-way battle. Team Heusinkveld is not far behind. They're probably gonna, if they lose, like 0.3 of a second, Team Heusinkveld is in it.
Down the inside there for Niels May, who brakes later and should have the place as well on the way towards turn 2 here. It's on the outside, but should find his way past. He's got his nose ahead, and they're going to remain side by side. In fact, now it's difficult for Max Riedmuller to know where to go, as he's got two cars side by side in front of him. He eventually tucks in here, but that was not ideal, particularly for him. And now finally they'll get single file again as Vissel finally lose a place. They are one of the championship contending teams, of course, although they have the longest of long shots to try and win. They're 133 points behind BS Turner, I should say. It's not BS Competition in GT3 Pro. And you can score a maximum of 134, so they need an absolute maximum today, and they need an absolute 0 from BS Turner.
And basically what you're saying is they require basically all cars to die right in front of them.
Pretty much.
And they are the only ones surviving. Yeah, like Battle Royale.
Especially Maniti and WSR, who are also ahead of them, although it's not that Maniti car who's right behind them at the moment. They've got a 2-car entry in this class as well. Alex Bennett is driving the important championship contending Maniti car up in 4th place at the moment, but WSR are trying to do all they can. They're first and third, I should say. However, they've got them the wrong way around as far as the championship is concerned. The team who are third in the championship, currently third also in the race behind BS Turner in the running order right now. But GT3 Pro is probably the most secure of the championship. 66 points is the advantage that BS Turner hold coming into this race.
Yeah, so... And this is also an important thing to talk about, and that we have to mention. This is also a battle for top 2 spots. Top 2 actually gets secure a spot for, in GT3 Pro, secure a spot for the 24-hour series esports. So we have to take into consideration that for now, the WSR, if I try to go into the standings of the 24-hour series esports, they're not in the top 6 in GT3, so they're not that safe. So they need this position. They need to finish strong so they can get that assured spot.
Yeah, it's. I don't want to call it too complicated because it's not once you actually read up on it, but I feel like it's too complicated for me to explain out loud in words to you now. So you just have to take our word for it on that. Just a confirmation on GTP as well. I'm guessing that the top 2 for that doesn't have any relevance to the series, since 24/8 series, of course, has the top class as GT3.
Yeah, so GT3 Pro eventually would get a spot in GT3. Just look at the standings. They are WSR is actually standing in sixth place, 3 points behind Simify. So let's just say if they actually win over here against Maniti, they would get the automatic spot, and they have to be concerned with performing well in Barcelona. And Barcelona being, a double points race. Whenever we go there next Sunday actually. So it's going to be quite an interesting race. But yeah.
Certainly is. We're looking forward to bringing that one to you on RaceSpotTV as well. Slightly earlier start time, I think, for that one.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and slightly earlier finish time as well, which you may be enjoying over in Europe. I know this one's going to finish at 2 o'clock in the morning over for you guys. A little bit of a nicer start and finish time next Sunday. By the way, the IVRA Club Sports Series, which also affords some of those places and some of the same business that we have going on in and important for today's race as well. That season has already finished, of course, in case you didn't catch it on RaceSpotTV. It was at the final weekend of March, actually, where we finished our season. So 4 weeks ago now, when Hydrace Geodesic Racing took the overall title as an LMP3 winner. ATRS took the Cup Championship ahead of SimCity. Good to see some new teams really up there, because the season beforehand, for example, those 2 teams were in the sort of lower end of the top 10 for most of the season, maybe grabbing top 5s and so on. So good to see them moving on up. Geodesic, who are so strong in Sport and GT4s, were the champion of that class. And then Team Heusinkveld again, TCR champions. I mean, what series haven't they been TCR champions in? It's very difficult to think of one, to be honest.
I know one.
Go on.
IMSA.
Well, I guess they weren't, were they? I guess it was SimRC, was it, that season? TCR champions?
I think it was SimRC or it was RAG.
Yeah, they were very much up there, both of them. We'll try and figure out. Oh no, it was Apex. Excuse me, it was Apex. I think. Oh no, that's the first race. Sorry. Just this is why you shouldn't read things on the fly. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a few minutes' time. I thought of another one as well. To be fair, the season over the winter of DNLS that went on at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, of course, they weren't champions of, but that was coming up against SimRC, who are another really strong TCR team. It is bizarre in TCR, isn't it, how there are such specialist teams and specialist drivers for that car who, don't want to say they don't drive anything else, because that isn't true, but they are very much specialists in that, and it's very difficult for someone to just jump into that car and go and suddenly be quicker in that car. It's very tricky, that class.
It is. Take it from someone who's actually trying to do that, because I'm driving I'm trying to do the Brazilian Championship, and there's a Brazilian Championship with the with the blessing of the South American TCR Championship. But I have like drivers in my team trying to go from GT3 racing, things like that, going into TCRs, and the leap is massive. I come from formulas and open wheelers, so coming from open wheelers into TCRs is a total different thing. The driving is pretty much different, so it is a piece of its own. Like it takes a certain amount of level for you to actually get there and be fast in it. So props for those who are actually properly fast in it.
Oh, that was two teammates getting very close as Max Riedmuller tries to find his way past Robin Nürburg here, and he's not going to be able to do that into turn 2. He'll cut back underneath, but it's a very long way around, as Preston and Nomad are going to be feeling the effects of that too, with the extra downforce on the GTPs. They'll find their way through, and Max Riedmuller will try and follow through into turn 6. Late on the brakes, he'll try and squeeze Nürburg out, but it won't happen. They'll remain side by side into the big braking zone down here at turn 10.
And now Team Heusinkveld is right on it. Gonna lift off the gas. Smart strategy over here in Team Heusinkveld.
Yeah, just save the fuel. Well, you can't go anywhere anyway. And there's the contact as Riedmuller tries to force Nürburg out. He's not having any of it. And the two remain side by side into the final sector now. Finally on the inside at turn 15. He should have it here. And we might see Heusinkveld try and get involved here too. On board with them now in the Ferrari. They'll move to the outside of Nürburg, who's flashing his lights at Riedmuller. Don't think he's very pleased at all with the behaviour of the Porsche just up ahead, but didn't see anything particularly wrong from the two of them. They were just leaning on each other and racing hard, and there's more flashing of the lights there.
Same. I think what happened is Nürburg is a little bit dissatisfied with the fact that Riedmuller, when he came into turn 15, his car actually, understeered out of the corner and pushed Nürburg wide out of the corner and nearly into the curbs itself.
Well, there was no response down in towards turn 1 from Nürburg there, and so he will stay in 9th place now, 8th place. 9th place is Team Heusinkveld. Ross Deal for Door Esports Academy is trying to catch up, and he's only a couple of seconds away as well, 2.5 seconds or so away from joining up with these guys, but not really sure what's going wrong for Robin Nürburg in this stint at the moment. He's seemingly struggling, and he can't seem to stop getting overtaken. Riedmuller the latest. Niels May did it not so long ago. You'd imagine that Jan Sommer for Heusinkveld would be next here. He's looking down the inside, and then maybe is it going to be Ross Steele immediately after that, down the inside for Heusinkveld. And there's another place lost for Visceral in the Porsche.
It's odd. The only explanation could be if he's double stinting the tires, but then again, it's an overkill to do that over here. Even though the track conditions are still slightly cold for the drivers to run on.
Well, that is very odd indeed in terms of where they've lost all that time from. For a car that really needs some points today, even if they want a top 2, they're in a bit of a stretch. 67 points away from that at the start of the day. There's only 34 available at maximum at the halfway point. Pretty notable this season, Lorenzo. The notable change anyway in the rules with regards to that was the reduction of points available at halfway. Last season it was half points available, so there was 150 around in each event. This time only 134 as 1/3 points awarded at the halfway mark. Not really sure what to make of it, to be honest with you. It seems like a sort of change that wouldn't have really mattered, but I don't know, does it matter? Does it make it easier for things to stay close or more difficult? I can't really tell. Maybe it's made almost no difference at all, to be honest. It's hard to know.
Same. But then again, it's racing. Racing things, even. Sometimes we're never going to understand that properly.
Yeah, it's interesting to know, but maybe not too notable if you want to put it like that. But either way, that's the way it's been for this season. And this is, of course, the final IVRA race of the season. Club Sport and Club Sport already being completed, as I've already pointed out, and Endurance coming to a close here today. So who knows what is to come over the summer in terms of rule changes, and by the time we get to the autumn of this year, what are we going to be seeing in terms of a new season? Well, still 9 hours and 3/4 to go of this one. Still a very, very long way to go, and it's no surprise really that Robin Nürburgring is going to be one of the first GT3 Pro cars to come in, because he might as well cut his losses here. He's losing so much time that it's worth coming into the pit lane now.
Yeah. But he's being followed. He's actually following Ryan van der Grip in Delta Sport. So Delta Sport being the first car that blinks coming to the pit lane, the GT3 Pros. I think we're also seeing, who's that? Is that the Echelon Sim Sport? Yeah, it is also another car that is blinking. And Zachro coming in for the GT3 class, as you can see right in front of them. Zach Plummer taking over from Christian Clarita, I think.
Let's see how many driver changes there are going to be. I'd imagine there'll be quite a few for GT3 teams and drivers this time round. There's Patrick Hingston now at the wheel for Visceral Esports in the 196. He's one of their 4 drivers that they can call on. As they hand over to the American now, and he gets underway again. You'll notice they pull immediately to the left-hand side there. A few teams have already been given penalties, small penalties albeit, but penalties nonetheless for not blending properly, and that's one of the good things about IVRA as well. It keeps us as realistic as possible, and by doing that, of course, you have to pull into your box within a certain time, and you have to get out of it again by a certain time too. That wasn't good though. That was one of the Acuras straight into a GT3 car down at the final corner.
Yeah, that was actually the WSR Esports butt kicker GTP that spun the Torque Freak GT3 around. As see more and more cars coming to the pit lane, as the BS Turner car in the pit lane. I think we also saw the WSR 137, the 116 coming in right on the clock. So interesting things going on as the 178 still stays on the track.
Yeah, we've had nearly an hour and 20 now. 2 hours 20, excuse me. And that is quite a long time in terms of the fact that these guys are only making their second stop now. But there goes BS Turner. Now onto the circuit again, just in ahead of one of the WSR cars, but just in behind the other one. Ethan Kritz now at the wheel of that one. Ryan Barneveld now at the wheel of the BS Turner car. And Antoine Lacherit stays at the wheel of the WSR car, the second one. So those two will be left to fight it out. They've been pretty inseparable so far for the first 2 hours as BS Turner try and close out a championship.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, the gap has quite closed between Ryan and Lacherit.
It's been a notable race in terms of a lack of change down there, as we've got pit stops down in GT3 as well. Ryan Robertson in from the 267 team, that's Satellite Racing, who are making their way in from second behind Ethan Bass, who leads the way. Traffic now a constant for these GTP cars. Very busy time for the GTPs as the GT3s are coming in. Means that they might pass them once and then be coming up to the back of them to pass them again in very quick succession. It means that there's very few clear laps, but there wouldn't be anyway at this stage in the race.
Yeah. This traffic gives and traffic takes, if you think about it.
Yeah, you've certainly got to remember that as we go on board with Marius Janke now in the Maniti racing car. Down on the brakes at turn 10 here. This is the battle for those who haven't stopped yet, those who are fresh out the pit lane for these guys. It's 9th place currently for Talk Freak Racing. John Goodwin just ahead of us here, and then 10th for Maniti, who came in 9 laps ago. This is about to be the 10th lap of the stint now for Maniti Racing. Not sure what's driven them to go on such an alternative strategy.
Maybe thinking about halfway points.
I feel like it's even a bit early to be thinking about that, because they're still 3 hours 40 away.
Sometimes you gotta commit. You never know. As now the lead in GT3 comes in, Ethan Bass finally comes into the pit lane.
And you give up the lead, I think. Rusty Spatulas are next in line, but they may well come in again. As Orbit Motorsport change driver now. Emil Vingbo, I think the new driver at the wheel, actually.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, okay. Used to drive for Valorous, actually. I'm not sure, because I've spoken to him before about changing teams and so on. He said he was on loan. He might still be for
it is.
Orbit Motorsport, yeah. So, interesting dynamic going on there. You certainly don't see that at some other teams where drivers go out on loan. There is the Orbit car out and away again on a normal length pit stop, actually, for them. Rusty Spatulas did indeed go through, and so they will lead for a little bit, but not very long. You wouldn't have thought. It will be into the pit lane pretty shortly for Juha Tanio, who is currently leading for the championship leading car, and their situation has been made a lot better by the fact that the Rusty Spatulas car is that the Olympus Esports car is not here, so that means they've got 36 points over the nearest rivals, Paceworks Esports. Maxime Marriott also leads the pit lane in a very busy time down on pit road.
Yeah, it's the only GT3 car that needs to pit eventually is Team Heusinkveld, if you think about it. Still wondering how well they are on the strategy in comparison to the other cars, if they want to try to go for something different on the long run in comparison to the other cars. As now eyes on, is that the 116 that is trying to go around Ashland Simsport?
I think it's 137 actually, the Audi down the inside. It is indeed. Yeah, trying to chase down BS Turner. So those are the two who've been following one another. And it's interesting because they're first and third in the championship. Antoine Lacharique, the only one of the top 3 to remain in the car after that round of pit stops, which is not yet complete quite, because these guys are not yet in the lead. Team Heusinkveld are, although they'll lose that now, and the field will now finally be sorted out as Jan Sama makes way for René Lenz in that Team Heusinkveld Ferrari. So the field now sorted out, and WSR Esports Bookkeeper can work on trying to gain some points on BS Turner by the halfway mark in 3.5 hours time.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still some GT3 cars that are due to come to the pit lane. Looking over here, Simi Fai has come to the pit lane after Jason Iglesias' unfortunate misfortune, you know, with the Asher wheel. Then also Rusty Spatula has to come in into this lap, and the last of the cars being Stephen McGar. So Scott McGarvey in the SRN 274 machine.
Yeah, that was a strange moment, wasn't it? I can't remember the last time I saw someone get stuck in gear at all in sim racing, actually. It's been quite a while, but that really held them back as we look down on pit lane to Team Heusinkveld. Not Visceral Esports at all, don't even look the same. There they go, out of pit lane now. And where are they going to come out in relation to Visceral? Because they were fighting with them earlier. And just before, it is going to be ahead of Maniti Racing and Visceral. So Kevin Tavares has actually been overtaken in that one, as the in-laps from Jan Sama were clearly good, and that is the way to do it, really. Get low on fuel, run as long as possible, and then really use those in-laps to jump up places. That's how Heusinkveld have gained one there.
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of expected for him to gain one position. The question is, can continue on to try to gain more position? As I think Maniti Blue just made the overtake, but they're just going back and forth. As I'm looking on that on the board, as we're all eyes on Paceworks and the Asset cars.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh, this is Heusinkveld on the way out of pit lane, and Maniti have gone in the wall as well. Fernando Alonso started, if you remember, from all those years ago.
Yep.
Big spin down at turn 6. I don't actually think he grabbed the wall. Certainly not as hard as all those years ago. But that is not good news for Maniti Racing at all there, who lose out on a load of time. It's the blue car, I think, Kevin Tavares, who is now 10th behind Patrick Hingston. That was all a very awkward moment, and they always are when you're making you out of the pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happen, but cold tire sometimes does that trick sometimes, as now the 17 machine goes around the Trek Esports car after Trek actually survived one of the ordeals early on in the race. It could potentially cause a yellow flag.
Is on board with Yao Vaz looking ahead, chasing Maniti. That's going to be difficult as they work their way through the field very quickly, but chasing Trek Esports is a more attainable goal, and very nearly did that in a true literal sense, unfortunately. Very nearly hitting the back of the BMW ahead, but it looks like they're going to be given the position there on the way down towards turn 10, and they are. So Orion move up a position on circuit at least, because Trek Esports are a lap down, and that's why it was so easy indeed to work their way through. And so Orion will stay 9th and continue to chase Maniti, which is proving difficult, but it's as much about speed as it is about working the way through traffic. And for these guys, in some ways, it's about not getting lapped, because they're 2/3 of a lap down to the overall leaders of Maniti Racing right now. They can't afford to lose too much more time.
Yeah, even though, let's just say a yellow flag could bring them back into the mix. But that's the one thing you really don't want to be finding yourself in, and we're barely 3 hours into this race. So with 3 hours, one lap down, is going to be hard for you to get that back on normal statements. You have to be, faster than the entirety of the field, and even then calm with a little bit of luck.
You're going to find yourself hoping for a yellow for sure. Even if it may benefit you at a point or not, it's still not something you really ideally want to be hoping for. We follow Satellite Racing now, trying to chase down those ahead in the field, in the shadow of Mount Fuji here this afternoon. Excuse me, did I say Satellite? Orion Race Team,
yeah.
Excuse me. They've got the same numbers the wrong way around, and they look the same. So thanks for that, everyone. But they are not indeed the same. It's Orion, just to be clear, chasing Maniti. More pressingly, though, Project Valorous are being caught for 7th place, and that is who Manuel Sudal really has in his sights at the moment, as we look for a fight for 7th place here.
Yeah, Manuel is trying to do his best to, diminish the penalties they had early on in the race. I think they had a 10-second penalty, as I'm just trying to confirm that. They had a 20-second penalty because of gaps on the start and restart. You have to leave the gap and don't overlap the other car when you're coming into the starting procedure. That's unfortunately, they are penalized by that, and now they're on a recovery race of sorts, trying to do his best. The former leader of the Team RSO sort.
Yes, they of course merged with Maniti in this series anyway, about 4 months ago, and a year, so 16 months ago, over the Christmas period, when it was a difficult season for RSO at the time, but Maniti went on to win the title overall. And they've retained 2 cars in the top class entry this time round as well, which is good for Maniti. As meanwhile, more penalties have come through, and it's not all GT3 cars, but instead there are GTPs involved as well. The 16 has got a 10-second time penalty. That is WSR Esports bookkeeper Tanguy Bilon, who is 4th right now for causing a collision with the 281 car. That's one of the GT3s, Torque Freak Racing. That's what we saw into the final corner on the replay a few minutes ago, and no surprises that there's a penalty for that one.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happen, but we knew from the get-go that would be a slam dunk penalty.
Another penalty for the GT3 Pro leaders, by the way, who have violated the 5-second rule, and that's a 5-second penalty for them for doing so. Luckily for them, they've got a 10-second lead, but as you said earlier, if there's a yellow and things get closed up again, then suddenly that penalty means a lot more.
Yeah, it eventually doubles out, so unfortunate to see that happen, but it's quite complicated.
As David Hayes has just pointed out to us privately, 5-second rule is about when you drop food on the floor. If you've ever heard
analogy.
It is. Of course, it refers to pit lane more in this sense, but I'm willing to go with on-track penalties for dropping food on the floor too. Don't want food lying about in the bottom of your sim rig, etc. So there you go. But it's about serving a penalty for them a little bit later on. Kevin Tavares will also have to do so for causing contact with the Heusinkveld car through 100R, and I can't say that one's too much of a surprise either, although the margins were quite fine. Kevin Tavares has got a penalty for spinning around that Heusinkveld car and nearly spinning himself into the wall.
Yeah. Impressed. It came quite fast, the penalty, but then again, I think looking at this perspective, only 40 incidents so far for a 3-hour race, but I think hitting it out was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, like 16 penalties tops being handed out only in 3 hours of racing.
Are you counting that as a lot or not very much?
I argue, like, if we go 1 hour, 8 penalties per hour, that's quite a lot. But then again, some of these are like 5-second rules infractions, so interesting to see a lot of pit lane infractions of sorts violating the 5-second rule.
Yeah, it's sort of 1 in every 3 cars have got a penalty so far. How are you feeling about your prediction that there'll only be 3 cautions today? Because when you made the prediction, I thought it was far too low, and when there was a caution after 10 minutes, I was even more validated in my own head. Anyway, how are you feeling now that we've got a nice green flag run going for around 2 hours, more than now actually, and we're settling into this race quite nicely? Is your prediction of 3 still one you're confident in?
I'm locking it in.
But you've got to, but are you confident in it?
No, I'm confident. Like, when I say lock it in, I'm confident that it's going to be like 3 or less. I'm not going to lie though, Ewan, if you check our team speak chat, I don't know if you're going to be able to see, I put up 2 messages. Please don't be spot lap 1. It wasn't. It was like within the first 10 minutes. Okay, it was within the first 10 minutes. Kind of expected with the attrition and the first passing around of the cars, but at least we didn't get the mess that it was on spot lap 1 when we went to spotting last time by.
Yeah, it was last round. I didn't see the last round at Spa actually. I can't remember why.
Don't watch lap 1.
Okay, okay. I'll take your word for that. But, yeah, it feels like it's been a while in the IVRA Endurance Series since we've been to Spa. I don't tend to leave it for the GT Sprint Series that went there once or twice, but unfortunately not around this season, of course. But anyway, that was a round in which Mivano really could have sealed the title actually without it even going to today's race, and they ended up losing points. They finished on the day down in 11th place, and when you consider there's only 14 still running in the field here today, so 15 to start, gives you an idea as to what it was like at Spa as well in terms of where they finished in the field. On the day, BS Competition gained 11 points at the halfway mark and another 57 at the finish line, which is 68. That more than half the margin to what it's at now, which is 58 points as we run. So not a good day for Movano actually at Spa, where they really could have sealed the title. However, they're doing okay for the moment. 6th place, not setting the world on fire, but they are, doing all they need to do with 9 hours and a half to go.
Yeah, it could have been better. They got jumped at the start, and after that, I think the first proper issue of the race that it actually involved them in the BS competition, as now there's a little bit of a look on the inside from Manini. They managed to get side by side the car. Valor is trying to fight through it, but Manny also down on the corners right after that managed to make the overtake. Just Manini's race, Movano's race on Spa was very weird because they had a really good car. They had one of the strongest cars, I think, not the fastest car in the entirety of the field, and they made I don't know if you call it a blunder. It was a very weird mistake with car. I think with car measurements and everything, distance measurements and pace measurements coming into the Eau Rouge Radion complex, and they triggered, I think, one of the yellow flags and completely destroyed the car.
Good afternoon, by the way, to Aidan Young, who's just stepped into the YouTube chat here this afternoon over in Europe anyway, supporting Fiercely Forward today. As you might expect, they're currently in 3rd place in GTP and down a bit further to 13th in GT3 Pro for previous sport champions in the Club Sport Series here in IVRA. They've not been able to win that title this season, as we've already spoken about, but nevertheless they do have that title to their name and will always. So Manizzi have found their way through in this battle for 7th position in the field, and well, we've been speaking about Movano here, Lorenzo. I'm getting slightly concerned as to where they've disappeared off to here. There's a spin in the background as well. It's all going on in GTP here at the moment as Project Valorous get into contact at the right-hander of turn 13, and they're spun around.
Yeah, I want to look at that on the replay.
But
I think that was not that might have been self-inflicted.
Now down the inside, it is indeed self-inflicted. It's right in front of Satellite, that looks like. And the other car behind Ryan Race Team were spun around as a result as well. Yao Vaz were not even able to make up a place then, so they both lose 10 seconds but don't lose any places. But Movano are losing places. The championship leaders of the IVRA Endurance Series going into today are losing spaces, time and points as we speak, if my timing screen is to be believed. They're down to 10th. Loic Marchand is now at the wheel, and I fear of the whereabouts of that car now.
Yeah, internet problems from what it looks like. Oh dear. Oh dear.
This is not good news at all for the championship leaders. Are they back or not? It seems that they're back again. They're down in pit lane. They're 2 laps down though. And we've got Simon Collarts now at the wheel of the number 3. The German looking to come in and save them after Loic Marchand, the Frenchman, had to return back to pit lane with internet problems. How quickly are they going to be able to get going again? Well, they're going to do service while they're there anyway. I suppose you might as well. And they're going to retain 13th. But all of a sudden, from a comfortable position, they are now sitting quite uncomfortably and are hoping for at least a couple of cautions today. They're 1 lap down as they exit pit lane in 12th place.
And just like that, the championship has been blown out of proportion. It's wide open again.
It certainly is.
So, can I say something?
Go on. Well, it depends, of course, but...
Don't worry. It's PG. It's PG, people. take it easy. Of course, I'm moving out in 7 minutes for David Haynes, so the better commentator to step in. You guys don't have to put up with my voice anymore. You already had to put up for 3 hours prior to this. Watch Maniti. They are in P4 in the standing. Surely they are far from Ivano, but it's 110 points, give or take. Right? It's not accurate numbers. There could be a massive jump because Hydro Race is already out. But what if Ivano's J just goes worse and worse?
Well, that is true. I still think, though, that BS Competition are the only ones who can realistically take this championship away from Movano at this stage, because even if I was about to call it the stage. That's a NASCAR term. If the halfway in 3 hours 20 was to happen right now, with Movano down in 12th and chasing a couple of drivers who are not actually that far ahead of them down quite quickly at the moment, they would only gain 24 points over Movano with Beniti. So that's that puts them to what, 81 behind, and that still means that Movano would only need a top 14, maybe 15, to be classified as the winners. Probably be 15 to us. So they would have to just be classified for Maniti to beat them to the title, even in the situation they're currently in. The thing for me much more interesting is BS Competition. They're currently in 5th place, would score 22 points for that and gain 12. That would put them to 46 behind, and as things stand, that would mean a top 6 would be what Movano would need to absolutely guarantee a title. And all of a sudden then you start to wonder and you start to think maybe a title can be won here today for them. So I'm not sure. I still think that it's BS Competition here who are the only ones to try and take this away from Movano, who are now down the order. Just to update you, by the way, if you're just joining us, how much they were leading the charity by. 58 points was the gap between Movano and BS Competition, and then the gap from BS Competition to Geodesic, who are actually already out, is 33 points. So anyone, I believe, outside the top 2 is a bit too far away in the standings to really play a role, but you never know, because who would have thought that Movano would have had internet problems today? You just never know what can happen.
Yeah, no, just the it's like contact between the Maniti car and the Maniti blue car, and also the Vistro car. Fortunately, Renewer just keeps it in the track. Well, that is good to see that still happening. Actually, Kevin Tavares, let's say, kept it on the track. But coming back to the BS battle, don't forget the BS has a freebie whenever WSR pits, so they're going to 4th. And between me and you, I think they might have a little bit of better pace in comparison to Nicky Schwitz, Energy Fiercely 4 car. So that could be 3rd place before the halfway mark is done.
But they're certainly in good form. 2 or 3 podiums in a row now, including 2 race wins for BS Competition. So they are certainly the ones in the driver's seat in that regard. However, a bad start to the season gave them only 10 points after the first 2 rounds. That is what has really set them back in GTP. They do have that penalty as well, don't WSR? So I guess they will get that free position, won't they? But you can never quite bank on these free positions, mostly, because you've got to remember that BS Competition have already had a penalty of their own. Anyone can get them.
That is true, and there's still 9 hours of race remaining, so it can be blown to everybody up. As one thing we have to talk about, they're due to come into pit stop soon. I'm seeing Adam Cranes and Nico Schwitz car. They're on 34, 35 laps, so I'll give and take 1-2 more laps before we start to see the 3rd pit stop overall for the GTPs.
Let's see when they're going to happen. It's got to be soon. So, well, yeah, we'll kick this pit stops off now, and The order will be slightly muddled as a result for the next 15 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less, as we ride on board here with Patrick Hingston, trying to make a move down here in towards turn 1. Going to be lift off, or is there going to be an overtake here? I think that is our answer. Visceral Esports seem to be going for the saving fuel strategy instead of trying to re-overtake some of the drivers who were able to get past them in the last few moments.
Yeah, but I think Hingston just went for the fuel save right now.
Yeah.
More strategy, you know. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy at all, and there'll be plenty of strategies still to come, of course. What have you made, Lorenzo, of the first few hours of this race as we're getting season finale very much underway now, nearly a quarter of the way through the 12 Hours of Fuji?
It's been a very interesting race, apart from the first 10 minutes. The first 10 minutes, I think, they were a little bit more clunky because the cars, you know, probably didn't measure the speeds and things properly, and now, as the race goes on, I think it got more calm in terms of attrition. We still see some touches here and there. It's not as natural for us to see in a track like this, but I do still think strategy might be the key game over here, especially for those teams fighting at the top.
It certainly will. Thanks very much, Lorenzo, for joining us for the last few hours for qualifying and, of course, the opening of this race. It's still myself, Ewan O'Leary, and for the next 4 hours, I'll be joined by... 5, indeed. I'll be joined by David Haynes to take us right the way through halfway and setting us up for the final stretch of this race. It's a long day, David. There's no doubts about that. 9 hours and a quarter to go of the IVRA Endurance Series season for 2023-24. We're getting things closed out with our longest race of the season, of course, but it's been a decent race so far, not without incident, but an entertaining one in the first 2 hours and 3/4.
Oh, it's a big day of racing, no doubt. Still a lot of time left in this race for a couple more safety cars. Let's say 3.5. Anything that would prove Lorenzo wrong. But I think we'd rather we get some green flag stretches here. We let the strategy play out a little bit, like you're talking about around the GTPs and the real pinch points of the track with the multi-class racing at this hairpin here, and also the hairpin turn 1 is where safety cars could come from.
Oh, I was going to ask you about Lorenzo's prediction. I'm sure you've heard it. He says 3 cautions throughout the day today, and he said...
How many are we on at the moment? Is it just the one still? Or
it is just the one. And the notable thing I think about that is the fact that it's a 2.5 hour green flag run at this stage. It's not exactly been, you know, a long green flag run, then a stop, and then we're getting into another one now. It's just been the one after a very stop-start to the race. But he seems very confident. Do you think there's going to be maybe a couple more? I've got to say, I thought there was going to be some more before the race.
Honestly, I think, you know, one early on is likely, and then the longer you go green, the more likely you are to stay green. As talking about green, there is some service happening for one of the green cars on the pit lane. But then I think later on, you know, you get more desperate, more tired, and then the chances increase again a little later on. Right now, you know, in the middle, in the meat of the race, you can take your time a little bit more with the traffic. You can go, I'll wait one more corner before I try to shove in here. I've got, you know, a lot to lose and little to gain by being too aggressive right now. And then in the final couple of hours, you know, again, you get more tired, and then you see a little bit more, maybe something to gain.
Well, let's see. I do remember this part of the race from last year when we also had the 12 Hours of Fuji as our finale to the 2022-23 IVRA Endurance Series, and it was a very long green flag run through the middle that really set the tone for the race, and there were plenty of green flag runs in fact as well. The slight problem in terms of staying green or the benefit, I suppose, in it, depending on which way you look at it, is the fact that the walls are relatively far away around here, so trying to find one is somewhat difficult, although GNStic and Impulse managed it as they had their crash through 100R earlier on to bring out our only caution of the day so far. But other than that, the walls are relatively far away, and also there's tarmac to collect you on either side of the circuit in quite a lot of areas around this circuit as well. It's not exactly one of those where there's no room for error whatsoever. It's not like Watkins Glen, the only other timed race that we had this season, which was very stop-start in terms of its cautions. There's a lot more runoff here, and you can get away with it a little bit more, it feels like.
It's a bit opportunistic by Satellite Racing here as they're trying to follow Zekeril through on SRN Motorsports, and then of course the constant GTP cars buzzing by as well.
Now let's see who these guys are, or what these guys are battling for. It's 38th overall, if you want to put it like that. 5th place in GT3, with Satellite Racing trying to find their way through to the battle for 19th place, as Echelon Sims were also finding themselves in a bit of GT3 traffic. And this does often happen. They do often get stuck with one another, because of course the two GT3 classes are not made different by the cars themselves, but instead the drivers, and sometimes the top-end drivers of one class may not be that different from the bottom-end drivers of another.
Yes, it's not green and purple. It blends a little bit somewhere in the middle, depending on who's in which cars at what times. More GTP pit stops as they sort that out. How do you feel about this new generation of top-class prototypes having a little bit more fuel range than the old DPI cars did?
I don't mind it. The thing I don't enjoy in the World Endurance Championship, as we go slightly off topic, is the fact that they can go an hour. I don't like the constant hourly stops that I think should be personally reserved for GT cars, whichever class you want to use. And I preferred the LMP1 days, at least at the start of the LMP1 days, where they used to do 50 minutes. Seemed like a nice point to go to me, because then you can get the LMP2s in after 45 or 40, and you sort of got a nice spread, if you like, of the amount of fuel that you can have on board. But I personally don't enjoy the really short stints that you sometimes get in IMSA quite a lot, you know, half an hour stints and that kind of thing. I feel like that's a little bit too regular. I don't mind the longer stints. But a seemingly personal preference. I can't really give you any reasons as to why one's better than the other or not. I mean, is there any benefit or not to having these stops not after an hour or so? I don't really. I guess it makes it slightly more complicated, but it's quite complicated anyway when there's cautions in this series.
Yeah, I thought sort of 45 to 50 for the prototypes was a good stint length, and they've all gotten just a little longer than that, as you mentioned. It's a bit of quiet track right here. Where is everyone? Where are they gone?
Oh,
it's the rest of the lap where it's non-stop traffic, multi-class interaction, GT3 Pros mixed in with GT3s, and drivers at some slightly different stages of their stint as well.
It must be, because there's no one around here. I think the BS competition car was the one right behind, and that maybe explains it, because the gap from first to second at the moment, since BS competition are the only ones still out on the circuit, is 55 seconds, so we really won't be seeing a GTP on the lead lap again for quite some time, at least not passing these two. As diving down the inside of turn 15 there, there goes the race leading 89 car, currently driven by Thomas Labrutele in the BMW. And here is where the action is a little bit further down in the field. Indeed, a lap down. Only 4 cars will be on the lap, on the lead lap now, with Nürburgring Esports having stopped. Prestana Nobad, not one of them. They used to run longer on fuel, actually, and they still are yet to make a pit stop, and that's pretty damning for them. The fact they're not on the lead lap, but are still yet to make a stop.
Yeah, so Manidi get through, who only stopped just a couple laps ago with that car, as we saw.
I don't know, I should just follow on the way down the straight here into turn 1. Bit of defence here from Maniti. be surprised if they're really interested in fighting one another, since they're on entirely different strategies. To be honest, Manuel Sudal will want to get on with his race, and you would have thought Pablo Ortega would want to get on with his, but seemingly not. There was a need for defence, but in the end, no position changes, and Maniti will now go up the road.
Super interesting the way the character of this circuit is laid out, with that really long front straight into the basically hairpin turn one, but then the rest of the first sector very flowing through your 200Rs and all of that, and then this last sector quite tight and a lot of fold back in on itself, change of direction. You could go side by side a long way through all of that there. So really fast, flat out first sector, and then sweeping through the middle part of the lap, and then very tight at the end.
Yeah, Lorenzo and Arjuna earlier were really slandering this circuit, and I've got to say I really enjoy it, so I don't really know what their problem is with it, but apparently they don't really enjoy it. But now that I'm here and they're not, I'll come to the defence of this circuit, because while it is a little bit wide, and as I mentioned earlier, the walls are a long way away, there is a bit of room for error these days as well. However, I've got to say I really enjoy this circuit, and they were saying it's maybe not even in the top 5, their top 5 circuits in Japan. That's outrageous to me. But
I was going to do my Arjuna impression, like, and actually, this isn't in my top 5 Japanese circuits.
Outrageous, that really. Yeah, I mean, Autopolis
and you know, in
is
Singapore, they drive on the left.
Yeah. Oddly.
No, it's not oddly. Malaysia does as well. There's a whole bunch of countries down there, with Thailand and that, to drive on the left.
You say down there, include Australia as well if you want.
Yeah, well, we've got Indonesia in between, and I'm pretty sure they drive on the right.
I don't know. I'm not an expert in Indonesian travel, so.
No, I've never been. I've never enjoyed a sweet bintang on the beach.
No, it's significantly further away from me, so I wouldn't imagine you're surprised to learn.
No shortage of palms out there, though.
Did take me a moment there to wonder to just register what you just said, but I got there in the end. Anyway. We'll brush past Indonesia because they're not here. On board with Luke Peters, we're in the Gigs Energy Fiercely Forward car. Now we had a few people in here supporting Fiercely Forward to hopefully drive on forward. Well, unfortunately, since that happened, they've not moved up any other places. Still 13th for them as they get through 3 hours of the day, and it very much looks like, from this on board anyway, they're staying behind and fuel saving, which is the common thing to do so early on in the race, and with so long to go means so much strategy still to play out, so they'd rather take the fuel than the extra position.
Yeah, you still got to be super tactical about your moves through the traffic, about hitting fuel numbers if that's what the strategy is going to be. And again, I feel like I can't talk about it without it sounding like I'm trying to jinx it or something. But, you know, again, we stay with this long green flag run where that sort of stuff can become important, saving your fuel, and rather than fight every single time, you're like, okay, I'm close enough in pace to this person. They're being consistent at least, so it doesn't hurt me just to coast 50 metres into turn 1, coast 50 metres into the Dunlop curve, and just sit here for a little bit. I'm gaining more in saving than I'm losing in being held up, inverted commas.
Yeah, because it may not even be held up in a literal sense, just in terms of having someone in front of you. It may not even be a bad thing. As we go back to GT3 again, this is on board with Absolute Motorsport Aslith in 6th place, trying to find their way through on the SRN car. Daniel Grauti, who, well, I'm sorry it was him, but it was this car that went for a spin at turn 10 early on in the race in that first green flag run. Went right the way to the very back in the first run through of traffic from the GTPs, and since getting back on the circuit again, seemingly doing very well. Still a long way to go until they have to stop as well. They're only about halfway through this stint, RSRN, but here's another situation in which GT3s are lifting off into corners. I imagine the same phenomenon will apply as to what we were just watching a few moments ago in GT3 Pro, it will apply also in GT3 for that battle as well.
Well, you're never short of a Porsche GT3 wherever you look around. Plenty of the 992 generation of cars kicking around, and about a GTP as well, getting in the middle of the battle we were looking at.
And this has all changed. Kinetic Racing all of a sudden involved. Aidan Campbell now back to 6th place. So what's gone on here? It's a very built-up region of the standings. Absolute Motorsport have got ahead of us, SRN and Kinetic then. And Aidan Campbell is trying not to lose a second position here, not least to SRN, but also to Team Heusinkveld, who are trying to put a lap on them just behind. We've been running for long enough now. The GT3 Pros are starting to lap some of the GT3 cars, but not sure what happened to SRN there for them to lose 2 positions in such quick succession.
Heusinkveld not shy on their headlight flashes, but we'll go and take a look. So we've got a slow Ferrari there. And then SRN... Ooh, okay.
That was all very awkward. Was that Echelon Sims thought, was it, in the GT3 Pro field? I'm not sure who was going off front. Them could have been a lapped car, but it was all very awkward. I'm afraid it's lost SRN 2 places, side by side up ahead of Kinetic now. What's going on down here? It's lapped traffic involved again. So busy out there on the racetrack. We've had about a tenth of the field already retire from the race, but it still means there's 48 cars out there fighting for position.
And the way this final sector just changes direction, left to right, folding in on itself, it makes it tough for everyone, because you've still got these Porsches side by side. You've got BMW there trying to cut its way through, but you just don't know which is the right way to go to get through this traffic, and the only safe bet is to wait for the pit straight, put the hammer down, and use all of north of 600 horsepower in the straight line. They move past headlight flashing. The Heusinkveld 296 GT3's gone to weaving.
Yeah, and here goes Movano now on Prestana Nomad. Now this is important by the time we get to positions later on in the day. They're back on the lead lap here on Movano, but they are out of sync, of course, with everybody else. Prestana Nomad still yet to make a stop as well in this cycle, but it's the championship leaders trying to fight their way through from an internet outage earlier on in the day that put them a lap down in real terms. They're on the lead lap for now, and they're up to 7th place for now as well, as Simon Collatz is doing a good job at recovering some places. 7th place now for the Movano Sim Racing team. They've just got to hope that the caution, if there is another one, falls in the right place for this team.
I got a little bit of a brain freeze reading the safety car procedure flowchart earlier, so I hope they understand it better than me. To take every opportunity in the remaining 9 hours to get right back into the fight in GTP, both in this race and the championship wise. And they have maybe a little bit of an ice cream headache right now with all the traffic they've just worked through, and it is that final sector that seems to be the most challenging to work through the traffic, for reasons we pointed out just a lap or two ago about corners that open up on the exit, corners that tighten on the way through, and just a consistent change of direction from that hairpin right, hairpin left, 90-degree right, hairpin left, hairpin right that makes up that final sector.
I didn't think the safety car procedure was that complicated for prototypes, is it? I just thought they would have to be on the lead lap at the time it's thrown, and if they are, then they'll be in the money. For example, right now, if there's one thrown...
I saw a flow chart and I got scared.
Okay. I know there is one at the bottom of the regulations, isn't there, about where you should be. Personally, I do get puzzled sometimes as to how people find it so confusing, but people's brains work in different ways, don't they, I suppose? So what makes sense to one person does not make sense to the next, etc. But hopefully all the teams have got used to the rules, and the rules these days as well that mean that GTPs and prototypes are put to the front of safety car procedures right as the very last step, so they don't have to make their way through on GT traffic right on the restart. Do you remember the times in IMSA about 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, when there were GTPs at the time, whether it was the LMP2 Daytona prototype era, but they had to work their way through GT traffic sometimes. As whatever class leader happened to be at the front of the safety car queue once everyone had stopped and so on, would just start the race. It didn't have to be the overall leader that would restart the race, it just had to be a class leader. That could have been the old prototype challenge class, the GTD, GTLM or whatever it was. And we got some, in my opinion, fantastic restarts, fantastically entertaining restarts with so much traffic going around. Those seem to be a thing of the past, as the top classes these days are all made absolutely sure
they do
they're
a
at the front
class
of the field.
Yeah.
Don't know if I agree with it personally.
It's fun when it's not you. That's the thing.
So, as a spectator, I do very much miss the times when the prototypes would have to work their way through. To be fair, I do understand a ruling to make sure the overall leader restarts the race every time. I don't mind that, but I just don't like the fact that unnaturally people can have to move through the field like they're manually sorting it and so on. I don't know, it just doesn't make it as entertaining as I personally believe it should be on restarts.
But I'm not happy here, Team Heusinkveld. There is a lot of emotion and frustration and body language trying to be sent to some of this traffic.
I think some of that has come from right at the start of this stint. Just before you came to out of 100R, they were spun around by one of the Maniti cars, and now they're trying to recover. Let's see what happened down here into turn 1. So half look down the inside, then a full one by the time they're in the braking zone. Car on the outside brakes not early, but not late either. And so Heusinkveld will get through and they'll get bumped to the rear. And maybe it's a result... Yeah, there we go. There's your unhappiness. Maybe it's just a bit of unhappiness from the previous experience. Last time they were hitting the rear, they were spun around and nearly involved in a pretty big crash.
There was plenty of flashing headlights and the rest before the move as well.
Well, if you're trying to work your way through traffic, then maybe it's the way to do it. They're up to 8th place now, and that was lap traffic, which is worth remembering. Or was it? Maybe it wasn't. If I think I'm looking at an outdated timing screen. Apologies for that. It was indeed for 7th place, Instinct Racing, who are now behind them. Maximilian Renner, not a team I've heard much about actually. Instinct Racing in the GT3 Pro standings, or in the entry list anyway, for GT3 Pro. Can't find them in the standings either. Maybe they've not been at any of the races so far, but as I say, yeah, a lot of these teams are the ones we've heard of in IVRA before and in the world of sim racing before indeed, but not heard of them particularly.
Well, I suppose we're about to. Looking at the last laps in that class, Team Heusinkveld's going to probably catch a couple more positions, as they were significantly faster last lap in that 296 GT3.
They're an all-German team in terms of their driver lineup. We've already seen one of the 5 today, Niels May, who started the race. Maximilian Renner is now at the wheel, but losing a bit of time to those around him. The 2 Maniti cars are running in tandem just in the background there in this long line of GT3s, and there are a lot of them. Still more than 40 GT3s combined across the 2 classes remaining in the race. It's going to make it so difficult for the prototypes. I mean, look at the Acura in the background there, just leapfrogging from car to car, grabbing a bit of slipstream along the way, and just not having a single lap to rest and not having a single lap to just drive this circuit normally. It's always about working through on someone else.
Heusinkveld and René Lenz sure know where their headlight flasher is.
Oh, there's been something going on here, because Visceral are around. What is that? Heusinkveld again? Is that a different Ferrari? It's caught at the pointing the wrong way at turn 1. Well, Visceral are trying to keep their slim championship hopes alive here. It's not Visceral. It's down the inside for, not Heusinkveld, excuse me. Visceral are the ones down the inside. They don't quite realise who's on their outside there, and hard to call who especially was at fault in that one. But I think Visceral will be taking the blame. Patrick Hingston goes down to 11th place.
I think I need to see another angle of it, because I thought Visceral were a long way up there and they didn't sail past the apex. They got to the apex, so it's tough to judge on that for me.
Well, we'll see. Trying to work out who he hit in the end. Can't seem to find the Ferrari that I'm scrolling down the entry list. Can't seem to grab it for the moment. We'll get word on that when we can. But here's another look. The BMW goes defensive a bit. Visceral go on the attack. I guess, yeah, they are right up on the curve on the right hand side there. Well, it depends how Race Control judge that one. Were they turned across or were they overly ambitious down the inside? That'll be the thing that's being weighed up.
It was so late in the corner too. Like, Visceral are there for ages, and it's like a late apex from the Ferrari on the outside. Bonk.
Echelon, by the way, Echelon Simsport, who are the ones in the Ferrari who have gone around. Spencer Wrightsmere was in the YouTube chat earlier on, so hopefully he's still listening and can tell us a little bit more about what went on down there from their perspective. But are Echelon going to argue the case about that one, that they were the ones spun around, or will Visceral argue theirs more strongly to Race Control? And it is already being investigated, as you might be able to imagine, but as you say, hard to know what the outcome of that one is actually going to be. Well, we'll wait for the confirmation and the
if I had a Deutschmark for every Porsche 911 we've seen battling side by side in the last half an hour, I wouldn't be able to spend them because they use euros now.
Yes, but still, I'll take your point. There are a lot of Porsches this season in the IVRA Endurance Series. We've got 5 in the top 7 of GT3 Pro standings, and in this race right now, it's not quite as strong for the Porsche. In fact, none of them are inside the podium places, but lots of the rest of the top 10 are covered by Porsches, and for whatever reason, it's become very popular in iRacing pretty recently. Maybe the relative novelty of it is still present, or was at the start of the season when everybody chose their cars, but it's very difficult to choose a car for a series like this that actually spans 3 iRacing seasons and 2 indeed potential BOP changes even in sim, never mind the ones applied by IVRA as well. And there's another pound for your collection.
A pound, despite events, is still worth a little more than I think a Deutschmark ever was.
Yes. We'll not go into detail. Aidan Campbell, the one who's looking for a way through here in the final sector. I think this is the sector that really gives Fuji a bad reputation among a lot of people. Really why they don't enjoy it so much. But I've got to say, I quite enjoy the challenge of these late apexes and the slow speeds to sort of mix in, if you like, with the rest of the well, not the rest of the circuit, because not all of it is high speed or even medium speed. However, it is very much slow speed compared to the rest, and a lot of people think it detracts from the circuit. I would disagree personally. I think it's a good way to end the lap, and Kinetic Racing do just that at the end of another one, trying to find their way through on one of the Porsches, and that's exactly one of the reasons why I do like it. Provides plenty of overtaking opportunities.
It's probably just besmirched by people who lack triple monitors or the patience to take a wide entry to a late apex.
Maybe.
There's a few tracks out there where they race really well. They produce exciting racing, but they just don't have that something that makes them mythologized and so beloved. And sometimes it is just, you know, a little bit of little brother syndrome or something like that. Because I was watching a race from Misano, an iRacing event the other day, and the racing was awesome, but it's just not a circuit that ends up in the same breath as Monza and Imola. And it's similar here. Like, I'm enjoying the racing. It's competitive racing. There's challenge for all the drivers, all of the class. Like, oh, do I, you know, pop down the inside there as a GTP? Do I open up that space and then think I can get a late apex as a GT3 driver? All of this going on, but again, you know, Arjuna doesn't quite have it in the same echelon as, you know, Suzuka or others.
I still disagree with him, but that's fine.
I think I disagree with the result he's ended up with, but understand that there are different, you know, calculus and desires that go into how everyone rates their favorite tracks. And I think it's, at the end of the day, good racing speaks for itself, whether it's really fun to hot lap.
That wasn't good. That wasn't fun either. It was GTP sideswiped the Maniti GT3 there and it goes off the road entirely out wide. Aidan Campbell allowed to catch up as a result as well, but I understand what he's saying when, you know, he doesn't like the circuit or whatever, and I know what you're saying as well about some people just don't have it for some circuits, almost irrationally sometimes. But do we really think that this race would be a better one if we were at Suzuka, for example? I think there's, obviously you can't mark a circuit by just what one series would do around it, but that's what I'm about to do. I personally don't believe that there's any circuit in Japan that will provide a better multi-class race like this one than we see at Fuji.
Some people were also sullied on it by the 2 years that Formula One came here and the weather wasn't great and the fan experience for foreign fans was horrendous.
I don't remember all of the off-track stuff. I remember the races.
I mean, the off-track stuff was, there wasn't it was tough to get here. You had to go through particular shuttle buses and stuff, and then there were only 2 food options and all of them cost $80. It's I'm kind of hungry and would like to buy something to eat. Oh, the only option is this and it's $80.
Not for everyone, or just, I guess, visitors, I guess.
The equivalent of, say, going to a football game and the only things that are open for food is $80 for a burger.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Sounds like Vegas or Miami or something.
Yeah, it was worse than that, and without quite the cachet, and then the weather was poor, and it was all Toyota's fault.
I was going to say, the racing good, but racing was very good. But I wonder how the modern cars would race around here, because I don't know if you've watched any, maybe not even full races, but just clips from that era as we have a look at another spin, I'm afraid, at the penultimate corner. That was the car previously being driven by Niels May, and is now currently being piloted by Maximilian Renner, and that was awkward, getting back onto the circuit again, finding their way through. The Simify car actually involved there, Tristan Iglesias, who is still in that car, or is again anyway now. But yeah, I don't know if you've watched any clips from that racing from 2007, 2008 kind of era recently, but I F1 cars were a lot smaller back then. I wonder how the modern cars would look, because to us these prototypes don't look too big around here. It's a very wide circuit.
Be interesting, but I wouldn't trade away Suzuka to see it.
I don't know.
Bring back the Pacific Grand Prix, and we can trade it around. It can come here to Fuji. It can go to, I don't know, Adelaide if they want to have it.
Wonder what the lap times around Adelaide will be these days.
Blow your socks off.
Yeah, I think it would. Yeah. So under a minute, I would have thought.
Or Phillip Island, man. Let's create a 3-circuit, rotating every third year between Fuji, Phillip Island, and somewhere in New Zealand.
Do they have circuits in New Zealand?
A lot of great circuits in New Zealand.
No,
they probably wouldn't. You wouldn't fit modern F1 cars at Taupo, but Hampton Downs might be the go.
I've not seen that circuit for a while. I only really see the circuits the V8 supercars go to, unfortunately, as an international viewer.
There's actually a lot of circuits in New Zealand that current Formula 1 drivers have raced at, and it's everyone on the F1 grid who did what's currently Formula Regional Oceania, previously known as the Toyota Racing Series, which was a summer series of January and February, so definitely know. Lando Norris, Alex Albon, Lance Stroll would have all raced at Hampton Downs.
I wouldn't have known that. There we go. I was going to say, the only New Zealand circuit I know now is... how do you just pronounce it? Taupo?
I always think about a bear, right? What does a bear have? At the end of their paw, they got a toe. They got a toe paw.
I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, Pukakoi as well, though that's a problem these days. Sadly.
Not much of it left.
Exactly. Yeah, very sad that Pukakoi is no more. As we see Orion Race Team close in on another position here in GTP. This is Project Valorous, who they were trying to overtake earlier. They were the ones who sideswiped the Maniti GT3, by the way, as we were watching on board a few laps ago down at turn 6, but that's a pretty slang-drunk pass from Orion to get up to 8th place this time. Really, the more pressing issue for these guys, I find, is staying on the lead lap. They're only 15 seconds away from Tom and Hooper overtaking them, so I feel like they're all trying to overtake one another, sort of panicked, trying to stay away and on the lead lap.
Formula 1 drivers who went on from the Toyota Racing Series to race in Formula 1 are Daniel Kvyat, Will Stevens, Lance Stroll and Lando Norris. Liam Lawson also, yes, he's raced.
Well, there we go. That's a few with the current grid. Maybe one of the future grid in Liam Lawson, I would have thought, but we'll wait and see on that front.
He subbed for injured Daniel Ricciardo at points last year and did reasonably well.
Reasonably well. Very, very well, I thought, but there we go. We'll see in the future what that has to be. Interestingly, you mentioned the idea actually of going, I know we're slightly off topic, of going every few years in terms of a calendar, a rotating calendar, if you like, as the F1 schedule gets ever more congested, if you like, and we're up to 24 races now. I personally would like to see that come down to 20 at a maximum. I think any longer and you're getting a bit too long, really, and you're really reducing the chances of a title fight in amongst other things. But that also reduces, or produces I should say, the problem that you've got in terms of more than 20 circuits wanting to host a Grand Prix, and a lot of those circuits now becoming street circuits that you really don't want to see every year, or I don't. So I wonder whether the idea of a rotating calendar in terms of certain spots being taken up by 2 races and alternating on a year, or 3 as you just mentioned there, wonder if that's a way forward for F1 to go to more circuits, but also maintaining a relative low number of street circuits, which is what I personally like to see, and also see us visit some new countries as well, which is one thing I'm more eager to see, to be honest.
And the sheer number has clearly reached some kind of breaking point logistically, where, I mean, Sky Sports then, for example, can't be bothered sending people on the road for that many races. Martin Brundle doesn't want to go to all of them anymore, and you get this really weird. Even David Croft doesn't want to go to all of them anymore, apparently. So yeah, and then it breaks up that familiarity on the broadcasts, and same thing is going to start to happen with the team crews and everything, where like they go, okay, well this crew go to these 16 races, and then these crew go to these 8 races, and we have to rotate through, and then the drivers obviously have to do every race, but the crew around them doesn't. So it seems like it has to start approaching rotating and all of that. Pit stops for GT3 Pro you can see on the ticker right now. There'll be some other GT3 cars in the lane with them as well.
Yeah, BS Turner kicked this off in terms of the front 3 anyway. Surprising that they've been able to go a lot earlier than WSR's butt kicker actually, who pits together. Maxime Marriott carries on for Manici Racing Red, so we'll lead for a bit now. Now, will there be pit stops behind? I know that Ethan Critch had a penalty to serve there actually for the 5-second rule violation last time around, and so that is a 5-second penalty. We'll close up a little bit in the next few moments as well as a result of that. Lots of 5-second rule violations here today. I'm not really sure what it is about Fuji that has meant that so many people have broken that rule. It's very odd.
I don't know. I wonder if Fuji is in Arjuna's top 5 apples.
Apples? I've never heard of a
You've never heard of a Fuji apple? Okay.
No.
Alright. Have you heard of a banana or an orange?
I have seen them once or twice, yes.
Okay, alright.
I can't proclaim to consume them very often.
If it's not brown, it's not food to the English. I do love fish and chips though. Love it.
Yeah. Fantastic, yeah. Indeed. Fish is very common in this part of the world as well, by the way, which we should probably eat a bit more of in England. I know we get a reputation for having fish and chips all the time, but that's not entirely true.
Sometimes you have a Mackey's as well.
Yes. Or a Macca's.
Oh, what a great little cultural exchange we've just had, you and I.
I know. I do always sometimes wonder how common these little cultural shortenings for words are in other countries, but I've just found out it is quite common to know. So there we go. Orbit Motorsport are in. Emma Rimbo only got into that car 1 hour ago, so he'll continue on for another in the Ferrari, and they'll continue to lead by the looks of things. Maybe the pressure of a lack of a championship to fight for those guys is helping them out as they're really out of contention. They're looking for a race win really with 8.5 hours to go. Make sure you get to the left quick enough here, Emil, and there you go. Hopefully he did that quickly enough, and he'll be on his way back out again to allow the championship leading Rusty Spatulas to lead for a little while.
I like that acceleration all through first gear from the pit lane speed limit, then up to the rev limiter as we get back into the race after that service.
Found a prototype immediately alongside them there, which is a bit disconcerting. They avoided contact though, and here is the Ferrari for Rusty Spatulas. They were involved, of course, in the championship finale of one season ago. How much of a championship finale I can really call it, though, it is... Well, I'll let you make your own mind up about that, because Manici Racing didn't actually appear at the final GT3 race of the season at Fuji, despite practicing. Can't remember which of their drivers it was, but one of them felt ill during practice and said, you know, we've got a 12-hour race ahead of us, I can't really do this. So, unfortunately, had to stop the race. And Rusty Spatulas were in a multitude of cars who had a mathematical chance of getting in the top 2, which Satellite Racing eventually took, and were never really going to have taken off them with a second place. Although Archibald's Esports maybe could have got there, they had a bad day, finished in 3rd in the standings. Rusty Spatulas, though, finished 5th in the standings that season after finishing on the podium at the 12 Hours of Fuji. And I just wonder what that experience does for those in the race this season, because in the IVRA Endurance Series, and actually in the Club Sport Series as well, we're quite good at sort of switching the calendar up every time round, and we don't often see the same races returning again and again and again. And in fact, all of the races on the calendar this season haven't been too recently in the IVRA Endurance Series to be fresh in the mind, certainly not as a distance and track package. Whereas we've kept the 12 Hours of Fuji as a finale for the second year in a row, which is somewhat rare in this championship, but those who were here will likely have memories of that race, since not a lot has realistically changed in the IVRA Endurance Series since this edition of the event 1 year ago.
Fuji apples have been grown since the 1930s, but only became common in the market in 1962.
What was that?
A cross between two American apple varieties, the Red Delicious and Virginia Rolls Janet.
As I said that, by the way, I realised what was happening over there.
It is one of the 9 most popular apple cultivars in the United States. Its name is derived from the first part of the town where it was developed, Fujisaka.
Is that round here, I'm guessing? As in round here being
I don't know.
You would have thought so, but sometimes these things surprise me. There's,
No, it's
no?
north.
Okay.
East.
If
I
you'd
always
have told
think
me...
of the island as being sort of north-south arranged, but Japanese people always think of their island as being sort of east-west arranged.
Oh, do they? Okay. Yeah, if you'd have told me that Fuji was in the north, I would have believed you. I've got absolutely no idea.
It's not that
Japanese
far
geography.
from Tokyo, and Tokyo's pretty central in the largest island banana shape.
It is very much a banana shape. You've never seen it on a map before. I'm sure you have, but...
So my full geographic knowledge is that Fuji is not all that far from Tokyo. It's just a little bit to the west. Tsukuba is not all that far from Tokyo Narita Airport. It's just a little bit to the north. And then you go another sort of 3 hours west, you've got Suzuka, kind of near Nagoya. And then a little bit further west of that, Okayama is not that far from Osaka.
Oh, Luke Peters having to weave around. It's that geodesic Porsche spinning in front of them. Looked like it, very much so. It was indeed Johan Sarazi who went for a spin through the penultimate corner there and gave over a place in the process as well. Down to 15th indeed, as they go behind Tristan Iglesias in the standings as well. So that's not ideal at all. This is what happened. I think it was just a solo spin here, going wide, and we talked about this with Lorenzo earlier on. Not sure whether it's grass or astroturf, to be honest, on the outside there, but the more pressing issue, I think, personally, is the fact that it doesn't really matter whether it's grass or astroturf on the outside there. Personally, I think the curb, if you're already sliding a bit, the curb will send you round anyway.
Yeah, it's that tightening corner, isn't it, as well? So if you've got a little bit more front grip than rear grip, as you turn in tighter and tighter, eventually you reach the limit of the traction and adhesion of one of the tyres first, and if it's the rears, then it happens like that, and you don't notice immediately on corner entry, but as it tightens and you crank more lock in, and then you also kind of maybe get off the throttle a bit at the same time, or need to get a little tap of the brake to help it turn, that can go like that. Is that service or the penalty box? The penalty box is down near pit entry.
I think it might have been service for Heusinkveld, but you're right. I think some of the pit boxes are actually in the penalty box, or very close to it, certainly from that angle, so hard to tell. I think it's Heusinkveld out of the lane though, and on to the circuit again. Where have they come out? 8th place for René Lenz in the standings, so as he was previously leading. So BS Turner are now at the front of the field. Wasn't expecting to see WSR Esports Bookkicker lose the lead, actually, but they did have that penalty to serve. They've served it, and they've lost the lead as a result. Now, here's the interesting thing for me. Their lane time was 10 seconds longer than Ryan Barneveld's, but their pit penalty was only 5 seconds. I'm struggling to find where they would have lost the other 5 seconds unless they overly served their
can't forensically account for it either.
They've only got one penalty, so it's not a second one that we've missed. Just a confusing moment. It's possible that they thought they had a 10-second time penalty and that's what they served instead, but their lane time is irrefutably 10 seconds longer than Ryan Barneveld's, who's got the lead as a result now by 2.8 seconds over WSR Esports Bookkeeper's 137 car. Well, there is the Audi working its way around 130 up. They're both Audis indeed. There's the other one just in the background. Quite rare to see the Audi these days in our racing actually, but good to see it out there and good to see so competitive as well actually.
Before it's rare to see any Audi Sport customer racing cars.
Yeah, that's true as well. Have they stopped production of those now, or is it? I know it's very much dwindling in terms of.
Well, I think
Audi's
production ended a while ago, and they said all support was going to end at the end of last year, and then had to wind that back a little bit to there's still a very modest amount of parts supply and etc. But it's almost a you're on your own if you're racing one.
Well, to be honest, when GT3 was outlined all those years ago, I kind of thought that was the idea, that teams were able to just buy a car and go, but that's not necessarily the case.
Well, they can go once, but then if you break a front bumper and you need another one, you kind of need someone to sell you one in a homologated category, because you can't go and fashion your own that's outside of the homologation specs.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, so support being the
someone's got to sell you a new gearbox if you need one.
Yeah. Oh,
and if Audi won't, then good luck racing it again.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to become very rare very soon, which is unfortunate. The car that's had
never win Nürburgring or Le Mans again.
No, wouldn't have thought. Well, hard to say never again. I bet there was a stage when everyone thought Ferrari were never going to win Le Mans overall again, and look what happened last year. They were able to do it, so I'm not willing to say never again.
The board fired the CEO whose plan was pulling out of all sports car racing, but slightly too late, so
That sounds like a bit of a mess, to be honest. Now left with those plans.
Yeah, I haven't fully kept up, but I don't wish Marcus Duersman the best.
It's a shame.
Like that's as far as I'll go to wishing ill on him.
Yeah, well, I think that's a pretty fair way to do it, to be honest with you. It's nothing too bad. But yeah, it's a shame. It's a very different world, if you like, now for Audi that they're stepping into. Let's make you wonder what the attraction in Formula 1 is, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's
it's Nico Hülkenberg. It's never been on the podium. Nico Hülkenberg. They need a slice of that.
Yes.
Forget winning Le Mans. Forget winning Daytona. Forget winning the Nürburgring 24 hours. Their new mission: get Nico Hülkenberg a podium, and it's worth it. Hundreds of millions of dollars. It's all worth it.
Dear me, that wasn't good. Into turn 15. The Trek Esports car that was already a lap down. Might be two now. It is indeed 2 laps down on the field. So, making contact with what looked like the satellite BMW from up there, at that angle. 8th place for Ryan Walker, actually, who's in that car at the moment. I believe it was him anyway, in the GT3 car, but they're in 8th place for now as 54 would make their way in. Movano have already made their stop, by the way, just a lap ago, and they're now off the lead lap. So this is the point when they could really do without a caution coming out, because Movano would end up 1 lap down. Oh dear. That was Remy Fortin in the 14 car. That is the Delta V Racing car, I thought it might have been, and they're a lap down, also getting turned around by the GT3 Pro leader. Not ideal as the leader there to get a GTP right down your inside. Now, will they land in any trouble for that, or will it be just a racing incident with Delta V Racing the ones who were firing down the inside?
A little complicated with the very tight change of direction there.
Depends really where the two cars are situated in terms of did Delta V give the room that they should have done, were BS Turner giving the room that they should have done, and if either of the answers are no there, then they're going to land themselves in a bit of trouble. But I think Delta V Racing are very much to punish themselves if it is indeed their fault, because they were the ones who went for a spin. But we'll wait and see on that. It certainly wouldn't have done Ryan Barnabone any help on that lap, and now the gap in the lead of GT3 Pro down to a second and a half now anyway, less than that now.
Yeah, almost identical laps last lap from the two WSI Esports Butt Kicker cars, but with BS Turner about 8 tenths slower.
If that continues, they'll be in a bit of trouble. This is the move down the inside on Geodesic Racing. By the looks of things here, this is for German Sim Racing. For 14th place, they shoulder their way alongside at turn 1 here, and they should find themselves through by the left-hander, although Geodesic won't want to give this one up just yet on the inside, and they will push German Sim Racing right to the limit. They stay on the outside though, and with the inside at 132, it's a pretty much surefire way to get yourself through, although not this time. A bit of a wobble there for Jan Schultz, who has to fight Johan Shirazi for even a foot longer than he would have hoped for here. Outside line and an exit needed for Schultz here. The two of them remain side by side now towards the 10th corner to Dunlop.
So all the way since turn 1, it carries on. The GTP struggling to negotiate it, and that might work to someone's advantage as eventually Schultz closes the door across in front.
Through to 14th place, Jan Schultz up a position. He's been passed relatively recently by Tristan Iglesias, actually, who's now on the back of Luke Peters for 12th place, and this has been a decent recovery for Simify, all things considered. The early problems where they were stuck in second gear and had to make an unscheduled pit stop have very much been put behind them now, and they're trying to recover, although I would still argue a caution is necessary for them to be in the conversation for the race win.
I've seen that happen before, and people still have their steering input from their wheel, but they lose connection to their paddles for gear changing and get stuck in a gear. So that I think then they also, depending on the key binding, don't have their pit lane limiter either, as they're heading into the lane. I've also lately seen a couple of pictures of apparently Fanatec sending out exciting wheel and base combinations that don't match.
Well, that's the confusing thing for me, is the fact that he was still able to steer, but the paddles weren't working. That was the confusing thing, as he does work his way down the inside to 12th now. Tristan Iglesias recovering, and maybe arguably the fastest car in the field, actually, Simify Esports, but that's the confusing thing. That the paddles seem to be the only thing that didn't work, but the steering did. I don't see how one could not work, but the other does.
Well, the rotation of the wheel is sent by the wheel base. It's measured at the wheel base. So if the connections between the wheel and the base go wrong, but they're still turning, then you have your steering, but none of the buttons on the wheel. The other thing that a few people have got, I'm not sure it's common if you're in any of the like Fanatec Thrustmaster VRS, whatever ecosystems. But okay. Some people, all the buttons on their steering wheel are actually Bluetooth, so the wheelbase is plugged into their PC with the steering angle information, but all of the buttons and dials on the wheel face are Bluetooth buttons.
Yeah, sort of as separate individuals, if you like, to excuse me, to connect to the PC. So I guess that makes sense. I didn't know that actually, that they were connected separately in that sense. So fair enough. But hopefully those problems are behind them now. Twisted Iglesias is up to 11th as a result of someone must have gone off the road here, because
someone was off the road at turn 1, but I think they gained 4 position.
Well, I thought that was a GT3 actually, as we see a bit of curve action. Not the first or the last time we'll see that today.
Good thing that wasn't Kyle Larson. He's apparently already sustained enough G's from hitting curbs.
Is it Watkins Glen this weekend? Is it for NASCAR? I guess that
must be.
I guess that's why the discussions are all going on about that. Oh no, it isn't.
Ooh, that doesn't look good, and then that doesn't look good. Already some dramas for this Maniti GT3.
Yeah, that wasn't good. There's the spin that you saw at the first corner, but it wasn't the GT3 Pro car that Simify would have gained a position on. But anyway, we'll leave them to it for the moment. There's the rejoin by the Porsche. Yeah, some very awkward moments in the last few for some of the drivers, but still no caution. We still stay green, and another pit stop cycle in GTP will now commence. Maxime Naz gets back at the wheel of the number 1 Maniti car that's coming from the lead, and BS Competition will be allowed to lead for a little while as well. I wonder, with 2 hours and a quarter to go, how they're shaping up for the points at the halfway mark, which everyone's got to be thinking about now, surely.
Yeah, in such a long race as well, like you'd structure your whole first half of the race for trying to have track position at that 6 hours to go mark, and then you got 6 hours the rest of the race to work it out. Some of the shorter races, you go, we're kind of jeopardizing our strategy for the end of the race to try to have the track position that gets us the halfway points. But in a long race like this, I mean, it's just easy to try to take all the points that are on offer, and there's points on offer at the halfway point. So, you know, do we pit, don't we pit with some of the early safety car? When you pit around that, what of your tyre sets that you use, it's all in pursuit of track position at this halfway point for sure.
Well, this is on board with Dennis Robin Wolf as we have a look at how you slice and dice your way through traffic here in the IVRA Endurance Series. So entertaining to watch these guys at work and figuring their way through the traffic, which is really what makes this series
like
interesting.
A Fuji apple.
I wish I'd thought of that earlier. but indeed, slicing your way through. Just fresh out the pit lane, of course, Dennis Robin Wolf, and he's trying to chase down Christian Hildgaard, who is ahead in the Satellite Racing prototype. We're on board with the Cadillac now. What a sound this machine makes as he tries to work his way through on Kevin Crosney, just up ahead in the Nürburgring Esports Porsche.
Fuji apples have a dense flesh that is sweeter and crisper than many other apple cultivars, making them popular with consumers around the world. In Japan, Fuji apples continue to be an unrivaled bestseller. Japanese consumers prefer the crispy texture and sweetness of Fuji apples.
Who knew there could be so much information about an apple? I didn't.
Well, it's one of the world's best sellers. Apparently everywhere except the UK.
Okay.
You probably have like a favourite variety of like potato.
Chips.
True, me too.
Is that everyone's favourite flavour of potato? or what is it got? Fries if you're American. Sorry, I'm not talking about crisps. Chips, I mean. Anyway, that's they definitely don't come from here. That's off topic. Johan Shirazi is making it out the final corner as Kevin Crosney has come in to slightly ruin our prototype battle that we were. I was looking forward to there anyway at the front of the field. Dennis Robin Wolf will have to do a bit of catching before he gets to Christian Heusinkveld, though. I don't know if you noticed, but the BS competition team seem to be getting further and further ahead every time they cycle through to the lead. This time round, they've got over a minute over Maxime Naz in second place. There goes the Movano GTP. I'll be pleased to see these pit stops because that means they're back on the lead lap. Well, they will be when BS competition come in anyway, and they can benefit from a caution. But for the moment, we're approaching on 4 hours green and not looking like we're going to get one for the moment.
Again, for some of the reasons we talked about, that even if you have an accident with someone and there's lots of passing going on, lots of speed difference between GT3 cars and the GTP cars in our top class, if you're at it, you need to be really out of control to find any of the walls here. Lots of those paved runoffs. There's heaps of runoff down at the key pinch points, right? At turn 1, for example, oodles of runoff out there. So the only damage you're going to get is from, maybe a little bit of side-to-side contact or whatever. Not a huge difference in relative speed between you and the car you're racing with. And then at the Dunlop corner, where we're seeing, a little bit of contact happen, a little bit of this and that, but it doesn't happen at great speed there. It seems to happen, with the pinch with the change of direction at what's functionally a little hairpin.
And this is Shirazi on the inside now of one of the GT3, sort of boxing it in almost and almost being forced to lift out. And now Shirazi will also do the same. I think he was trying to tuck in there, but he's accidentally made a really good late braking manoeuvre there. Tried to get, well, didn't try, but had to get down the inside of German Sim Racing into turn 1. And in the end, doesn't get through, but that could have been a really awkward moment as 3 Porsches were climbing on top of each other down in the first braking zone of the lap. Well, that could have been a lot worse.
I've closed the Wikipedia article on the Fuji Apple. I'm back.
Back in the room. That's sad. I didn't know there could be so much information about apples. See what else we can...
Oh, no. That's all behind me now.
Yeah. See what else we can get.
Everything about Fuji Speedway.
Yes.
Is what I do need to know, and the many changes to the layout that they've been here over the years. I mean, you think about sort of like the 1960s layout where turn 1 was the only really sharp corner and the rest was really wide open, really sweeping corners. And then year by year it's been sort of brought back into line to represent, sort of be better to race on with more sharp corners, more braking zones. Especially that final sector looks nothing like what it used to.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a bit of discussion in the YouTube chat earlier about which one is the best or whatever, and someone replied Suzuka, which was quite funny, but also not what I agree with. I don't know, it's one of those that has gone through a lot of changes through necessity somewhat as well, hasn't it? Because I can't imagine a circuit like what we had back then really being created today. It's too high speed and so on for the modern day, and this one does seem to suit the modern day a little bit more when the changes were made, but not everyone likes it. I mean, if you could just have turn 10 as a right-handed corner that ran straight through instead of the awkward chicane, and then maybe miss out at turns 13, 14, 15, just do 16 instead at a better angle, bit of an uphill of course, but that's fine, then it might be a bit of a better circuit. But it's just that technical challenge added at the end, which admittedly doesn't really feel like it should be part of the rest of this circuit. It feels very, very different to the rest of the track.
Okay, this is the last, I swear. You know how every Japanese town needs to have some weird, mascot?
Yes.
You'll never guess what the mascot of Fujisaka Aomori is.
Well, no, I don't think I will. What is it?
It's a Fuji apple. He has wings, though, but despite his wings, Fujimaru-kun cannot fly.
Oh. I can't think of any other animal that has decorative wings. But, ostrich? No, they don't have wings.
Biblically accurate apple.
It's very, very odd. That's something you weren't expecting to learn on IVRA Endurance this afternoon.
No. So this must be one of very, very few Mercedes, because we're not short on Porsches. A couple of BMWs out there. We've seen, I think, an over-representation of Ferraris based on the performance that Rusty Spatulas have had, and a few of the other ones that like to flash their headlights in traffic, weave in traffic, or spin out.
Yeah, I think it is the only Mercedes in the field actually here today. But, don't quote me on that necessarily. It's one of those involved in the championship fight, by the way. Coming into today, they were 36 points behind Rusty Spatulas, who are ahead of them now in the race. They've done a good job to actually work their way through with Rusty Spatulas. So they're currently fighting it out for third place. There's 2 points on the line here for Postworks, but a 4-point swing. And they are the closest ones in the championship as things stand, because Olympus Esports aren't here. In case we didn't let you know earlier, or you didn't hear us, Thomas Cope was able to let me know why the Olympus Esports GT3 wasn't here, and he said that they don't have an AM driver available to either qualify, which is what's required to be legal in that category, or indeed to run 40% of the race. So, unfortunately, they don't have them available, and that means that they're not able to participate legally anyway, so there's no point participating at all in that case. So a real shame for Olympus Esports, but it's one of those things in GT3 I think that makes it so interesting. Very rarely in sim racing, or if ever, do we get driver classifications quite like this, where there's driving time to divvy up and all of this kind of thing. This is something that's reserved for the real world most often, but here at IVRA we've got it in the sim world as well.
Love a bronze driver has to qualify rule. Just makes it so exciting. And then you're guaranteed a little bit of that sort of like continuous improvement through the session that you get from a lot of sports car qualifying sessions. It's like 5th lap, 6th lap, as the bronze drivers very often just take a little longer to get into the pace of all of it.
Well, down the front straight for Orion as they work their way through. What's this battle going to give us here? Well, doesn't look like anything here for the moment, and Rusty Spatula will be very pleased with the way this race is going for now. They're currently running in the position in which they finished this race 12 months ago, when we ended out last season with a 12 hours of Fuji, but a top 3 would more than see them to the title here tonight. So they have got to be pleased with where they are, and should probably stay where they are for the moment, as Thomas Laboutelet goes into pit lane for BS competition. And now finally the GTP field is complete in terms of pit stops.
Will start to get really interesting from here on out as we sort of evaluate who's getting to the 6 hours to go mark, who's getting to the half points with only one more stop sort of situation, so that BS competition prototype gets a driver change.
It's about that time really, with 4 hours gone, and that's pretty evenly dealt out for 2 hours each, and so on, or so far anyway. Maybe they'll continue to do that as well, as Daniel Alves Lorenzo gets back into the car again. And I wonder what he'll be feeling at the moment, because last time he was in the car it wasn't a bad stint by any means, but he did get that car penalty with an incident down at turn 10 when he broke too late and hit one of the GT3 cars. Wonder what his mindset is like as he heads into this next stint of the race, because of that penalty that may be hanging over his head, and everything that came with it as well. Through goes that GT3 battle with Paceworks working their way through as Lorenzo makes his way out of the pit lane and onto the circuit again.
Rusty Spatulas go back one spot then. Paceworks. Zekaril, the next car for position in class, just up the road as well, while Orbit Motorsports 37-second lead in this GT3 category. Do I hear quite a bit of coasting from Giocatanio right now?
So. Yeah. I would say so, but I think that's what the Mercedes was doing previously as well.
That's big.
Yeah, it is actually. I mean, they shouldn't be struggling to make an hour because they had a caution earlier which they couldn't pit from, but they could save a couple of laps of fuel from because of the minutes that we spent under caution. So I'm quite surprised actually that they've had to be so economical so far in this Ferrari.
And this has them already 13 laps into this stint, so it's not like they're trying to extend to just the other side of the hour thinking about the halfway points. Maybe they're thinking about a splash short fill, sort of in the 30 minutes before the midway point. The midway points, maybe even, if you will.
Oh, so you mean not taking tyres at that point and just fuel?
I mean, for however long it takes to change a set of tyres, which I think is sort of 25 seconds compared to a full fuel drop is about 40. Maybe they just look to take 25 seconds of fuel at their pit stop before the halfway point. I think a few teams will aim for this, just the way that the stint lengths have gone out.
We crossed 1/3 distance, by the way, in this race. 4 hours gone and 8 still to go in the IVRA Endurance Series for the 12 hours of Fuji. It's just 8 hours
I think
to
the
go
lane
off
times.
the season.
Sorry, forgive me. The lane times for those stops that come just before the halfway points are going to be very very interesting.
Yeah, I think so.
Because you take as least fuel as you could without forcing yourself into an extra pit stop in the back half of the race. Really, if you were expecting any short fill at any point between now and the end of the race, then you'd look to take it before the halfway points to maximise your track position at that point.
Yeah, there is the slight problem, of course, with the fact that it could be a caution that sets you back in the second half or whatever, but I suppose there's not a lot you can do about that.
That's a problem that you can solve in the 6 hours thereafter.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, that was my thinking, really. Why don't you short fill only to the 6 hour mark? Forget about the end of the race for the moment. Just treat this as a 6 hour race to start with, and try and take on, try and pit the lap after you cross the line for 6 hours, and then you can, worry about the second half of the race later, because I would have thought there'll be another caution in this race. It'd be quite remarkable if we get an 11 hours 40 minute run to the end of the race.
So timing.RaceSpotTV has the live timing, and like the lane times, the stop times, the time in the box. If you, like us, want to really intently pore over that every time anyone hits the pit lane in the next 2 hours. But the pace for Rusty Spatulas has suddenly really dropped back here, hasn't it? We saw Paceworks get past them. We've seen another car go on through, and there's a deliberate, concerted attempt to save big right now, and it's not, their tyres are cooked, they're dropping backwards on pace. As we rode on board earlier, you saw exactly where that sort of half a second a lap is going. It's between the release of the throttle and the application of the brake, and the judicious amount of time in between.
Yeah. We'll go on board now with Philip Schiff, who was chatting to us earlier in YouTube, and a hello to everyone who still is. But, he's now stepped into the number 17 car as the Czech driver, and now will be working his way maybe to 6th place with Movano Sim Racing right ahead of them. A bit of a slower lap that time round from Simon Carlarts. A couple of seconds down, but that's probably traffic induced from Movano, who are now up in 6th place, and wonder what their strategy is going to be like for the rest of the race, and indeed for the rest of the first half of this race as well, because a disconnection has put them one lap down for most of the stint, but for some of it he stays out a bit longer and gets onto the lead lap, so it's really hard to know what to do if you're them and you're on an entirely different strategy to the rest.
Last lap for this Maniti Racing Porsche. Maniti Racing Black, as iRacing calls them in the number 17. 4/10 quicker than the Movano Sim Racing team Acura ahead, and you don't need the timing screen for this to see what the gap is. 6th to 7th place. Schiff has been closing it up.
Certainly has.
Schiff has set sail.
Could say so. Into the final corner. I'll get past SRN by the looks of things here. Late move and quite a narrow line from Movano taken there, and there's the late apex for Maniti. As you mentioned earlier, it's quite difficult without a triple screen to really figure out where you are in those final few corners. Certainly would have been for Schiff that time round in the final corner, as he was trying to grab that late apex down into turn 1. He's nowhere near close enough to make a move, but it's the kind of battles that can see overtakes, because when you're on such different strategies, you don't want to be caught up behind someone when you're meant to be the one gaining time. And on newer tyres, maybe Schiff will be feeling like this should be his time to start pulling away, and it should be Movano in the rearview mirror. But don't forget, Movano will have less fuel on board, and that will make it more difficult for Maniti to make the pass.
Of course, Maniti will make you work hard, make you buy cars. Forgot how the rest of the song goes.
Don't know what song that is.
It's For Your Time, youngling.
Okay.
You weren't listening to much commercial radio in 2007?
I'm going to go with no. Although I was alive for anyone who's starting to doubt my age.
That's good, that's good.
I was alive, but I wasn't commercial radioing at that age. I don't think anyone commentates at RaceSpot quite. We've got anyone younger than 2007 yet, have we? I think Zach's 2006 maybe, which is a bit scary. But I think that's the... Yeah, that must be true. Yeah.
Problem with these kids is they're always on my damn lawn.
Don't think he does much of that. Don't think he does much outside.
No, that's the problem with kids these days. You've got to tell them to touch grass.
Yeah, get out on the lawn, actually. Because...
So what do we think about stint lengths for the GTPs? GT3, it feels pretty sort of, transparently 60 minutes plus or minus a little bit. But when and have we crossed the one more stop will get you to the halfway points?
Well, I think minimum 50 minutes is the region, so I reckon everyone's still got 2 stops to go here, including BS Competition.
So if we see someone in the lane in 10 minutes time, we go, they've only got one more stop to get to the points?
I'm going to go with that, and 22 laps coming up here for Movano Sim Racing team. I would have thought they can go another 10 laps. It's another 15 minutes. I think they're also in the region of being able to make it. So I don't want to say fortunately for them, but it is a little bit of good fortune, because disconnection, obviously, and they didn't plan that. However, it has worked out quite well for them in that they will be on this way round of the cycle, if you see what I mean, compared to the other way round where they would have been a long way down and losing a lot of points. Even at this stage, they're only losing 5 points to BS Competition, who would reduce that margin to 53. As things stand, that would mean that Movano only need to finish in the top 7 to be crowned champions no matter what happens here, and that doesn't seem inachievable for a team and a race, in fact, that has only 8 on the lead lap. Orion Race Team not too far away, I believe, from going a lap down here.
Yeah, the laps are not short, but pretty quick around here. So your outright class are doing 128s at the moment, with the fastest lap of the race in the 127s. So obviously you cover a lot of distance through the high speed corners, middle part of the lap, and the long pit straight, but they don't soak up as much time as the slow fiddly stuff, of which there's just a little bit.
Yeah, there is.
The cars in the final corner just keep falling in the wrong place with his number 17 Maniti, though. They've gotten close to being able to make a position, and then 3-4 laps in a row there's a GT3 car parked at the apex of the final corner, and Philip Schiff has to make this decision. Do I try to dive down the inside and compromise my exit off the final corner, or do I wait and swing wide and then still end up on a tight exit, which just keeps happening?
Well, that was close as well, but Simon Carlott's just up in front, but it's becoming very tricky here. It's not much difference in terms of pit stops for these two, to be honest. Just 6 laps. It's just, imagine if Movano were pitting a little bit early compared to the others, because that's where their disconnection really fell. But I don't know if they'll really be under that much pressure here for positions, and they could really do with this overtake, could the 17 car, because they could really help out their teammates if they were able to get through. At the moment their teammates are only gaining 14 points, which would be enough to keep the title alive, although it would mean that they would be hoping for the current leaders to DNF the race, and that's going to be very tricky for them to manage as we go through 100R again in the GT3 class. What was going on there? It was side by side briefly. No one's anywhere near Orbit Motorsport still, with Heusinkveld leading, but Paceworks are now up to second place ahead of Russian Paxos and Zakura Esports, who are now third.
Yeah, that's the change around the podium positions here. In this class, Rusty Spatula is still... Let's listen very closely. Yeah, that's a lot, right? Like, not just, perhaps a little bit hint of fuel saving them. It's like, whoa, like it's in your face how early they're off the throttle in this Rusty Spatula's Ferrari.
Yeah, see, I wonder why they're doing this, because they're not too far away from a pit stop. Surely they're in the region where they're 2 stops to go until the halfway mark, and they're not very worried about it, you would have thought.
Yeah, I've got this as them 14 laps into this stint. Well, to 27, 28 laps that stint. Here's where our Ferraris are out on track.
Yeah, Spencer Wright's having to figure his way out. That's very close to the wall, but he's figured his way out of the final corner. And that's very much been the story of the last 4 hours or so. It's been about that amount of time since we've seen a caution. It's just been a number of harmless spins, and there's another one. One of the other Mercedes in the field. It's not indeed Paceworks with the only one. The 158, also a Mercedes clearly. That's the other Paceworks car, to be fair. That's just in GT3 Pro instead. But so many harmless spins so far in this race. Here's another, I would imagine. Vincent Herbier. Goes a bit deep and will actually be properly in the wall that time.
Done that himself as well. You notice that the GTP gets on the brakes and the GT3 is still sailing in there with no hint of making an apex from what I saw on that angle.
Yeah. It didn't look too great at all, but there you go. Out of the first corner for Maniti again. It's another version of traffic interacting with one another, and I find it very interesting at the final sector actually, because the GT3s have a lot more mechanical grip than the prototypes for understandable reasons. That's where they make their speed, and so you get the feeling through the final sector they won't actually be that different, other than the power and the traction, I suppose, which the GTPs have over the GT3s.
Yeah, and this generation of the prototypes, they don't necessarily initially punch off the corner that great. So you got these 2-wheel drive LMDH specification cars, the the ones that we're well familiar with on iRacing, but then even your cars that can deploy hybrid on the front axle, it's not immediately out of the slow corners in the current rule set. Like it used to be. Definitely the Porsche 919's philosophy was, how much horsepower can I drop just in the traction out of every slow corner? It's like, I don't need extreme straight line pace at the end of every straight if I can just warp from a standstill to 250 kilometers an hour with, 1,000 horsepower of combined hybrid power. It's not how the new rules work. So it really is high speed corners in a straight line where the prototypes are quicker. Because the braking and the slow fiddly stuff, the prototypes have lost a little bit of their edge in slow corner exit traction.
Yeah, the previous era was even more unimaginably quick than this one, which is scary to think about when you drive these cars sometimes. As we go on the brakes here, past the GT3 Pro leader, BS Turner's lead was down below a second and a half at its smallest, but WSR still haven't been able to close in particularly here and bring that below 3 seconds for the last few moments or so. But either way, they are still attempting to do so in a title fight down in GT3 Pro. Coming into the day, WSR were a long way behind, 77 points indeed from BS Turner. There's a danger that they indeed lose touch in the championship entirely, even at halfway. That's not quite going to happen. We're not quite going to see championship sealed at halfway like we did 1 year ago. I believe we are going to get all three going down to the very final moments at the end of the 12 hours. But there will be a point when the leaders, I suppose, have been classified, and that may be it. But the 12-hour races, we don't know how many laps you'll need to be classified. If it were to end right now, you'd need to complete or be 16 or less laps down as a prototype and 14 or less as a GT, but you just do not know, because we don't know, of course, how many laps this race is going to be.
Could get funny if you had a safety car infested first half of the race and then unrestricted green running in the back half of the race. To complete 50% of the laps, you'd need to do more than the first 50% of the race time. So there's some stuff around that as well. Thinking about the change of prototype rules, etc. There's only one thing worse than balance of performance on prototypes, and it's when you run out of manufacturers willing to dump $400 million a year into an unrestricted development war.
Well, this is what I was arguing with Arjuna about BOP being a good thing from time to time.
I mean, yeah, we ran out of manufacturers willing to dump $400 million a year into an unrestricted development war, and so there was only Toyota left, and when you've only got one manufacturer, you can't block them. So
no,
what a beautiful problem to have.
Well, it's not a world we live in these days. Thankfully, we've got such variety. What I was going to say, though, is that is what you were just talking about there is based on the halfway points. But to be classified, just to be clear, you need to complete 90% of the overall race, which is obviously way more than half, so you'll receive the half points as well. But to get the 4 points at the end of the race, you need to complete 90% of your class winners race, which at the moment is you can still be quite a few laps down and be classified. In fact, all 14 of the prototypes are, despite the fact that ATRS Academy are 5 laps down, for example, they're comfortably in. They could lose another 10 and still be within 90%, even if the race were to end right now, and that will only get more certain as we go on. But anyway,
so then my point would go that in a lot of safety cars early in the race and green late in the race, to complete 90% of your class leaders' laps, you might need to actually do 93% of the race leaders' time, because the laps would not pile up quickly early in the race, but would pile on in the back half.
must apologise that we seem to have missed something in GT3 Pro for WSR Esports Bookkicker, because they were right involved in the championship fight earlier on today, indeed for the race lead earlier on as well. But Daniel Kraft has just come into YouTube to let us know that the number 137, which is third in the points, is no longer going to be involved, because unfortunately they got a meatball earlier on, about 45 minutes ago. So they're a long way back now. Andrew Caron is at the wheel in 20th in class. They're only going to get a few points at halfway for that, and they will drop out of mathematical contention as well as realistic, which they already have done. But there is the Audi that has dropped down as a result of a meatball earlier on. They had to come in and repair that car about 45 minutes ago. They were in there for 7 minutes, and that has unfortunately put the end to their championship charge.
My favourite Japanese meatball is takoyaki, which is squid inside of dough and then deep fried. But the meatball for WSR will be leaving them with a much, much more sour taste.
That sounds like quite a sour, well, maybe not sour, but not a good taste in my mouth anyway. That doesn't sound good, but there we go. We'll move swiftly on from that one. Hearing that it was Daniel Kraft telling us. I thought Daniel Kraft was not a WSR driver. Oh no, well, of course, I suppose with the name change he will stay with them. So there we go. I guess he's still with them, still working away. So thanks very much to him for letting us know. As we go back to look at the leader, this is interesting. The first time the leader's been below a second for quite some time, as Christian Hildgaard has closed in on Maxime Naz, having still chased down the Orion car to put them a lap down. They've not quite done that for the moment, but they've put everybody other than the top 8 1 lap down. The pace at the front of the race is startling, but Christian Hildgaard is just that little bit quicker for the moment.
Well, that graphic certainly paints a picture of satellite racing consistently being able to cut down quite a bit of time.
Oh dear, car off. Is that going to be a caution? Because that car looked very stationary off of turn 6 and 7 there. Now, who is that? Had no front bumper, was spun to the inside, and didn't look like it was going anywhere. It's Daniel Maggioni, 7th place, just slides through in GT3 and smacks the wall for Absolute Motorsport Aslev.
But he goes front in, so he won't have knocked out the engine or gearbox of the Porsche 911, and as he's gone straight in with the nose, he has crumpled it severely, but doesn't seem to have knocked any of the wheels off his wagon.
This will be okay. This will be carrying on. Well, there he is ahead of the best placed of the GT3 Pro drivers, the BS Turner team anyway, and they seemingly have gotten away with one there. We stay green and we continue then with this leading battle. Just over an hour and a half now until the halfway points are awarded, and Maniti Racing would very much like the full complement of them, but Satellite Racing would as well. Satellite come into the day 110 points behind Maniti. Behind Movano, with an outside chance of being involved, certainly a mathematical chance, and they are currently trying to take the lead away from the current reigning champions.
Satellite with a great chance right here as they end up 3 tenths behind their class leader, the outright leader, and right underneath their rear wing through this section, relatively clear of any traffic. So you're just thinking, okay, how about a good clean traction off the final corner, and with a long run down towards turn 1, can I get ahead? The Maniti Racing car should probably have a tiny bit more fuel, but look at this difference of lines there. Maxime Naz is not afraid of using the whole track, whereas Christian Hildgaard keeps it a little tighter, and to that end doesn't seem to quite get the same exit that the Maniti Racing Porsche outright leader was able to do. They're not far away from stopping either in this class.
not ages away. 20, yeah, well, I think...
Well, hello.
54, very close. There we go, down the inside for the lead. Christian Hildgaard looking for a way through. He's going to find himself on the outside, though, by the time they get to turn 3 at Coca-Cola. And so that's going to be very tricky. And indeed pushed up right on the curve there by Maxime Naz. And Hildgaard not scared to go round the outside here, though. But the fact that they both have to negotiate a GT3 means that Maniti are able to hang on. But there are the first opening jabs between these two in a fight that's been brewing for quite some time.
Satellite Racing went a lot deeper into the braking zone than were Maniti saving fuel. Did they not quite have the same hybrid push at the end of the long straight? It always looked like it surprised Christian Hildgaard how much he closed just before the braking zone. He thought, I guess I should have a go at this.
And he certainly is. Down into the final corner now. The Heusinkveld car on the inside. Maybe he's going to use the Ferrari. Here he goes on the inside of the final corner. Naz right round the outside. And he should have the run. But what's the traction like for the Cadillac? Not great, of course. Caught up on the inside. But he's got such a long run in the slipstream. And he's as close as he's ever been now. Even closer than 1 lap ago. Here we go now for Satellite Racing as they move to the inside. Maxime Naz makes sure that he doesn't get boxed in behind the BMW. There goes Satellite. There's contact. The battle for the race lead ends in tears, I'm afraid, right in front of their GT3 teammates. And Christian Hildgaard has to get himself back onto the road in second place.
Maxime Naz wanted to squeeze him up against the traffic, but he went all the way to the inside and then started to come back, and then we had that side-by-side contact in the braking zone. Someone else is off there, but looking at the replay here, so that's a big move to the right-hand side. Okay, I'll go down the middle, and then... Ooh.
Then Hildgaard moves for me.
Yeah, I think Hildgaard made a mistake there by trying to tuck into the slipstream of the GT cars. He should have held his line down the middle of the road, because it was middle of the road, and then he went back to the left and then tried to come back to the middle again, and it was Hildgaard moving more than it was Naz moving, although that move from left to right from Naz was pretty robust as well.
I don't know, I personally think Hildgaard what he shouldn't have done was sort of tuck in behind his teammate BMW there so aggressively to the left-hand side. What he should have done is stayed and held his ground, as he had a right to do, in the middle of the road there, and then he could have broken sort of straight. They would have been 3 wide into turn 1, but his teammates would have seen it coming, because it was developing for quite some time and they were weaving around all over the place, so we would have seen it coming, and he could have broken straight. Whether we would have got the position or not, I'm not sure, but he certainly would have made contact in the way he did it, that he did, excuse me. And in my opinion, as I say, I think it's difficult to look at anyone, put yourself in that situation where he moves back to the right. Look at this, he tucks himself back behind his teammate there, and in my opinion, he shouldn't have done that.
No, and then immediately goes, actually, I'll try to go back to the middle there. Nah, it's that... Should have sort of stayed the middle lane there, left the GT3s on the left-hand lane, while Naz was to the right lane there.
Well, that was a shame to see. A battle that was brewing for quite some time has ended in tears, I'm afraid. Well, you won't be surprised to learn that it's under review. 2 things under review, actually. I wonder whether Naz's defending is under review first. Do you think that was
Yeah, it was a bit in the mirrors, wasn't it? Like, he pulled right and then went all the way across Hildgaard's nose, and it's the kind of thing that he's done it as he's looking in the mirror at how close the other car is getting, and so there were 2 bits to it. That initial big move from Naz was late, but not necessarily dangerous. And then the second part is that little error that Hildgaard's made, where he didn't just try to hold his ground. He sort of shirked away from it and then tried to come back into the fight.
Yeah. From memory, I've seen that first part a couple of times, but it seemed to me as if it was a bit reactionary from Naz there, and that's not ideal. You can't really react to what's going on behind you and then decide to defend. But in the same way, Naz would have been the one who was in the wall if they had made contact. Although maybe he would have taken the satellite car with him, so maybe that doesn't really save him at all. Those two investigations are ongoing though, and everything else has been cleared to deal with that. We did have 4 investigations in very quick succession there, actually. So, well, say 3, I should say. After a bit of a 20-minute break for race control, they'd figured through everything and are now clear again to have a look at that one. And you'd imagine they'll take quite some time over that one, because not least because it's for the lead, but there may be different sides to the story in that one. Some may give it just a racing incident. Did Heusinkveld do that to himself? Will Naz get a penalty? If they both get penalties, then Fiercely Forward could be leading before we know it. It'll be a competition, but what that all means, though, is that we'll have a bit of a waiting period here as we wait for race control to figure out what's going on. In the meantime, we'll see if Heusinkveld can catch Naz up again, which would be impressive.
I mean, he certainly had sort of going on half a second per lap of pace advantage on Manidi by all accounts and what we saw. So with that advantage, it should only take 8 laps or maybe a little less to get there. I think we're headed for some pit stops slightly before that would happen.
I think so too, if we're going by that time scale. We're on the 32nd lap for Heusinkveld at the moment, waiting for Fiercely Forward to come in. I don't think Dennis Rodman Wolf is very far away from making a stop. He's that next Cadillac, just in 3rd place. So it's Porsche, Cadillac, BMW, Acura, 4 manufacturers in the top 5. And I don't know if you noticed this throughout the season, David, but the Endurance Series has got such great variety in the GTP classes especially. 4 different manufacturers, the 4 manufacturers inside the top 4 of the championship. 3 different ones in GT3 Pro, 3 different ones in the top 3 of GT3 as well. It's had such great variety among the top teams this season, even if it is Porsche heavy, I would say, throughout the entirety of the field. That very top level is covered by different manufacturers.
As Hansen once famously said, bop.
I don't know who that is, but that's not the first time. That's not the last time that's going to happen in the next few hours. But there we go.
I love this part where you and I speak the same language, but at the same time seemingly don't. And that's the car that was 3rd in class, Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, who are up behind Satellite. And they have hit the lane. So definitely one more stop from here gets them to halfway points. Same to be said of the GT3s that you see in the background.
37 laps on that last stint for Movano, by the way, who go a lap down, and Marcus Hamilton re-emerges back onto the circuit again for them after a regular length stop. But 37 laps will get you further than 50 minutes, I would argue, to around about maybe 55, somewhere around there. It's a little bit longer. So they good stop for Movano, and they're back out again, and as you said, they should be making it on 1 more. Anyone who hasn't stopped in this cycle, it'll be 2 more, but it's the same for everybody as Dennis Rodman Wolf pulls to the left-hand side now and makes his way back out onto the circuit again. That very much increases the gaps in the top 3, but waiting to see really how far BS Competition can go. Can they cut out a pit stop maybe, or maybe do a splash in their final stop to get out and lead over halfway? Would be pretty important for them to close the margin over Movano.
Yeah, we'll watch what happens with BS. It was the GT3 leader in behind the Orbit Ferrari, so they cycle back. Paceworks, Esports and Rusty Spatulas cycle forward.
Well,
a GT3 Pro here, isn't it?
Looks like it, yeah. Visceral involved here. Fortunately, they've been slowly and further down the field here. Have Visceral in GT3. Beckham just has stabilised it a little bit around the top 10 here, but he's behind SimCity Racing and Nürburgring Esports, and they could really do with these positions. It looks like at the end of this first part of the race, we're only going to have 2 involved mathematically in the GT3 Pro Championship, although we probably knew that already. It's very close up ahead of Jasir, though, as we watch Chris Beach try and find his way past Marius Oletikes just up ahead, and Beach is going to break a little bit later down into turn 10, get down the inside and get through. He's not quite clear yet, but now he is. Beckham Jasir will try and capitalise as well.
It doesn't quite know which way to go here. And now dropping a little bit of time in their fight. Still not sure if that was the best decision for working through the traffic here. And it continues to be just a little costly. Let's SimCity off the hook just for a bit.
Well, he should find his way through now, even with the slipstream assistance that Nürburgring Esports will be receiving here. Just should find his way through, although no, he'll bump the Porsche ahead. But only once. Now he'll go to the inside. Doesn't want to go through too early, because otherwise he'll get repassed, or he's in danger of that. Brakes very late, and he's accidentally made a dive on Chris Beats as well. He's going to have 2 positions into turn 1 by accident. Remarkable from Beckham Jasir as he makes up those places. Chris Beats, I don't know what he was doing, but he was floundering on the way into turn 1.
Trying to not turn down across the nose of a prototype there, and then following through was the move. So to go 2 for the price of 1.
Very nice driving from Jasir. They all gained on Satellite Racing, by the way, who pitted that last time round, and Maniti Racing also come in. Kevin Tavares now, so if they stay out, then they'll have another position, but it's GT3 pit stops from here too. Satellite Racing are in from 2nd place in GTP. It's all going on in the pit lane, but the agreement is clear across the board. 1 more stop after this one for everyone. It's halfway, of course. not the whole way.
It's the next milestone for us to look at. So after the long trundle down the lane, Christian Hildgaard finds his crew for fuel and tyres. The thing to look out for the next time these cars come through the lane is, do we see any little fuel-only stops? There's been none that I can spot this time around, and of course that makes sense. You save it for later.
Yeah, I think it makes sense both in a logical sense, but also in an emotional sense for those around you. Surely you don't want to set your stall out that you've done a short stop penultimate time round, because then the others have got a chance to respond, haven't they? But if you do it the final time round and they don't do it, but they don't realise, you know, that they'll get caught out by that very possibly, and you could get the benefit from it. There goes Satellite Racing back out onto the circuit again. Hildgaard 50 seconds in the box, so nobody's setting their stall out right from the jump and going for a short stop. But I think you're right. I think we're going to see some when we get to halfway or just before it. I think especially for PS competition in GTP, who really need the points.
Yeah, and then you'd be on those old tyres for the next 80 minutes and risk losing way too much track position there. It's the next time around where we wait to see who pulls the trigger on a strategy that gives them track position at the halfway, but maybe then makes things a little more difficult for their strategy if they're planning it out for it to be green all the way to the end, which I wouldn't set too much on. That looks like your race leader could be coming in. It is the number 1 coming in.
Yeah, does he stay to that right hand side and go through the tremendously high speed chicane on the way into this pit lane, which doesn't seem to really slow the cars down, to be honest?
Nope. It was number 17 coming in.
Okay. Not the one. I mean, they are identical. I think when Lorenzo were talking about this earlier on, when I think some Manisi people were arguing, well, they're not quite identical. It is clear, but not quite clear enough to us. Into the pit lane then for the 17 as the satellite racing car also finds its way back out onto the circuit again. Excuse me, Project Valorous, which looks like satellite from here, but anyway. Valorous make their way back out. Felix Gretschel at the wheel of that one. But Philip Schiff will stay at the wheel of the 17 to probably take them to halfway as well, only 80 minutes. But again, that does mean a slightly prolonged stint for those. If we're going to think about short filling or whatever, it means a slightly prolonged stint for those who are forced to drive it, because instead of doing the usual 2 stints, might end up doing 2.5, but I'm sure that's very much within reach for these drivers.
GT3 Pro battle continuing.
Yeah, on board with
What's causing Nürburgring Esports Schwedenkreuz to drop as they are at the moment? Maybe they're just saving a little bit of fuel. Okay, this is what I wanted to see: the pit entry.
Yeah, such a high commitment zone, and especially getting very especially late on the brakes in GT3, aren't you? And it's very difficult to slow the car down because you're so on the limit there at high speed in a GT3, whereas you're not really experiencing the same in GTP, which surely enjoy those high speed corners more, as we were discussing earlier.
And there we go. And driver change to Dennis Vika.
Yeah, so Nürburgring will probably have Vika take their car to the halfway. They get their service done down on pit lane now. Rennie Lenz also in from the lead of GT3. Will change driver there too. Jan Sama getting back at the wheel again, as he was at the start of my stint here anyway. Out of the pit lane go, into the pit lane I should say, goes the WSR car right at the same time in prototype. Bit of sharing of boxes going on here in this race because there are so many.
And there's plenty of pit stalls as well, isn't there? So just the size of the fields. Plenty of traffic to rejoin into here as well.
By the way, I wanted to talk about the number of pit boxes at this circuit. It should be quite a lot in theory, and WC continues to come here, so clearly it's a relatively long pit lane, but I feel like the length of the actual drive-through pit lane here doesn't quite match up to how many pit boxes there are. And I mean, Nürburgring Esports didn't qualify that far down, yet they're still sort of having to pit near the front as they have to cycle their way back through, and a lot of people are sharing today as Maxime Naz serves a penalty here. We have had a word through on their investigation. It's a 20-second penalty for Maxime Naz after moving in response to the 64. As you said, David, the number 1 car had to overtake the car they were approaching, of course, but the move to the pit wall was not necessary, says pit race control, and so 20 seconds worth of a penalty dished out to them.
And there they go for their pit service now. Are you in session to click the info and tell me how many pit stalls there are?
I'm not, no, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that this says that the pit lane speed is 56 kilometers an hour.
Yes, it feels very slow, doesn't it, really, around here?
I wonder if that's correct, though, because a lot of them did get changed to 80. Circuits that have DRS boards and other things. And then the other thing that I always go, so pit stall number 1, right at the pit exit, belongs to the pole sitter. And then it goes backwards until you exhaust the number of pit stalls. And then the next car beyond that shares with pit stall number 1, and then it goes backwards down the pit lane again, right? So if you qualify mid-pack, you don't share your pit stall, but if you qualify pole, you'll definitely be sharing your pit stall. I think the overlap should come back like a boomerang rather than looping from the start again. So then mid-pack and the tail of the field share pit stalls, and the front half of the field don't.
Yeah, that
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, well, you say that, David, but that doesn't seemingly, or wouldn't seemingly, matter around here. Only 27 in iRacing, which means that almost everybody, apart from one, is sharing here. So the 27th qualified car is not sharing his pit stall, when every single other car in the field is. So I don't think although I agree with your theory, by the way, I don't think it would matter particularly around here. It would around other places. That does seem a little bit short, doesn't it, compared to the length of this pit lane?
Yeah, I'm shocked that there's only 27 pit stalls. There's a lot of circuits where it's like, oh yeah, there's 35 pit stalls, 40 pit stalls. So if you have 50 cars, some sharing is required. But you're right, that's like everyone's doubled up. There's definitely more than 27 garages. There's a bit of a break between two of the pit garages there. So I wonder if there's just not stalls near the pit entry and in the middle there, and for some reason they're just all spaced out like that. And then there's one other circuit where the location of the pit stalls doesn't make sense. I think it's Imola, where there's like painted pit stalls, and then where iRacing puts your pit crew is way too far up against the garages.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the reason I bring it up is because of something I read before the World Endurance Championship this season being limited to just 37 entries, which is, well, it's the normal number, I suppose, but I think they do want to increase it slightly, and personally I would like to see it increased and seen LMP2 and GTE retained rather than GT3 implemented, but that's another discussion.
Well, they wouldn't have any troubles with having enough pit stalls if they still kept the 4 GTEs that were left instead of going to 18 GT3s.
It wasn't 4 GTEs, it was like 13, 14 left this season.
Yeah, and there would have been 5 left this season.
You think? Okay. I don't know.
Yes.
I would have thought there'd be more, personally, but there we go. But, because, well, anyway, the point being, I thought Fuji was one of the limiting factors. Actually, it wasn't. The 2 circuits actually that limit them to 37 this season is Imola and Circuit of the Americas. I was slightly surprised about Costa, not surprised about Imola being a relatively short one, but anyway.
Yeah, and then of course Imola on the calendar this year because Monza is currently in multiple pieces as all of their work and repaving goes on, and I think that meant that WEC couldn't get in at Monza, went to Imola to placate the Tifosi.
Yeah, personally I would prefer to see them stay to 1 race per continent bar Le Mans, of course, which obviously has to be on every calendar, but I would prefer to see either Spa or Imola. Obviously I'd choose Spa, but I'd like to see it retained to 1 a continent, and then hopefully Kyalami can be introduced soon and we can have a full actual World Championship with all the continents involved, and we need an Australian round as well. I don't know where that would be, or a New Zealand round, of course.
Phillip Island or the Bend. Phillip Island is really good for sports cars because it's mostly flowing corners, then with 2 sort of tight ones.
Yeah, I think Phillip Island will work well. It's not overly narrow, although it's somewhat narrow. It's high speed though, as you're saying. A really good challenge for the cars, so I think it'd be good. Although I think the more logical choice would be the Bend, wouldn't it? Since it's sort of built for that kind of thing. Which is, but it's just.
Well, the owner is currently racing in World Endurance Championship, so
I know
that's so kind of why.
Yeah, but it just feels a little bit characterless sometimes. I've not quite
like all of South Australia.
Oh wow, that's a discussion I don't want to take part in. separate parts of Australia and what they're about. This is a replay as to what's happened in the third last corner for Movano. The championship leaders and GTP have gone around. Well, it really hasn't been a good day for them, has it? They avoid getting clattered. They need to reverse out the way. And Movano are, at the moment, getting through by the skin of their teeth. Goodness me. Well, 7th place for them at the moment, and so they are very much down the field as far as they're concerned. And they'll be pitting shortly. Well, I'll say shortly. They'll be pitting pretty much as early as they can to get it to the end of the first half without stopping again, which is what we'd imagine they're going to do. But sometimes, as a championship leader, it's not quite your day, and that's the second problem for them.
Yeah, so it's a matter of, did they expect the GT3 was going to yield, or did they just assume they were going to be clear? But we have this thing again where the pace differential in the high speed and is significant, but through some of the fiddly little corners, the prototypes aren't that much quicker than the GT3s like they would expect.
His little battle going on down into turn 10, by the way. Maxime Naz trying to find his way through on the WSR esports car. Daniel Kraft, who has just come out of the pit lane. So the penalty clearly for Naz has held him back. This is what's happened, though, to create this battle. Daniel Kraft into turn
grass.
6, going for a spin. Yeah, was it grass?
I think the right-hand side tyres might have almost just touched some of the grass on the way in there.
Yeah, that's seemingly what's happened, and WSR now have a big job on their hands to hold on in this battle for position. Yeah, I think you're right. From that angle, it does look like grass, really, and that's never a good idea when you're turning into a corner. Well, 7 hours and 10 minutes remaining then in the 12 hours of Fuji here in the IVRA Endurance Series for 2023 and 24. We're just about to move over to part 2 of our YouTube stream, by the way. The link is in the YouTube description. It should boot you over as well, but just in case it doesn't, make sure you follow that link and follow us into the second part, as we will bring you the final 7 hours of this race uninterrupted on RaceSpotTV, of course. While we do so, let's enjoy the ride with Maxime Naz as he tries to work his way through into 4th position in this race at the expense of Daniel Kraft. You're watching RaceSpotTV. This is the 12 hours of Fuji on board with Maxime Naz.